rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk.
大象呢，就刚好踩在。快点，快点！
哦，我刚刚看到了。
But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction.
这个是什么？
还有锋利的牙齿。
行。
On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests.
我准备下水了。
Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales.
今天的这个天气是真不错啊。
Today we have very good weather.
温热和潮湿，但是这也不足为奇。为什么呢？因为我们所在地
Still
方就是
feel a
热
little
带雨
bit
林了。
hot and
观众朋友们，大
moisture
家好，感谢您的准时守候。您现在收
because
看的
we
是
are
由中
now
国国
in
际电视
front
台
of
CGTN 新
inside
媒
of
体
the
和央视频媒体共同
rainforest.
打造的雨
So
林大
welcome
冒
to our
险。
special
大冒
program,
险
the
嘛，当然是要在
Exhilarating
这样的
Rainforest
环境当中了。
Adventure,
您看看我的身
presented
后
by
有帐篷，周
CGTN
围有
and
密林，是不
Yang
是
That's
也有
why
山
we
风
are
味？
staying
那
here.
这边
You
呢，
see, we
其实
have
是
a
我们
tent
中
and
国
also we have
云
the
南省普
forest,
洱市的一处热带雨林。
which add
在
a
这处
special
雨
look
林
and
当中啊，
feel
我
to
们
our
是很有
special
可能看
program.
到
So
野
right
生
now
的
we
亚
are
洲象
in the
的。所以
rainforest
呢，我们
located in
美丽中
Pu'er
国
city
自
of
然的摄制组们
Yunnan
也来到了
province.
这里。
In
今
this
天啊，让我
place,
们
you
跟
are
他们
able
来
to
打个招呼
find the
吧。哎，
Asian
我看到那
elephants.
边好像徐鹏老师已
That's
经
why
过
also
来
the
了。
CGTN
徐鹏
nature
老师是我
team
们
is
美丽
also
中国自然
here.
的
So
纪录
let's
片
say
的导
hi
演
to
之一。
them.
哎，你好，徐鹏老师。
I think Director Xu Peng is
我们现
here.
在在云南
Good
普洱
morning.
我们的团队正在追踪拍摄亚洲
Good
象。
morning. Right now we are
不多
in
说了，
Pu'er
我
city
们
of
得要马
Yunnan
上赶路。
province.
一会
For
儿
our
雨林里见。
team, we're actually tracking
徐
the
老师真
Asian
是来势匆
elephants.
匆啊，但是也难免
So
了
see you
这个
later
拍摄的
in
行
the
程紧。
rainforest.
但是没有关系啊，在接下来的这个雨林大冒险的
Well, I
云南
understand
站
that
当
they
中
have
啊，
a very
我
tight
们呢是
schedule
会
for
跟徐
the
老师继
program,
续来
and
这个进行
soon
云南雨林
we
的
will
冒险，让
embark
我们
a
一起去看
journey
看亚洲
on
象。
the
那今天呢，
exhilarating
我们的直播
rainforest,
也
and
不只
later
是
we
有
will
云南，
join
我们给
him
大家先来捋
to
一下
look
我们
at
今
the
天的
wild
直播的
animals in
冒
the
险路
Yunnan
线图。
forest.
首先
And
呢，
in
我
our
们会从
program
南
also
美
we
洲
will
的
visit
巴
other
西和秘
places.
鲁，
So
然
I
后
will
去
give
到
you
我
a
们
map.
美丽中国的云南
So
和
actually
海
we will
南，
start
然后
from
我们会
Peru
到
and
东南亚
Brazil,
的新加坡
and
去看
then
看
we
那里
will
的
come
城
to
市雨
Yunnan
林
and
之美。
Hainan
怎么样？
province.
是不是听起来
And
特别
also
丰富？千
later
万不
we
要错
will
过了。
visit
那今天呢，我
the
们还有很多
rainforest
的
in
经
the
典礼品
Southeast
相送，也要
Asia,
在我们的
especially
这个
in
评论区跟我们
Singapore.
进行一个
And
实时
also
的互
today
动。
we have so many gifts
提
and
起这个热
presents
带雨林啊，我想先
prepared
请
for
问一下
our
大
viewers.
家，
Make
大家
sure
会
you
想到什么
interact
呢？
with us.
是像这样
Speaking
遮
of
天
the
蔽日的
rainforest,
高
I
大
would
乔
like to
木，
ask you a
还是说
question.
暗流涌动
What
的河
comes
流，
to your
亦或
mind?
是这种顶
The
级的
forest
掠食者们厮杀
or
的
the
画面呢？
rivers
这些啊，可以说是热带雨林的经典的名片之一了。
or some of
但是
the
其实，在我
animals
们的热带雨林
or
中，还有着这
predators?
样一种
For
生
some
物，
of these,
它
they
们
are
广
actually
泛的
the
分布在热带
icon
雨
for
林
the
中，但是
rainforest.
又容易被我们所忽略。
And
它
in
们
the
的时代是
rainforest,
可以
we
追溯
have
到
many
恐龙
different
时期，
species.
而且啊，它们的这个形态啊，也是
I
各
would
依
like
大
to
小不
mention
一
one
样。但
species.
同时
It
呢
could be
它
dated
们
back
又
to
是
the
被称为
time
是
that
陆
we
地上
see
的清道夫，为雨
the
林的生态
dinosaurs.
做着自己的贡献。
And
它
also, we
们
are
充
saying
满
that
了
for some
美
of
丽，
these
但是又透露
species,
着
they are
危
making
险的信号。
contributions
它们
to
看
the
似遥不可
ecology in
及，
the
可
rainforest.
是又能
They are
透过某
beautiful,
种
but
的
also
机
they
缘
are
巧
in
合来
great
到你我的身
danger.
边，成为我们的朋友。那
And
这
for
种
these
生
species,
物究竟是什
even
么
though
呢？
we are not
让我们
able
跟
to
随
see
我的
them
同
quite
事
commonly
一
in
块
our
儿
life,
去会会
but
这
what
些
is
热带雨
that?
林的
So
小家伙
now I
们。
would like to
走。
turn over to my colleague,
嗨，大家好，我是耿
and
人，很高
now
兴又跟大家
they
见
will
面
take
了。那
us
今
to
天咱们的
see
直播主
who
题
are
是
they.
雨林。
Hello
这个
everyone.
大家可能不知道啊，这个
My name is
两栖动物
Gaoligong,
和
and
爬行
today
动物
we
也
will
是咱
give
们
you a
雨林
live
当
coverage
中的
about the
常住居
rainforest.
民。他们看
And
起来可
actually,
能
for
不是那么的
rainforest,
可
we
人，
have
或
so
者
many
是看着
different
还是有
kinds
点可
of
怕，但其实
species.
它们都是非常非常可爱的生
For
物。
some of them, they
那
look
雨林
quite
当中到
risky,
底有哪些生物？
and
它
for
们
some of
的生活
these,
条
they
件
are
是什么样
the
子的？它们平时吃啥？
amphibious
那今
animals,
天大家
and
就跟我
it
一
is
起去一个非常有趣的地方，
quite
来
cute.
看一看。
And who are they? And today I would like to take you to a tour to pay a visit to these special species.
那大家看到 我身后就是我刚才说到的这些有趣的生物们。那我今天来探访这个地方，我肯定不能自己一个人转悠，我肯定需要一位专家来带我一起学习。那我今天就请到了
And today when I came here, I'm also glad to be joined by the special expert.
Hello， 大家好。
And we have Yuki, and he is an expert for all of these creatures. So you are actually the parents for the amphibians and the reptiles. So how do you feel? I believe this must be a hard work. Actually, I really like dinosaur when I was a kid, and that's why I love all of these different creatures. Well, I know I never touch a dinosaur. You're not able to touch them, but maybe today you're able to touch the surface on the reptile, which are quite similar to the dinosaur. I can't wait. So now I will give you the rules. So we have like several blind box named 1, 2, 5. So for these 5 species, they are quite different. Some of them are amphibious animals, and some of them are snakes, and some of them are reptiles. Be prepared. And make sure you remember the texture of their skin. So now we start from box 1.
这是什么？
我没摸到。
木头还没摸到。
I think it's.
再往下一点。
I'm quite worried.
木头，你想摸木头的话，咱那边有一堆呢。
Horrible.
咱们再摸一摸，摸一摸。
像一只鳄鱼的感觉，但我也没有摸过鳄鱼。
有鳄鱼的触感。
It feels like a alligator.
是蜥蜴。那是不是蜥蜴？一会儿我们再说。
Feels like an alligator, but I'm not sure what is it.
刚才的触感是不一样的。
别摸着它的头啊。
It feels quite soft.
哎，动了。
动了。
I don't want to touch its head.
什么感觉？
好像有点凉。
那你要多摸一摸。
How do you feel?
比刚刚那个光滑。
Well, it's quite cold and also quite smooth on the skin.
那你现在拉伸长，很长。
是条蛇吧？
是一条蛇，而且非常。
I think this one is quite long. I believe it must be snake. It's very soft and smooth.
这回你先往下，径直的往下摸一下，感觉一下，它的环境是不同的。你会摸到一个你熟悉的水，那么它肯定是两栖动物。
How do you feel about this one? The environment is quite different. I could feel the water. I believe this is an amphibious animal. Very soft and also very smooth. I believe this is a frog. I believe this one has no tail. So what is that? We don't know. Again, I could feel the water also very soft.
这只没有尾巴。 没有尾巴的两栖动物是什么呀？
青蛙。
青蛙。那我们
And this one do not have tail.
这是有尾巴的青蛙。
This must be a frog.
哎，这个是已经是它了。
是它了，它非常顺从的直接趴到了你面前。
好，觉得它的皮肤表面像一种小颗粒一样。像小颗粒。
This it.
那你径直的伸上去摸摸。
So for the skin, I think it is not that smooth.
沙子，那我们
just feel the environment. I believe this is sand. So maybe the lizard?
你猜的是什么？
我猜的是蜥蜴吧。
它也是蜥蜴的一种，它叫做蓝蛇石龙子。
So take a guess. I think this is another type of the lizard. At least it is not a gecko. This is what we call a blue tongue lizard.
它就是玉米蛇。
So what about this one? This one is a snake.
是因为它吃玉米吗？
啊，它在玉米地里发现的。
Now actually I literally hold it. Why you call it the corn snake?
好凉啊，夏天可以解暑。
This is a commonly seen snake. Well, it is quite cold on the skin. So the name for this one is called Rongyuan. And also you could see for this reptile, it is with the tiger pattern.
经典的两栖动物，它会生活在那种小溪旁啊，
This is also an amphibian. So this one will live in the land and also live in the water. I think this is quite different from the frog because you could see it has tail. This is also one ancient species of the frog. You could find it in different rainforests. This is the horned frog. So for this kind of frog, it will stay in one place for 2 to 3 days. So I think for most of us, we think for the frog, they're quite soft. However, for this horned frog, you see it is quite hard on the skin because you could feel its bone. Especially on its back, you could feel the bone. And just now you touch the tail of the frog. Alright, now let's move to box number 5. I think this is a gecko. So for this one, actually, it lives in the desert. You could see have very sharp claw. This is what we call the leopard gecko. Because if you look at the tail, it also have the pattern of the leopard. It lives in the desert. And just now I touched the skin. Well, for all of these creatures, I think they're so lovely. And they're not aggressive. And also you could feel the dots on the skin. And for this kind of animals, creatures, they're very sensitive to the environment. So for all of these creatures, it is humanly nurtured. So I believe in this place we have so many different types of the creatures. Alright, I will show you different types of the reptiles. So how do you classify all of these different animals? So maybe we will start from the rainforest from Australia. So look at this one. How do you feel? It's so dark. And also if you look at its tail, it just looks like a leaf. It's different compared because this is from the Queensland rainforest in Australia. We call it the leaf tail gecko. So this also could be dated back to hundreds of years of history. And in Australia, it's not just in the rainforest. Also, we are able to find different species in different islands in the Australia. And also this one, we are calling it the giant gecko. You could see the size is quite big. It could be grow as large as like 30 centimeters. What about this one? Very lovely. And this is the crested gecko. This is also live in the island in Australia. Well, I could feel it is quite soft of its feet. So you could see there are claws and also the paws of this lovely little creature. And actually it could stay inside of the glass box. Very gentle and lovely. Compared to the giant gecko, you could see this one is quite smaller. Actually, for all of these different kinds of reptiles, they eat similar stuff. So I feel like the lizards and the geckos, they only eat vegetables. But actually for the geckos, sometimes they need protein. That's why they eat mosquitoes. This one is called the calendar gecko. Because for this one, it has a special sound. Just like a monster.
它会变浅。
So especially when these creatures, when they run into dangers, it will come up with a very aggressive sound.
有苔藓卷曲尾巴的手工。
That's why we call it the mossy gecko,
脚虽然看起来
because you look at the skin.
但是它其实在底下是有爪子的，我是可以感受到。
And also, if you look at the feet of the gecko, actually I could feel
那个眼球的颜色都不一样。
it actually grasps me tightly.
感觉很漂
And
亮。
also, if you look at the color of their eyes, they're quite different.
它呢，就是老爷树蛙，在澳洲还有印尼都有分布。来试一试。
And this one is the green frog.
你知道它为什么叫老爷树蛙吗？
其实我还挺纳闷的，像这么小一只青蛙，为什么叫老爷
Do you know
树蛙？
why
因为我
we
听到
name
老爷
this
树蛙这个名字，就觉得肯定是一只
like a green frog?
是吧？它是一个年轻的老爷树蛙。
Because if you look at the name, we feel this one actually it is quite large in size. But for this one, it's quite smaller in size because it's very young. However, when it grows older, it just looks like a grandpa. Now we go to the Amazon rainforest.
像什么？
Look at the color and the combination of this
它们
one.
小的时候肚皮是蓝色的。它们为什么叫牛奶蛙？
We call it the Amazon milk
是
frog
有毒的小昆虫
because of this
身
color.
体可以分泌一些腺液，也就是乳白色的
Because
牛
for
奶
this
液
frog,
用来驱赶一些
they will eat some of the poisonous insects and then they will come up with this special color. And with this kind of color,
它没有毒素了。
it will protect themselves. However, if we are raise
好，
them
我们现在来看看中美洲
in
的
a special environment, they are not able to eat the insects.
可以很
So
明显地
now
看
we
到它们的
move
区别
to another rainforest. This one is the
没
plum
错，它有
buzzard.
两个冠，而且它的背上有非常帅的这种鳍。
So now you could see it has two crests.
都没有哈。
没错，后面是它老婆
And also it have very beautiful fin.
啊，它们还小，还在成长中，同样斜。
我头一
So
样
for these two, they are quite
青梅
young.
竹马。再来看一看它，它也是中美洲雨林里的，它呢是盾锥头蜥，我们可以看到。
Also, this one is coming from the mid area of the rainforest. This one is the cascade-headed luga. You could see it has a very long tail. The purpose of the tail is to maintain the balance. And for the tail, it could actually support its body.
它是巴西所罗门捕鸟蛛，它的一些成年呢可以捕食一些小型的鸟类。
这个地方对我来说其实是有
This is a kind of like Spider-Man from Brazil. I think in this area it's like hell because I'm very afraid of the spider. You see, I can see clearly the hair on the legs.
不太敢。
那我们来看一看这一只相对更加
How do you
危险
feel?
的它就叫巨人。
I don't think I could touch them.
它正在
也
休息，
是吃鸟的。
它正在休
And
息。
this one is
摸
also
一下它的屁股
another giant
过吗？
试一下。我
tarantula.
帮你
我天哪！
I will touch
我
it.
真的有点不行了。
轻轻地戳一下它的屁股。没关系
Have a try. Don't worry.
哎呦天，我这有点不敢啊！
哇塞，非常的勇敢，突破了，成为了1%摸过捕鸟蛛的人。
真的？
So you are like 1% of the people who are able to
所以说
touch
这
the
些大
spider.
型的昆虫生活在这种雨林里面。
哇天哪，我突破了自己。
So for this kind of the giant creatures, they all live in the
天然的
rainforest.
这一种其实会好一些了。
这个是甲壳虫类的吗？
是呀，那它就叫做大王花金龟。
And this one is better, I
看它的
think.
颜色非常的鲜艳。
看起来真的是很好看。
This is a
没错。
而且感觉它的这个
beetle, a giant beetle. It looks very colorful
它
and
还有一个
beautiful.
别名非常的好听，就是巨人歌利亚，
And also for this one, it has wings.
就是神话里面歌利亚是个巨人嘛。
And also we call it
感觉它
the
这个
giant
就是后面这个
gorilla.
翅膀像是磨砂的那种表
没
面
错，，你也轻轻地摸它一下。
这也能摸。
打
哎呀，
And also you could see for the texture of
哎
the
它怎么
wings
动啊？
你摸它就会动啊，你轻轻
is
地
quite special.
温柔一点
有多轻啊？哎呀，我这个
It's just like a dull, polished wing. How do you feel?
再来一下啊，别动啊！哎，
这就是非常经典的非洲。
我今天真的是极大的。
This is very classic
摸了2
African species.
这20多年
I think today
最害怕的2个。
I already challenged myself because I'm able to touch 2 species that I've been afraid of for over like 20 years. I think I have to conquer some of my fear. And if you get to know more about these creatures, maybe you will fall in love with them. For example, the spiders. But first of all, maybe you will start to pay attention and love the rainforest.
大家一起简单的了解了一下全世界各种雨林里面都有什么样的。
So today we're able to get some like basic knowledge about some of different creatures in the rainforest. But actually, in the real rainforest, we will be able to see more species. And later, we will take you to a tour on the Amazon rainforest. Stay tuned with us.
谢谢带我们来这一次神奇的爬行动物之旅。我的天啊，我没有想到全程我是以一种姨母笑的过程看完的。
Welcome to the Exhilarating Rainforest Adventure.
这个反应也是
So
让我
for the
相当
whole
意外，可能是
process,
在它
actually,
的
I
各种精彩
watched
过
the
程度过了非常
program
美妙的一段小
closely.
片。那各位
And
观众
also
朋友
for my
看
colleague,
是
I
不
could
是刷新了自己
see
对爬行动物
she's
的这
able
个
to
认知呢？如果有的话，一定要
conquer
在评论区
herself
下
and
方
also
给我留
able
言。
to
今天您
get
互
to
动的
know
话，有
more
可能获
about
得
the
我们的精美礼
reptile.
品。
So how do you feel? If you have any idea, make sure you leave a comment with us, and we are able to pick some lucky audience and send out the presents. So just now we are talking about the rainforest. I believe when we are young, we always want to take on the adventure. So for myself, I think I always have a dream about the Amazon rainforest. I always dreamed about the culture and civilization of the Amazon rainforest. And also, I always imagine some of the magnificent creatures and also the plantations in the rainforest. So what is the rainforest in your mind? So today we are able to uncover the mystery of the Amazon rainforest. So today we will go to our first stop, that is in the Amazon rainforest. In the live streaming, we are able to see what exactly looks like in the Amazon rainforest. We are also able to invite an expert, and actually she is a photographer and she visited 160 countries and able to take photos of different creatures and the fantastic beasts. And actually she is a very famous photographer. She is able to visit different places and she is able to come to the mountains and also the rainforest. And this is our special guest, Dodo. So how's everything going right now? So right now I'm in Zhejiang province and I'm waiting for my next adventure. When is your last time to visit the Amazon rainforest? The last time is 2018. I think the first time is 2012. For the Amazon rainforest, because it the river cover 8 countries, so it takes me about like 6 years to visit all these places in that forest area. I visited 7 countries and visited the rainforest. So in the Amazon rainforest, I believe most of them are located in Brazil and some of them are located in Peru. So how do you feel? Tell me about your journey in Peru. I visited Peru in 2014, and I think at that time I could see so many magnificent creatures, and also we have different cereals and plantations and the bushes. So when I entered into the jungle, I think I was in great danger because I'm not sure when all of these dangerous beasts or creatures will show up in front of myself. But after a few days, I'm getting used to it. How long have you been staying in Peru? About like 20 days, less than 1 month. I believe you're still very impressive about your journey back in Peru. Especially right now. It is not easy for us to go overseas. So today in our live streaming, I would like to show you some of the footages in the rainforest in Peru. We also able to have our special guest and journalist so that we can once again set back in Peru.
Go on a flight of about 2 hours to the southern city of Puerto Maldonado. Peru is one of the most biodiverse countries on the planet, which means that its territory is home to a vast biological wealth thanks to the variety of climates and altitude of the region. Likewise, it is the second country with the largest extension of Amazonian forests, equivalent to 76% of its entire territory, a true lung of the world. However, these subtropical forests are losing their color due to the unscrupulous action of mankind. Well, we have finally arrived at the Tambopata National Reserve on a 2-hour flight from Lima. We are here to talk to Vladimir Ramirez, none other than the head of the Tambopata National Reserve. He will tell us about the efforts that the Peruvian government has been making to preserve this very important ecosystem on the planet. Follow me. As we can see here, we are facing a fairly large protected natural area, 274,000 hectares, and here we are sitting in the buffer zone. These are two different spaces, but they have an integration. The Tambopata National Reserve is home to forests and 4 fairly large ecosystems. It is full of forests and fully functioning ecosystems. And they have the buffer zone where we are, an area that serves to protect this wonderful reserve where many economic activities can be carried out. Vladimir has just mentioned 2 names that are key to understanding the problem: protected natural area and buffer zone. The first includes the entire Tambopata National Reserve, a completely intangible area where ecosystems fulfill their life cycle very efficiently. And the second is a natural cordon that serves as a barrier against the onslaught of one of the worst enemies of the Amazon forest in the last 20 years. So that's where the problem lies, but let's let Vladimir tell us what enemy it is about. Farther north in the buffer zone, we have suffered impacts such as illegal mining, in which more than 2,000 hectares have been affected, and where the state has taken this problem seriously. Illegal mining does a lot of damage to the environment. Fortunately, the Peruvian government has managed to eradicate practically all the illegal mining that affected the protected natural area, and has recovered 759 affected hectares through the planting of 700 and buffer zone. What is the government doing to prevent these species of flora from becoming extinct? Well, there are different government entities dedicated of looking at different ways to keep the forest standing, giving it its true value. That is to say that as a standing forest, it has more value than as a felled forest. Another species of tree that caught our attention was the lupuna tree, the tallest in this part of the Amazon and also one of the longest. Its bark is used to cure fever, asthma, and even to treat cancer. Well, we have arrived here through the canopy and have ascended about 40 meters with our expert guide to learn more about the lupuna, a mystical, mysterious tree and the tallest in the entire Tambopata National Reserve. This protected natural area is also home of thousands of species of animals. Here, the presence of 632 species of birds, 1,200 butterflies, 103 amphibians, 180 fishes, 169 mammals, and 103 reptiles have been reported, and several of these are still in serious danger of extinction. We're going deeper into the jungle at the Tambopata Reserve, and we have arrived at a place known as the Island of Monkeys. Why? Because we can find above all the capuchin monkeys species, and if we are lucky, feed them and being able to spend a pleasant moment with them. Of course, without disturbing them. Follow me, and I hope we find them. The capuchin monkey live in large groups here on the well-known Monkey Island, and they welcome us with great sympathy. We want them to come down for a closer look, so we offer them food that they immediately accept. Come, little guy. Awesome. After leaving the island monkey, we crossed the river again in search of the intimidating but silent Amazonian white Hainan. We were very lucky. We found none other than one of these impressive reptiles resting on the riverbank. Our approach ended up encouraging him to lead us. Night falls at the reserve, and with it, the enchanting jungle symphony enters the scene, making it clear to us that we are perfectly accompanied by living nature. Sunrise in the Peruvian Amazon should be on the wish list of every world traveler. It is just fabulous. Little by little, the sun announces itself, and with the arrival of the day, we start the last tour before returning home. We go into the search of parrots and parakeets that usually fits Peru, but the jungle climate had a surprise in store for us. The dense fog began to dissipate, and we finally saw the birds reach this wall of the Madre de Dios river known as Colpa, to extract small amounts of clay from which they obtain enough energy to continue their migratory journey. Now yes, the time has come to leave the Tambopata National Reserve and return home. After knowing the most biodiverse area of the Peruvian Amazon, we must reflect not only on the problems and enormous risks that hand over one of the most important natural sanctuaries on the planet, but on what this implies for mankind and future generations.
谢谢我们位于秘鲁前方的记者和嘉宾朋友们。怎么样，豆豆？看完之后有没有想起你的秘鲁之旅？
a short video about the rainforest in Peru. So how do you feel, Dodo?
模糊的记忆突然变得清晰了起来。
Does this video remind you of what you have done in Peru rainforest? Yes, indeed. Once again, all the memories come back to me. So when you were in Peru, Any special memories or any stories you want to share with us? I think there will be tons of stories because I take a lot of photos and I'm able to shoot many creatures I've never seen before. And also I'm able to see the Hainan alligator because at that time I was taking a small boat, and then when I come to the river I see so many red dots, and I'm quite impressed because these are the eyes of the alligator. So for this alligator, if the human beings are passing by, will they attack human beings? Well, if you're just passing by, and this will not attack people. I have never been to Amazon rainforest. Hopefully in the future I'm able to pay a visit to that place. So if you are able to go to those places, you will be impressed by all of these magnificent creatures. However, I see for some of the illegal behavior done by human beings, for some of the habitats will be damaged by this human intervention. I think we have to protect their land, protect their environment. But I'm gratitude to see the government have taken a lot of measures to maintain the ecology in some of these rainforests. So actually for the Peru's rainforest, actually it is the second largest rainforest in the world. However, in Brazil, 60% of the rainforest is actually located in Brazil. So how do you feel? Any differences of the rainforest in Brazil versus Peru? Well, I think there must be difference. Well, when I was in Brazil, I'm able to take the photo of a top predator. Have a guess. Predators? A top predator is very difficult to have a guess. I will give you a tip. For this creature, when you have a nightmare, you may have this image. It is quite heavy, and also for this animal, it is also an amphibian. Is it a snake? No. No. Any footages or pictures you want to share with us? Alright, I would like to show you a short footage. So now you could see for Dodo, actually, she went to the Amazon rainforest. I believe you must watch this movie. That is the anaconda. So this time I'm able to dive into the sea, and I'm trying to get some photos of the anaconda. So actually for the Amazon rainforest, it is especially for the unpopulated areas, we don't have so many humans. So we are taking a small boat, we are trying to find this top predator, that is the anaconda. It takes about 8 days. I'm able to find the anaconda.
Oh
my god, I think this is not just a snake, because it's quite large in size. I could imagine the size of this anaconda. So when you are taking the photo of this one, and so you have to dive inside of the sea on your own, right? Actually, for the temperature, it is a little bit cold, especially after rainfall. And the temperature of the water is quite cold. So how do you feel? Because at that now, I believe you already know that the anaconda is around the corner. It is very difficult to track the anaconda. You could see we have to stand in the ladder because in daytime for the anaconda it will go to the land to take some sunshine, and also at the beginning we are able to see the skin of the anaconda, and then we will dive into the water to find this magnificent creature. When we are under the water, also we are able to see the piranha. And after we pass through the piranha, we're able to find the anaconda. So for the one you are taking footage of, so how old is it? So my tour guide told me for this one, it is quite young in age. When we first dive into the water, we are able to see a larger size of the anaconda, but they move very quickly. We are not able to capture some of the footages of that, and then we are able to find this younger one. So for the anaconda, I understand it is a top predator. So first they will lock the target and then they will swallow their target. So first of all, for the anaconda, first it will find the target and then they will strangle the target until it's dead. So in the past, many people have a discussion like what is the most dangerous predator, or what is the most dangerous, or what is the largest predator. I would say anaconda is the top one because it is quite large in size and also it's very aggressive. Especially in the rainforest, we are able to find the large size of the anaconda because we have a very good ecology for them to grow and live. So in the Southeast Asia, in some villages, we are able to find some of the predators, but they're not quite large in size. And in the Amazon rainforest, for some places, there's no human beings. That's why we have so many of these predators living in the areas. I hope in the future we're able to pay a visit to the rainforest again. Now I would like to show you another footage in the rainforest in Brazil. So it will take me about like 3 hours before we come to the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. So we have the camera guy and also we are joined by a number of the CMG reporters, and this is the captain, and soon we are going to the national park in Brazil. With 3 hours of journey, now we're able to come to the national park. Yesterday we were able to get the permit, and now I would like to hand the permit to the working staff. So in drought seasons, actually we're able to see some of the creatures, and we're able to find like 16 different kinds of turtles. But right now we are in the rain season. So for most of the sand and the turtles, they are underneath the water. We are not able to find these turtles. So now I'm able to meet the 2 tour guides in the national park, and they will take me to a tour in the national park. Now we are ready to turn into another river. Now you could see the branches. We are basically entering into a jungle. The entrance is quite narrow. And also you could see the fruits of this tree. This is a very commonly seen fruit in Brazil, and people are able to make ice creams and the juice from this fruit. So actually it is hard, it's quite tough out of the core. Now we're entering into the rainforest. Now it's the rain season. It's quite slippery. And for this giant tree, it is the Mulan giant tree and also a Hainan. Now you could see the trunk is quite strong, and also it could be stretched into 30 meters tall.
Comunicação, você está longe de outro parceiro que está na floresta, você bate aqui que ele vai
刚才向导向我们解释，就是像这种拥有这种比较扁平，看起来像个薄片形状的这种树的结构，它
So for these kind of trees, for the structure, and if you use a stick to knock it, actually you could hear the sound of the tree. So for example, in the ancient times, if people are running into some dangers, they will try to strike the tree, and for the other people will come here for rescue. Now we are coming to another place. And this time, if we are lucky enough, we are able to see some monkeys in the rainforest. This is another specialized tree here for the Aboriginals. If they're getting thirsty, they could cut off the trunk and get some juice. In this area, we also could see some of the homegrown plants, and it could actually grow in the water for at least 6 months. Now I could feel the leaves of all of these trees, and this is the shell of the fruit. Just like a cat. And the tour guide just gave me some of the fruit. So this is the fruit of another tree. Right now the tour guide is trying to cut off the fruit. Let's see what is inside. It's very crispy, just like an almond. So this is the nuts from the Amazon rainforest. So for this time, it is the rain season for the Amazon rainforest. As the water level has been raised, and unluckily we are not able to find the animals in the rainforest. So people in the world should understand that Amazon rainforest is not just the forest, because it plays great significance for the circulation system in the world. We have to understand this concept, and also we have to make our contribution to preserve this important ecological system. For example, we could monitor the rainfall in the circulation system around the globe. So for the Amazon rainforest, it is not be called the lung of the earth, it should be called the air conditioner of the earth. Because everyone in the earth have to spare no efforts to protect Amazon and also to protect the earth. It is not just for this generation, but for the next generation. So every one of us should shoulder this responsibility to protect the Amazon rainforest because it is quite diverse. There are so many mysteries awaiting for uncovered. For some of the plants, it could cure cancer, cure AIDS, and many people don't have enough knowledge about that. We have to realize the value of the Amazon rainforest because it is the common heritage of all human beings. The whole world should have this awareness. What we are doing right now is to serve the people who are living in the future. We hope they still have the chance to get to know more about the rainforest. I hope everyone could live in a very healthy earth.
在回去路上，我们非常幸运，突然发现了几只金刚鹦鹉，顺着我手指的方向，就在那边很高的那棵树上。
When we are going back, actually you could see you're able to see some of the animals here. This is what we call the King Kong parrots.
它还回应了。
Now you can hear the sound from the parrot.
我现在就来到了一个据说是可以看到亚马孙河豚的小港口。Olá, tudo bem?
Now I'm coming to a small port.
Sim, sim. Mas antes temos que lavar a mão, tudo bem?
We are expecting to see some of the puffers in the Amazon area. Before we see the puffers, first of all, we have to clean our hands. Because it is quite hot here, we need to clean off the lotion. We have to protect the environment here to make sure that the water is clean. And also we need to provide a safe environment for the puffers. That's why we need to clean our hands first. Now we are ready to see some of the Amazon puffer. I have never seen them before. I'm quite excited. Now in the box, actually she's taken some of the fish to feed the puffer. So this young lady has been working here for many years, and for this place it's easy for 26 years. There are like 2 types of puffers here. However, for these 2 types, they have like different features. For some of them, they're also like predators in the water. They're able to catch small fishes. And also for some of them, it looks like a dolphins. Well, I could see for this one, it has teeth. I was quite worried. So now we are trying to feed all of these Amazon puffers. So for the puffers, when they grow older, and their color will turn pink.
谢谢我们前方的记者和嘉宾朋友们。怎么样，豆豆？这个又引发了你的
Very excellent footages. So how do you feel? Any memories coming back to you again? Well, I have never taken photos of the puffer. This is what we call the Amazon puffer. It pretty much looks like a freshwater dolphin. I've never taken a photo of them. So earlier I am able to meet a tour guide. He used to live there. If these people, they are living by the waterside, they're able to see some of these dolphins and the puffers. So for this pink puffer, it is the first time I've seen it before. Because in the past I watched some of the pink dolphins in the internet. I saw this is a Photoshop photo, but actually that is the real one. Well, what other species you're able to get in the Amazon rainforest? Well, there are so many. If you stay there for a longer time, then you're able to find different species. Well, once again, I would like to mention about the parrots, the King Kong parrots, and also the blue-head eagles. And also we are able to find some of the leopards and all different kinds of frogs. Well, I think for this leopard it is quite cute because it's able to swing and also able to claw to the trees. And also we mentioned about the monkeys. Spiders, and also the anteaters. All of these we're able to find in the rainforest area because it is so diverse of the species. So just in the two footages we presented, we see like tens of different species. And for the lady from the national park, he said for the Amazon rainforest, it could be considered as the air conditioner of the earth instead of the lung of the earth. So it reminds me of another dolphin. So this is what we call the capybara. Because they think for this capybara, it has a very good temper and actually it could get along with different species. So for the capybara, they're able to provide food for other species. So many predators and other animals, they would like to eat the excrement. And I think this is quite a strange behavior, but that is quite common in the Amazon rainforest. So some people are leaving the comments, they are saying for all of these creatures, they are rarely seen in our daily life. I think if we want to uncover the mysteries in the rainforest, you have to pay a personal visit to there. So actually, if we stay there for a really long time, we're able to find new species. So we're just talking about the capybara. So for the excrement of the capybara can be provided as food for other creatures. So what are the food for the capybara? Actually, it is a vegetarian. It only eats some plants, and if not able to digest, so for the capybara, and it will once again eat its own excrement. I think this is quite common because for koala, and sometimes it will also eat the excrement of its mother because it will help them to digest because of certain elements exist in the excrement. So for all of these creatures, of course, they need to find food. So when you are visiting the rainforest, what food have you prepared to feed some of these creatures and beasts? And sometimes I will bring some of the food. For example, I will also take some of the plants locally. For example, I will take bananas. Because it is easy to preserve the banana, so that's why I take a lot with my trip. And also I'm able to eat a local ant. Especially, I would like to say in Colombia, it is a tradition for the local people to eat the ant. It is food of protein, and they will deep fry the ants, and also they will make soup out of the ant. For this kind of ant, it is quite large in size. Alright, also today we have two mysterious guests. They're quite popular. And for these two guests, they're also quite enthusiastic about the rainforest. For these two, even though they're professionals in ice dance, however, they're quite passionate about rainforest. Now, I would like to show you a footage that has been prepared by Wang Xingyue and Liu Xingyu. So I think rainforest, it's a primitive rainforest. I'm very eager to pay a visit to the rainforest. We always see some of the pictures and also some of the footages of the rainforest, even though they're quite dangerous, but we love animals. That's why we are quite curious about what it looks like in the rainforest. And we are thinking if we visit the rainforest by our own foot, and this probably will be hit by alligators or other creatures. But we think hiking is a good way for us to visit the rainforest because we want to enjoy that adventure. We want to have a map and then we want to find out the path. So next question is, what expect you to see in the rainforest? We want to see some of the lizards. So another question is, use one animal to compare with each other. So for Wang Xingyue, we want to compare Liu Xingyu as an elephant. And then for the gentleman, she compared the lady as the piranha. So because for piranha, even though it looks aggressive, but sometimes it is quite gentle. And another question is, what three belongings they will bring? Well, first we need the sun lotion, and also we need some protective suit to prevent the sunlight. The third thing we will bring is the umbrella, because it is the rainforest. Maybe we have to bring umbrella. First, we need to have the maybe pesticide to kill the insects. Also, we need to wear some of the protective suits to make sure that we will not bitten by some of these animals. So I will bring some tools to make fire. Also, I will bring a tent to make sure that we will not be bitten by the mosquitoes and other insects. I think 3 things is not enough. But if that only the 3 choice, I will also bring a knife or axe. So for the gentleman, he said, well, we just bring some food, some beverage, and also Wang Shiyue, and that's enough. So how do you split your work? I think I'm stronger, so I could do some of the hard work. For example, I'm able to cut off some of the wood. I could make a fire, and also to set up the tent. So for the lady, maybe able to do the cooking. maybe help each other to put on the lotions. So for the gentleman, maybe he will just do some of the hard work. So any questions you want to ask about the rainforest? So if you want to catch the fish, for example, if you catch the piranha, how do you eat the fish? Or all of these fishes are poisonous? So what are some of the must-have items in the rainforest? How to cook all of these creatures or plants we obtain in the rainforest? And also we need to pay attention to the hydration issue. How could we maintain our health in the rainforest? Alright, once again, I would like to thank our two special guests. So in the end, it feels like we are coming to a food program. Have you heard some of the questions from Wang Shiyue and Liu Xingyu? Well, first, I will bring an axe. Well, for example, the axe will help me to make a lot of tools, and also I will bring some of the items help me to make fire. Because we need to fully cook all of the items we capture in the rainforest. For some of the creatures, maybe they're poisonous or they carry bacteria. That's why we have to fully cook all of these. And also I need to bring a waterproof clothes to make sure that I stay safe and warm, especially in the evening. As I said, there were so many forests, and after rainfall the temperature will fall dramatically, so you have to maintain your temperature. And also, of course, you have to make sure you prepare your food properly to stay healthy. So in the wild forest, even though you're not able to cook some of the fish, you could actually do the barbecue of some of the food of the fish. And locally, for some people, they will also cook the piranha. So what is the difference of the piranha as compared to other fish? There were so many bones of the piranha. Well, if you deep fry the piranha, it is quite crispy. For some of the restaurants, they will come up with a special dish of the piranha. And for us, if we have done some of the diving, well, it is very easy for us to catch some of the piranha. For some of the creatures, if there are no toxins, and then we are able to cook some of these food. So just right at the beginning, once again, I would like to remind you, if you want to get some of the presents, make sure you leave a comment with us. And also right now, I have another question to Dodo. So I believe you already have the chance to eat the piranha, and also you take a lot of photographs of different creatures. For the rainforest, I believe this is the nun of the earth, or the air conditioner of the earth. So what other aspects you have to pay attention to the rainforest? I think coexistence is another key point, because we have to know how to share the resources together with my friends, together with the creatures and the different species. So when we are taking an adventure to the rainforest, well, you have to respect the nature and also to respect the ecology. After you get to know more about the rainforest, you understand the behavior of the species, and also you will pay attention to your own behavior. So right now I would like to show you some of the footages about the piranha. So here now you're seeing some of the footages of the piranha. For the piranhas, with just less than 10 seconds, they're able to eat the whole body of a human. Now you could see they have very sharp teeth, and also they're the top predator. And just a few seconds now you could see they could completely eat another fish. Well, I was quite threatening. I think if I am inside of the water just a few seconds, I will be eaten by the piranha. So when you are taking photos and footages of the piranha, how do you feel? Well, actually, I have done a test. When I'm trying to take the photo and then I throw another fish, because that fish is already wounded, I was fully equipped when I'm down into the water. For some of the piranha, they will not necessarily eat human beings. This is because of our imagination. Now I feel much better because when I look at the footages, I think it's quite horrible. So today we have received so many comments, and right now I'm able to get the list of the lucky audience. So for all of these lucky audience, they are able to receive the presents sent by CGTN and Yang Shiping. And later we will have more interaction with our audience. And also, of course, you could try to answer some of our questions in order to get the presents. So once again, I would like to thank Dodo for your participation in our live program, because you tell us a lot of knowledge about the species and the knowledge about the rainforest. Thank you again for joining us. See you next time. See you next time. So this is the part for the Amazon rainforest, and today we are able to see different species. And at the beginning, we are seeing some of the reptiles, geckos, lizards, and also we're able to see the piranha, and also we are seeing some of the capybara. And I believe all of these will impress you. And please stay tuned with us, and soon we will move to the rainforest in Yunnan province.
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk. But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction. On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests. Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales. In October, the fruits of the black tiger Katsura ripen. Belonging to the genus Katsura, it is a wild liana species. The fruit consists of many smaller berries, like a rice ball. Therefore, people call it glutinous rice ball. In the Gaoligong mountain particularly, it has the name of monkey rice ball. It is one of the favorite fruits of Fair's leaf monkeys. The Fair's leaf monkey is an animal with a joyful appearance. It looks as if it is wearing white eyeshadow and lipstick after coming back from a forest masquerade. Or he could be wearing white-rimmed glasses. In fact, this is because the skin around its eyes and mouth lacks pigment, so it looks pale. The fruits of many vein sororaya are pretty small, but very juicy and tender. It's also one of the favorite fruits of Fair's leaf monkeys. Gaoligong Mountain is covered with lush vegetation, offering the monkeys rich and varied foods. In spring, they feed on tender sprouts, new leaves, and fresh flowers. When autumn comes, the forest provides them with delicious fruits and seeds. In the southern part of China's Yunnan province, Myanmar and Thailand, tropical rainforests and subtropical evergreen broadleaf forests are home to the world's remaining fewer than 2,000 Fair's leaf monkeys. The International Union for Conservation of Nature has listed them as endangered on the IUCN Red List. In China, the Fair's leaf monkey is under first-class state protection. Rich food sources and a suitable environment are crucial for the survival of Fair's leaf monkeys. The plants they feed on take up over 40% of the local arbor and shrub species in their habitat. Hence, the diversity of plants in their habitat is what they depend on for existence. This is one of the reasons why they became endangered. Every morning and dusk, Fair's leaf monkeys go out to look for food. As a gregarious species, they usually live in groups. The big family of about 30 monkeys can quickly activate the entire woodland. Noon is their nap time. Their super long tails sway in the wind, which gives the afternoon woods an added lazy and cozy ambience. Fair's leaf monkeys living in the Gaoligong Mountain are Shannicus, a subspecies from western Yunnan. They are also called the gray leaf monkey or big black lutung in Chinese. Being experts in climbing and jumping, they prefer living in the upper level of the forest. Gaoligong Mountain is a paradise for the Fair's leaf monkeys. The complex terrains provide them with a natural sanctuary, and the abundant plant species are their unlimited food supply.
Hello， 直播间的朋友们，欢迎回到 CGTN 大美自然雨林大冒险的直播间。刚才呢，我们跟随
to our special program, the Exhilarating Rainforest Adventure, presented by CGTN and Yang Shiping. And just now we have taken a cloud tour on the rainforest in Brazil. And now we will turn to some of the rainforest in China. So for example, in the Yunnan province, in the upcoming 1.5 hours, we will visit the rainforest in the Yunnan province to see the beauty and charm of the rainforest. And today we also have two special guests. And first, Mr. Shi Zun, and also one of our old friends. So I believe you are deeply attached to the Yunnan province. So how many places you have been visited of the rainforest in Yunnan province? Well, I believe I have visited the rainforest for many times in Yunnan province because of the scientific research and other activities. Basically, each year I will visit the rainforest in Yunnan about 2 to 3 times. start from 2001, and that is my first time to Xishuangbanna of Yunnan province. And after that, each year I will pay 2 to 3 times of visit to the rainforest in Yunnan province. So in the past 20 years, so how do you feel about the changes in Xishuangbanna? I think there are so many changes. First, the transportation is getting more convenient. What impressed me most is back in 2001 when I was an intern of the college school, and we take a shuttle bus from Kunming to Xishuangbanna. We need to take a transfer because we are not able to reach to Xishuangbanna within 1 day. At that time, we don't have highway, and also we don't have the bullet train. For most of the time, we have to travel on all of these mountainous areas. That's why we have to stay in Mojiang, one of the county of Yunnan province. So if we depart our journey in the morning from Kunming, and then we will arrive at the Xishuangbanna the next day in the afternoon. But at that time, we are more likely to see some of the animals and the species in the rainforest. Because at that time, for the highway, it will go past some of the habitats of the species. And 20 years ago, I think there is a tension for human beings and the species and animals. For some of the animals, they are limited to certain areas. And at that time, when we are traveling, we have to stop from time to time, and because we need to give the way to the animals, we have to wait for the elephants to go past us. But right now, with the construction of the highway, we will not go past some of the habitats. So now I think the tension is getting eased. So right now, when we are traveling to the rainforest, we will not see the conflict between human beings and the animals. Well, I could see Mr. Shi. He's very enthusiastic about his journey to Yunnan. And we have another guest, Mr. Wang Kai. So where are you right now? So actually right now I'm doing a field research in the Gaoligong mountain. Well, I believe today we will have so many stories in the rainforest. So actually for CGTN Nature, and right now they are in Yunnan right now. A few days, and in Pu'er City, they are able to track some of the ancient elephants. Hello, everyone. So right now we are in the Pu'er City of Yunnan province, and today we are glad to be joined by the wildlife photographer. So maybe today we are not sure whether we are able to see some of the ancient elephants. Let's see if we could see some of the elephants today. Now actually we are following the elephant path. This place used to be a jungle, a forest, however, with so many ancient elephants pass by this place. And then we could see there is a very clear path, a clear track. So for all of these plants, actually, they are food for the elephants. So for this leaf, we used to wrap 粽子. And actually for the elephants, they also love the leaf. They will use the nose to eat the tender shoot of this leaf. And also they like bamboos and also the skin of the tree. So now we are coming to an intersection. All of these places are paths for the elephants. Well, we are trying to find out some of the traits of the elephants. Maybe we will start from this way. I think we are able to see some of the footprints of the elephants. Yes, indeed, all of these are from the elephants. This is quite magical, because for this path, it is the path for the elephants. So right now, we are in the rain season. If there is a rain, and then we are able to find some of the food mark of the elephants. Just take a look at this one. This is quite clear. I think for the feet is quite large in size. If we look at the footprints, I believe for this one, this must be quite large in size. But if you touch the surface of the mud, it's quite dry. So maybe for the footprint, it has been lasted for a long time. So for all of these areas, for all of these paths and tracks, these are the elephant paths. Because for the elephants, they tend to move in groups. Well, once again, that is the very famous old saying, if you always step on this place and then we are able to create a road. So as I said, right now we are in the rainforest, and in this place it's quite slippery because there were so many moths. That is the same for the elephants. If you touch the surface, well, I believe these footprints have been existed for a really long time. So you're able to find out some of the traces of the elephants. For example, they will eat some of the plants and also some of the tree leaves. Just look at this one. This is the excrement of the elephant. Well, if you are able to find excrements in the forest, you could actually touch the excrement to feel the temperature, to see whether it is fresh or not. If it is warm, maybe you have to be careful because the elephant is around. Just take a look at the excrement. You could see some of these plants. It is a fresh excrement. Actually, you could feel the fragrance or scent of the excrement. So I believe for this one, maybe it was produced yesterday and we are not able to feel the scent. Maybe the elephants were here yesterday. And also we need to be careful about the sound to see if the elephants are around. Because when they're eating, they will make some sound with their nose, for example, to drag off some of the leaves. So let's continue to follow this path to see if we are able to see some of the elephants. And also for some places, based on the environment, we could see for some of the elephants, they may have a rest in certain areas. For example, this one, it is also an excrement, and the color is quite different. So for this one, it has been placed for a really long time. So for this area, I believe this is a resting area for the elephants because they are quite large in size. But if we run into some elephants, are we able to escape? Actually, for the elephants, even though it looks like they're quite large in size, but they move very fast. So we have to stay safe. But in order to ensure the safety of our live program, actually we have a monitoring team. They will monitor the traces of the elephant. So he is Mr. Diao, and he is the monitor for Asian elephants. So where are they right now? Saying 400 to 500 meters away from us. I think they're quite close to us. How many elephants? And today we are able to find 50 elephants here. I think they are moved to different places by groups. So you could see we have 4 young elephants and also 2 adults. So from the photo you could see the young elephants. For the young elephants, are they able to protect themselves? No, they have to depend on their parents or their relatives. That's why all of these elephants have to move together. So for the elephants, how they protect their kids or how they protect their younger elephants? For the elephants, if they are threatened by some sound or some dangers, they will run to their parents. So for one time, and actually there's a flooding happening here, and for the elephants, they are trying to pass the river. And from the footage now, you could see for the young elephant is actually flooded. And also for the other one, they are trying to rescue these young elephants. So for the young elephant, maybe it is only like 1 month old. Now you could see 3 female elephants are trying to get it back. So at the beginning, for the young elephant was flushed by the flooding, and now you could see 3 elephants are coming over, trying to rescue the young elephant. I think all of them are emotionally attached with each other. Are we able to see some of the elephants right now? Well, because of the safety consideration, I think it's best not to approach the elephants. We have another monitor nearby, and maybe we could see some of the footages from the monitor. Alright, I'm able to see some of the elephants. Now we are very close. We have to be careful. Now I'm able to see the young animals. So you could see that very clear from our footage. So for the younger one, it is swimming, and also for the other elephants, they are trying to find a way to board land. Now they're moving away from the water. You could see for these 3 adult elephants, they have to take care of the younger elephant. Maybe they're slower than the group. Because this one is quite young, it is not able to protect itself. And also the water level is quite deep. That's why we need to have these other elephants to protect it.
我看我们这边好像一直都蛮深的，是在哪边可以过？
So I think in this place the water level is very high because of the rain season. So they have to find a safe place to land.
这个是还是小象，但这个可能有3、4岁了，这个长大一点了，这个最小的那都夹在这么轻。
您们是怎么去判断呢？
So for the one near us is say like 3 to 4 years old. How do you judge the age of the elephants? Because every day we trace all of these Asian elephants, so we know them quite well.
每个路子的一直在往上走。 这水流是有点湍急，非常早就过来了。你看路子的，你看那个小的。
I think the water flow is quite rushy, so they have to take a slower step.
肉眼还有点不好看。
是我因为我刚看那边，我一直都没有怎么看到。
If you just watch them with your naked eye, you're able to see it.
差不多了。
对呀，有点像水的颜色。
如果用肉眼的话，还不怎么能看得清。
Because if we look at the color of their skin, it's quite similar to the water. It's better to monitor them through our cameras. Well, indeed, they're quite strong. So for the elephants here, they're quite large in size and also they're quite strong. Because in this place, we have done a good job for the ecological conservation. And for all of these elephants, they're living in a very safe and healthy environment. So back in 2011, we only have about like 10 elephants, but right now we have over 50. This is because of the protection and the improvement of the ecological environment in this place. And also at the same time is that in addition to protecting the elephants, you are also paying a lot of attention to improve the plantations conditions. We have to make sure that for all of these plantations will not be damaged by human beings. If we have a good environment for the elephants, they're able to find food. So yes, right now you could see we have so many elephants here. This is thanks to the measures taken by the government. And hopefully, next time when we are coming to here, we will see more elephants. And also, I would like to call on the public to participate in the conservation work of the Asian elephants. I'm really jealous for our camera team because they could see the Asian elephants in a very close distance. So now I have a question. Whether the Asian elephants can swim. So if you closely follow our program, then you must know the answer. So I have a question for the experts. And just now, I see the excrement of the elephant. I think for the excrement of the elephant is quite similar to the excrement to the pandas. So can you tell me more about what are the food for the elephants?
去年的时候，这个有一群大象啊，云南大象去旅行的时候，那在路上呢，
actually, yes, last year I believe you remember that when all the Asian elephants they're taken on a trip, and many people they're preparing a lot of food. For example, they're providing pineapples and watermelons. So that is quite common for the elephants because we're not sure what are the food for the elephants. So for the elephants, sometimes they may eat bananas, and also they will eat some raw food. And also they may eat some of the trunk of the bananas. And just now in the footage, able to see for some of the elephants they will eat the leaves, which we use to wrap up the 粽子. Especially in Xishuangbanna, for some people they will use leaves to wrap up the 粽子. And this may be the major food for the elephants. For some of the elephants, they really love the skin of the tree, or also they would like to eat the roots and some of the plantations. And they really like wild food. For example, they really like jackfruit, but instead of eating jackfruit itself, they would like to eat the skin of the tree that grow jackfruit. So basically, they will like to eat some of the tender skins or also the tender shoots of some of the trees. So last year, I still remember for some of the local villages, they would like to provide some of the fruit to the Asian animal, the elephants, but they don't like all these fruit. I think some of the people affected by some of the legends because it feels like people have this kind of mindset that elephants would like to eat fruits or eat bananas with their nose. However, these are not the traditional diets for the Asian elephants. Thank you for sharing. I have another question. I want to go to Mr. Wang Kai. So right now you are in Yunnan province. Except for the Asian elephants, can you show us more species in Yunnan province and in the rainforest? Actually, for the distribution of the Asian animals, they're actually overlapping with some of the amphibian. Especially, we're able to see some of the amphibian from the subtropical rainforest. Now, I would like to show you some of the samples. So first, I would like to show you the lizard. So now you could see for the lizard, it has a rainbow pattern. For this lizard, it was first found in Yunnan province, Linjiang County. And that place is also very close to Xishuangbanna. And you're able to find this lizard in the same place as the Asian elephants. And also for this lizard, it has a bad temper. And also I would like to show you another species. It's a snake. So this is the head. So this is the green snake. And also you could see for the head, it is also a triangle shape. And also for this kind of snake, it is quite long. Some people compare this one with the green bamboo snake, but it's a little bit different. Because for the green bamboo snake, the tail is in yellow or in red, but for this one, it's totally green. And this is quite specialized in Yunnan province. Is this one poisonous? Well, for this kind of snake, it is focusing on capture the birds, and also it has a very good temper. Feels like the snake will not attack me. And the last one may have a little relation with the Asian elephants, but also it is quite specialized in Yunnan province. It is another reptile. It is quite specialized in Gaoligong area. It is quite shy. So this one is also another type of the lizard. This is only existed in Yunnan province. This is also very beautiful of its appearance. So for this lizard, when it interacts with other lizards, and also it will demonstrate a specialized color. So right now, many people raise lizards at their home. And also we are able to see some of the videos, and some people are trying to change their skin. So for some of these lizards, if they're living in the rainforest or in the wild situations, does that mean that they could change their skin automatically? Yes. So for us, if we raise the lizards at home, we are not able to provide an ideal ecological environment for them because the humidity is not enough. So that's why people have to help them to change the skin. But if these animals, they are living in the wild situation, and then they're able to change their skin. So first question, come back to my first question. I'm asking whether the elephants know how to swim. Well, the answer is definitely yes, because from the footage we're able to see for the baby elephant, she is able to swim around. Congratulations for our lucky audience. Just now we are talking about the animals, and now I would like to give you more knowledge about the plants. And we have two friends in the Yunnan Park, the Taiyanghe National Park. So today we are in the Taiyanghe National Park, and today we would like to show you some of the specialized plantations in the rainforest in Yunnan province. And also today I'm glad to be joined by an expert, and also he will tell us more about the knowledge of the plantations in the rainforest. So I'm the tour operator, Xu Wenfeng, and today I'm very happy to join this special program. Also, I would like to give you more knowledge about the rainforest. So actually there are so many species in the rainforest. So this is a kind of a firm tree. So for this firm tree, it will grow upwards, and in the end, it will form a new terrace, and this will become a very giant tree. And this is a very special fern because it looks like a tree. And actually we are hearing some of the sound from the gibbons, and later we will take a look at the gibbons. For the Chinese fern, because this is a very protective species in China, and also it is quite special. Just take a closer look. So for the trunk, you could see some of the tube-shaped tissues because of some of the structure, and you could see for this fern, it looks quite tough. For some of the ferns, they are not able to grow that tall. However, for this one, it's quite special, and it will grow in the end just like a tree. However, you could see some of the traditional characteristics of the fern. Now I would like to show you some of the leaves. And these are some of the seeds of the ferns. For most of the ferns, for these seeds are actually located very close to the leaf. I would like to have a closer look of the leaves. So technically, this is all the seeds of the fern. We are able to see some of the small dots, and these are considered as the seeds, but they are not mature at this moment. So for the seeds, it's quite light and you're not easy to see it. Maybe you have to use the microscope to observe all of the seeds. So what is the survival rate? Yes, the survival rate is not very high because, you know, this in such a rainforest, it is quite competitive, and for some of the seeds, they have to adapt to the local environment in order to grow. It is not likely for some of these ferns to be existed. And also you are able to see different kinds of the rubbers in the greenland, greenwood, and also some herbal medicines. We have so many species and quite diverse in this rainforest. So not 100% for all of these species will sustain. I believe you recognize this one. This is also a kind of mushroom. However, for this kind of lucid Ganoderma, you have to make sure that it is safe, and also it will provide some of the nutrition to the earth, because it belongs to part of the rainforest. There are so many species in the rainforest, so let's move along. Forget about those wild mushrooms because all of these are part of the system. Now we're able to see one animal. Well, actually, it is also level 1 protection species in China. It has the same status with panda. This is a monkey. So for this kind of monkey, it's different. Especially in daytime, they would like to sleep on the trees. So for this kind of monkey, they would like to sleep in the daytime. So this is also a Freya's leaf monkey. And also we have 2 species of this monkey in China.
它是一直都这么慢是吗？就是可能
它晚上的时候速度会加快。
哦，它是夜行性的动物。
它是夜行性动物，它只有白天的时候，它和其他动物不一样。还有或者
So for this kind of monkey, it is also belong to the category of sloth. It tend to move in the evening, but if we say what's the difference of this monkey compared to a regular monkey, this one is toxic. And especially for the cross, and also if you are getting bitten by this kind of monkey, you will get inflamed. So for this kind of monkey, it like fruits and insects and also leaves. So we will not want to interrupt the monkey. And today we have a good luck, we are able to see these monkeys. It's rarely seen, and also an endangered species in China. And you could see it grasps tightly with the strand of the strange. Also, you could see other wild mushrooms in the rainforest. I think this one is mature. And also we're able to see some of the insects they are trying to eat the mushroom. This is the slug. I think for the slug also it has a shell. But the shell is live inside of its flesh. And they want to stay in a place with humidity. Let's continue our journey.
我在网上看了一下，梭罗是属于国家2级保护植物，但在国外有一些国家也是是属于是濒危的植物，是吧？
像比如这样新西兰就把梭罗当作他们的国宝。
So actually, we just talk about the one species, the trunk tree, and actually in China it is a endangered species, and also it is included in the list for other international organizations. And for some of these wildflowers, some of them we're able to have a taste. Just have a taste of the petal. It is not toxic.
很难发现。
这是竹节虫。
竹节虫是吧？
这是竹节虫，我们把叶子翻过来，轻轻的。
好。
轻轻手不要让它。
哇，都还没注意看到。
它还断了2条腿。
哦，这边。
不要担心哈。这个竹节虫它没有成年以前，它的腿断了以后还能长出来。它也是雨林的一部分。
And for this kind of insect, this is also part of the ecosystem of the rainforest.
这边有多，我们常见的应该有10几种吧，竹节虫最常见。
All right, on the other side, we saw many of these like walking stick.
去找这种昆虫啊什么这些。
有，然后这个竹节虫现在。
So do you have a team to find out all of these stick insects or other kinds of the insects? I think for the stick insects, they really like to eat all of the leaves. So for example, if you get hurt in the rainforest, you are able to use some of the leaves to cure your wound. I think the petal of the flower is quite sweet. So what about this one? For these two, flower petals they are quite different. I think for this white one, it's an artificial flower.
五角星形的，但是这个花呢它太小，第二个呢它
For the flower itself, it has not yet bloomed.
特化把这个叶子啊，它顶上的3到5片叶子特化以后变成白色的。
So this one, it looks like a petal of the flower, however, it is the leaf. It just looks like the leaf is putting on some of the makeup. If they turn their leaves from green to white, and then it will attract some of the animals, insects, for example, the bees. They will come here to provide some of the nutrition, and later on, the flower will bloom in the end, just like a red star.
苗苗老师，你有没有看到前面那个植物？你认不认识？
高高那个吗？
我觉得你应该是认识的。
有点像竹叶，就是大的竹叶。
Do you recognize the other one?
这个的话，其实就是我们端午节。
It looks like a bamboo leaf.
端午节包粽子的是吗？
包粽子，包粽子。
So in the Dragon Boat Festival, we would like to use this material. This is the bamboo leaf.
这个呢，为什么要给你介绍这个植物呢？这个是大象的食物之一。
大象也吃的。
比如说像我们这个地方哈。
And for this one, it is actually the food for the elephant, and also we call it reed. So in this place, many Asian elephants will come nearby, because in this area there were so many food supplies for the elephants. They would like to pay a visit to the Taiyanghe National Park. And some people are naming this place as the hometown for the elephants. So in recent years, we're able to see more and more Asian elephants. This also means that the conservation of the rainforest is getting better, and some people would like to go back to the rainforest.
刚才你是不是听到了那个声音？
对，就叫得很厉害，那个是吧？像唱歌一样。
Once again, you hear the sound.
就这些真的跳。
So these are the
那个是
gibbons.
就是刚刚说小心啊。
We're just talking about this animal.
白颊长鼻猿。
So this is the white face crested gibbon. They really like to live inside of the rainforest. So this one is just like the leaf monkey, and this is also an endangered species in China. So for this kind of gibbon, it always have calls. For example, if they want to have a intercourse, maybe they will produce a howling sound. But the sound will change according to different situation. So for example, if the weather change, the gibbon will produce another sound. If you look at the length of the arms, actually you could see it's quite long. The length of its arm is even longer than its height. So that's why we call it gibbons. And when they're in a standing position, and actually their hands are laying on the ground, they like to eat fruits, leaves, and also they would like to eat the stick insects. So these are some of the food for the gibbons. Just take a look at that. They would like to eat some of the tender shoots of the branch. They're quite smart, and the level of intelligence will reach like a 4 to 5 year old kid. And they're quite smart among all of these arthropods. They only eat the plants, or they also eat any insects? They also eat insects. For example, the stick insect we just saw. So in the rainforest, it is like a permanent residence in the rainforest. But we don't know how many gibbons are living inside of the rainforest. We need to do the calculation.
今天我们也是在这个雨林当中看到了很多这种珍贵的动植物，那肯定还有很多我们没有见到的。
And today in the rainforest, we are seeing so many different species. I believe there are many rarely seen species. Yes, we also have the bears. Have you ever encountered some of the bears? Well, I used to see them, but I cannot approach them. And also we have wolves. And also we have the otter. And of course we have different plantations and different categories of ferns in the rainforest. And actually there are many streams inside of the rainforest. Alongside the streams, you are able to find different kinds of plants or creatures. Just for fern itself, we have over 2,000 categories. And also we have about 256 wild mushrooms. And for the insects, animals, creatures, well, I would say it's numerous. But that's why we have to spend more time to stay inside of the rainforest to find out more mysteries. I believe each year we have to do some calculation, and each year we're able to find some new species in the rainforest. All of them are actually part of the ecosystem of the rainforest. So for the rainforest, in the lake, also you're able to see some different species. Once again, we are also hearing the sound produced by the gibbons. It feels like they're declaring the sovereignty.
哇塞，谢谢二位！我觉得这个雨林里的植物实在是太丰富了，我觉得再给他们二位20
Well,
分钟
thank you for their
可能也
introduction.
讲不完。刚才石真老师
I think just give them like 20 more minutes, they cannot finish, because there are so many species in the rainforest. And just now we are talking about the fern trees. And can you give us some more knowledge about the fern trees? Yes, we are talking about suoluo, one kind of the fern, even though it has grown into the shape of a tree. Even though it looks like in the shape of a tree, but it is different with the trees in nature, especially when we compare to the apple trees, cherry trees. Well, that is different. The major difference is that for suoluo, this kind of terrace fern, it is quite typical. For this kind of fern, it does not have seed. And just now we are seeing some of the structures for the reproduction structures. Actually, for the seeds, they will not found inside of the fern. And if you want to look at the fern, we have to use the microscope, because we just saw a cluster of dots inside of the leaves of the fern. This is what we call the sorus cluster inside of the fern. If we open the sorus, and then we're able to see the seeds of the fern. Tree for the breeding and the reproduction is quite complicated. It's not like when the sorrel drops to the earth and then it will grow into a fern. Because at the beginning, for the sorrels, it will develop into the leaf. And also for some of these leaves, it will divide it into two separate structures. With some of the organic combination or integration, in the end, it will develop into a fern. So for the reproduction procedure is quite complicated, and it heavily depending on the water system and the ecological system. So I think if we look at, we have a live fern in the rainforest, meaning that the ecological environment is pretty good. So can you tell us more about the plants we are able to see in Yunnan province? So first I would like to mention some of the plants in the rainforest. So first I would like to talk about the tree. We call it Wangtian tree because for this kind of tree it's very tall. And sometimes when you enter into the rainforest, you will see a large group of tall trees, especially in Xishuangbanna. We are able to see some of the corridor that is actually hanging under the trees. So for some of these corridors, they are actually being used as a sightseeing passage, so that you're able to have a closer look for the parasaury. I think this is quite impressive experience, because for the corridor, it has about like 50 meters height above the ground. If you want to look at the story closely, make sure that you pay a visit to the corridor. And also in Yunnan province, you are able to see different flowers, for example, the azalea. And there were so many orchards in the Yunnan province as well. We just talked about the plants, also we talked about the flowers, and also we mentioned the wild mushrooms. Also, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Wang Kai. So every year, especially in summertime, we always see some of the news for the local Yunnan residents. They have eaten some poisonous mushroom. So can you give us some basic knowledge on judging the toxicity of some of the mushroom? Well, actually, we have some basic rules to judge the safety of the mushroom. So first of all, you should look at the root of the mushroom. Because for the mushroom, if you look at the shape, it feels like an umbrella with another root. So for example, if of the root, if you are able to see another umbrella shape of the cover, and then this is quite poisonous. And also just like you look at the snake, if the color of the mushroom is too bright, it is more likely that for the mushroom is toxic. But of course, the most important thing is you recognize, you understand the knowledge about the mushroom. And also I hear on news recently and saying that for one guy, in order to tell the differences of the mushrooms, they're actually putting some of the agents inside of the boiling water to see whether the mushroom is free, is safe. Well, actually, that is not scientific. And some people are talking about the color of the mushroom, and also you could not just tell the differences of the mushrooms by color, because in Yunnan province, so for one specific mushroom, it is in pure white, even though the color is not white, it's not bright, but still, for all of these mushrooms, they're toxic. But I think the most safest way is that you buy the mushrooms from the wet market. However, in Yunnan province, even though you are buying the mushrooms from the wet markets, but still you have to follow some rules to properly cook all of these mushrooms to make sure that you will not get toxic. Because for some of the mushrooms, you have to fully cook the mushroom. Otherwise, it will produce some of the toxic elements, and also it will cause some of the illusions for the human being. And for some people, they really want to experience how it feels like after they taste the toxic mushroom. Once again, I would like to remind all the audience, don't risk your life. Because if you eat some of the toxic mushrooms, and then it will cause some of the damages of your organs. So once again, I want to ask a question. If by mistake I take some of the toxic animals, toxic mushrooms, what should I do? Try your best to vomit. And also you have to take the samples to take the mushrooms to the hospital. And in Yunnan province, for some of the hospital and for the doctors, they know how to identify the different types of the mushrooms. But of course, the key message is do not taste the mushrooms by random. Yes, indeed. For some of the wild animals, mushrooms, they are quite risky. And even though we have some basic rules, but sometimes inevitably you will eat some of the toxic mushrooms by accident. Now I would like to take you to another place, because in that place we have about over 400 species of birds. And right now we have 2 experts on site, and they will give us some more knowledge about the birds.
Hello， 主持人好，各位嘉宾好，我是银江观鸟协会的会长班鼎莹。
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, my name is Ban Dingying. I'm also from a bird observatory in Yunnan province. I'm a photographer from Yunnan Natural Reserve Center. So right now we are in the Doho County of Yunnan province. We are trying to observe the migratory birds in this place. So first time we are here is in July 2015. We are trying to identify some of the cresty birds in this area. Well, I think for the female and the male birds, they are in different color, and also if you look at the size, the body size of the 2 birds, also they are quite different. From the camera, you could see 1 bird, and also for the hole in the tree, it is its nest. And for all of these migratory birds, there were so many stories. So for the female birds, its job is to take care of its kids, and also for the male birds, its job is to find food and also to feed its kids. So actually, for the male bird, it's just like a model husband, and he has to find food no matter what condition is. Because right now we are in the rainforest, and for the female bird, it could stay at home at his nest for about 4 months. So during these 4 months, for the male bird, it has to find food to feed his family. And also for the kids, they should understand how difficult it is for its parents. Well, I should lower my voice. I don't want to interrupt the birds. I think I'm very close to this bird.
花冠这位犀鸟真的是我觉得是非常的漂亮，而且现在的这个阶段，它已经是它育雏小鸟
For this crested bird, is very beautiful.
然后呢，觉得非常的不错啊。
And also right now, I think its kids is getting bigger, and I think they're ready to come out from the nest. For this kind of the crested bird, all of them are actually breeding inside of the nest, and also there's very clear job division for the male bird and the female bird. So in February, after the mating, the female bird will come inside of the nest, and then for the male bird, they have to protect its home, and it is his responsibility to find the food. And in April, when all the young birds are getting older, and then the female bird will lead all of these young birds and get out from the nest. And actually, in summertime, they will find a larger nest. So basically, they will find a hole in the tree to make their own home. So first of all, they have to clean all the branches, and then to make sure that they could prepare a cozy environment to raise their kids. Based on our observation, we think for the male bird, he's doing a good job, because it is rarely seen that this male bird will enter into the nest. Most of the time, he is busy finding food to feed his family. I think for this kind of the breeding method is quite unique. And after they clean the nest, they clean the hole of the tree, and then for the male bird, we're also trying to find some of the mud, trying to cement their home. You could see there's only a little hole for their nest. And then the male bird is able to pass the food inside of the hole. So after the female bird and also the young birds are inside of the nest, and then the male bird will fly over for about 7 to 8 times to feed all of the young birds. For the crested bird, the major food for them are fruits. And also in order to fill in the nutrition or protein, and sometimes the male bird will also carry some meat, for example, the snake, inside of the nest. I think it is quite special for their lifestyle. In the end, I would like to ask a question. I think my question is who is doing a harder job, the female bird or the male bird? Well, thank you very much for giving us this valuable footage of the crested bird. How do you feel? Who is doing a hard job?
对，没错，没错。
Well, I think it's a trap.
各有不同的这个出发点吧，因为
I think for the female bird and the male bird, they're also doing a good job because they have different tasks. So for the male bird, they have to fly over for many times. He has to raise his family and also to feed the family. It is a big consumption of his energy, and for the female bird, she have to be locked in such a small area, and also he depends on her husband to feed her and her kids. It's hard to say which one is doing a much harder work because for these two birds, they're also raising their kids. They have different tasks. For the crested bird, it is an endangered species in Yunnan province. And also for the Jingpo minority, it also have an icon for its civilization.
今天6位要带着大家跟随我的镜头去拜访一位神秘嘉宾。
So now, today we will visit a mystery guest. So right now, I hear some people are singing and dancing. So join me to see what happened there. What are you doing right now? So actually, we are making a music video. What is the name? So we are making a music video named "A Good Girl in Jingpo Minority." So just now I'm seeing you're singing and dancing. I would like to join you. Please show me some of the moves. See you next time. Thank you for your education about the moves. So just now we are enjoying some of the singing and dancing, and now I would like to visit one of the cultural inheritors here, Mr. Li. Good afternoon. So can you tell us more about the history of this special song? So for Jingpo minority has a long history. Also, the theme song also have a long history. This is a traditional festival. According to the history, in the northern part of China, especially in the central plain area, and people would like to sing this song in the Taiyang area. And later, our ancestor from Jingpo has passed this song today. And also in Jingpo, we have a special bird called the crested bird. Can you tell us the relation between this bird and the Jingpo minority? According to the history, in the place called Kangqingyangku, this is actually a name of the place. It is very close to the Qianghe River. In this area, we have very large green tree, and in that tree, it is full of fruits. At that time, we have many birds. We have the white birds. For some birds, they are saying, as we have seen so many fruits here, so we have to keep it as a secret. And for other birds, they say, well, we want to share the fruits with others. Then we have to sing and dance together. And for the cresty bird, and they said, we want to be the leader and to lead the others to sing and dance together. And according to the discussions of the white birds, they all agree that for the cresty bird to be the leader. And then for the cresty bird, they're getting very exciting, and also they produce a very howling sound because their sound is quite sharp and high-pitched, and then all the white birds are scared and they are not able to join the celebration. And at that time, one of the peacocks said he wants to become the leader. And the white birds agree that the peacock become the leader of the dance. And for all the white birds, they are following the pace with the peacock. So in the end, the peacock becomes the leader. Thank you once again for Mr. Lee's introduction about the history of the cresty bird and also its relation to the civilization. So now I would like to show you a footage on the grand celebration. So from the celebration, you could see tens of thousands of local people. They're dancing this 木脑众song. Thank you for sharing. I think for the Yunnan province, well, they're quite expertised in the singing and the dancing. When they are hearing the music, they're able to have some moves. And just now, I don't know whether you realize that for some of the leaders, the dance leaders, they are also wearing the hat with the shape of the cresty bird. I believe in Yunnan province, it is very well known for the totems. So except for the Yunnan province, can you come up with more ideas? Well, it reminds me with the Yi minority group in Yunnan province. The totem is in the shape of a tiger. I believe they will use tiger as a lucky animal. And for Wa minority group in Yunnan province, the totem is a cow. That is according to my memory. So right now in the Gaoligong area, and people are actually using the horn-shaped cow as the totem.
因为我记得当时我们 CGTN 自然团队我们去到过这个都龙江。
I believe for the CGTN nature program, we used to visit that place, and actually for some of the places and for each one of the household, they are using this totem, and they are putting this totem on their door to express the auspiciousness. So now coming back to my journalist, and I want to understand more about the birds they have been observed. So today we are not able to see so many species, but we have feels like we have so many lovely close shots of the birds. And for all of these cresty birds, they are quite beautiful, and also you could see very clear about what happens. So I just saw one cresty bird, they actually carrying the fruit and trying to feed his family. So also I would like to share a story with you about how we save some of the crested birds. Back in 2018, in a bird watching festival, we were able to find a remain of a crested bird. So I think at that time, based on our observation, that bird is quite old in age. But we are keeping an eye on the crested birds that are living in that area. So we are surrounded by the jungles, and also we are able to see a great number of the crested birds. After we find the remains of the crested birds, that one is quite well known. However, for that bird is actually died because of his age. And based on our observation, we do see that for that male bird, it has not yet fed his family for about 2 days. We are quite anxious back in that time because this bird disappeared for about 2 days. And on the third day, we are having a meeting to see how can we save some of the female birds and the young birds from the nest. Because at that time we understand the male bird already gone, we want to save some of the birds inside of the nest. Especially for the female bird, we know she will change the leather, the fur inside of the hole. If she's not able to step out from the nest, she may lose some of the skill to fly. And when we are trying our best to figure out a plan, and then we found this female bird is trying her best to squeeze out from the tree hole. And I believe she is very hungry, and then she's trying to eat some of the skin of the tree. We were quite worried at that time because her husband is gone. We are not sure whether the female bird will continue to survive. But according to the experts, they say we don't have to worry about that because the female bird will try to find another partner. And for the next year, we are quite happy to see for the female bird find another partner and come back to this place and continue to breed her kids. So I still remember that back in that time, we all gathered together and we are trying to figure out a rescue plan to save the female bird. And we only have one wish, that is to provide a good ecological environment so we could better protect all of these crested birds. Because for all of these crested birds, they are already endangered species, and we hope in the future the rainforest could be well maintained, so we will have more crested birds. We want to come back to the old days, and one day we are able to see hundreds of crested birds flying above us. So by protecting the rainforest, actually we are protecting the home for some of these endangered species. I believe with our joint efforts, in the end, we are able to see hundreds of crested birds flying above us. Thank you for sharing. Hopefully, just as you wish, in the future we will have more birds will settle in China and settle in the rainforest in China. And also for two of you, I believe you have many experience for the surviving skills. I still remember that for one of our guest sets. So when you are coming to the field, you will definitely bring an axe. So what about you? So I will bring a reliable tour guide. I think that is very important. Especially if you are a visitor. Even though you are a professional explorer, but still, it has many dangers lurk inside of the rainforest. Because inside of the rainforest, the survival condition is quite different. For example, inside of the rainforest, you are not able to see enough sunlight. So after 4 p.m. and it will get dark. Not to mention when the sun sets and then you're not able to see anything inside of the rainforest. So at that time, you don't have any energy to do the survival. Actually, you will lose your orientation inside of the rainforest. I still remember back a few years ago, we have some interns trying to explore the rainforest in Xishuangbanna. And for that rainforest, actually it belongs to a national park. But even these interns, they are quite familiar with the orientation and road inside of the rainforest, but still they will get lost. So do not underestimate the uncertainties in the rainforest. And for me, I also will get a lotion. I would like to try my best to protect myself because there are so many insects and also the mosquitoes inside of the rainforest. You need to look at the elements of the lotion to make sure the lotion works, especially when you enter into the rainforest. Some people are worried about the beasts and the snakes. Actually, in China, you don't have to worry about this. And in China, there were so many insects and mosquitoes in the rainforest. So that is the thing you have to worry about. You have to pay attention to the insects. When I'm watching here to do the live streaming, actually I am surrounded by different types of insects. Can you share with us some of your risky experience? Well, one type is the natural disaster, for example, the landslide, etc. And yesterday we found for some of the highways have been damaged because of the landslide, because right now it is in the rain season. So that's why before we enter into the rainforest, do your home job, do your homework. Because even though you could carry sufficient toolkits and equipment, but if you run into the natural disaster, there's nothing you could do. Second, when you enter into a wild rainforest, and you may encounter some of the beasts or the snakes. These are also the hidden dangers. So when you are demonstrating some of the animals, I realize are some of the scars and wounds on your arms. Well, for most of the scars are actually left by the poisonous insects. And also I have another question. And it is quite common that we will run into leech. So for example, you already found the leech on your leg. What should I do? Well, if you don't afraid of the leech, you could use your hand to put it away, or you could use a branch to put it away. But the most important thing is you have to prevent being bitten by the leech. So that's why you have to fully equipped with your clothes. If you already get bitten by the leech, so I will use a knife to take it away. And if you have a cigarette or the alcohol, you could actually touch the leech, and then it will also could drive the leech away. And it's difficult for you to use your hand to drive it away. Thank you for sharing, and now it's 1.5 hours gone. But still, I think we still have a lot of stories to share with you. But no worries, please stay tuned with us, because soon we will visit some of the tropical rainforests in Hainan province and Southeast Asia. Please stay tuned with us. So that is my part in the Yunnan province. See you later.
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk. But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction. On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests. Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales. As the mists lift in the early dawn, the Shanfengling tropical rainforest wakes up in the morning sunlight. On the branches of the Hainan wood lotus, a group of yellowish ants are busy transporting their foodstuffs. Hanging on a sunlit branch is a spherical bag made of tree leaves, constructed with meticulously tight stitches. This exquisite bag provides the housing for these tree dwellers, known as the Asian weaver ant. On another tree, swarms of Asian weaver ants are working together to repair the damaged nest. Using their bodies as stitching tools, they crisscross rapidly on the construction site. To reassemble the detached leaves, they have to rely on the ability of the youngest members, the weaver ant larvae. The larvae can secrete a natural silk, normally used to form cocoons. The sticky silk can also secure the woven leaves. The construction of a new nest takes them no more than 2 days. Such craftsmanship of the Asian weaver ant proves that it is worthy of the name. Meanwhile, one of the ant's neighbors, a giant golden orb weaver bearing distinctive patterns, is hiding at the web's edge. It's good at laying traps and waiting patiently for its prey. A moth stumbles into the web. The spider crawls over swiftly for the delicious breakfast. With its trap and patience, the spider prefers to work alone. In contrast with the proactive and collaborative Asian weaver ants, it is totally different. The caterpillar has been looking for a tender leaf on which it can cocoon and turn into a butterfly. Unfortunately, it blunders into the ant's turf. The sentry ants spray in the air with chemicals containing pheromones, calling other ants in joining the hunt. Asian weaver ants are famous for their ferocity and are good at team fight. With strong and large mandibles, they clamp the vital parts of their targets, and then they raise the tail to spray formic acid onto the victim's wounds, causing caustic burns. It is difficult to dispatch such a huge kill. The ants usually carry the victims back to their nest and share the feast at leisure. Beholding the spectacular hunting, the beetle on the sideline turns around and beats a hasty retreat. Asian weaver ants prey on stink bugs, leaf beetles, longhorn beetles, and other leaf-eating insects. The Hainan wood lotus provides shelter for the ants, while the Asian weaver ants offer their nitrogen-rich excrements, an insect-repelling service. The relationship with mutual benefit is a common sight in the Jinfangling rainforest. Harmonious coexistence is universal in the whole natural world.
感谢您继续守候我们的直播，我是梁思，很高兴再见到大家。那么您现在收看的呢是由中国国际电视台 CGTN 的新媒体和央视频共同为您推出的
Exhilarating Rainforest Adventure presented by CGTN and Yang Shiping. Welcome to our scene in Hainan province. So in Hainan province, we have so many rainforests. We have the most intact rainforest in Hainan province. And also it is an important part for the rainforest in the world. And also it is a treasure for all the endangered species in Hainan province. And also we have two special guests, our old friends, Mr. Xu and Mr. Wang. So now we are ready to take on the adventure to Hainan province. So first of all, I would like to ask a question. I know for Mr. Xu, and he is an expert in the plantation. And also for Mr. Wang is very expertise in the animals and the amphibians. So right now, for example, if we put you into a rainforest, but we have a tip, we have a rainforest in Hainan and rainforest in Hainan and the Yunnan province. So if you just give you some tips, are you able to identify which rainforest you are in? I think it's quite difficult to make the judgment because for the rainforest in Hainan province, if we look at the plantation, it is quite similar as compared to other rainforests in different parts of China. Because for Hainan province, Hainan Island, it is actually closely linked to the other rainforest in China. If we have to make a choice, I would say if we are able to see the Wangtian tree, maybe that is quite unique in China. We could only see it in Yunnan province. So for Hainan province, the rainforest is under a special category. You are not able to see the Wangtian tree. So what about you, Mr. Wang? If you just look at the amphibian. Can you tell the differences of the rainforest in Hainan versus Yunnan province? Well, actually, that's the same. Because in Hainan province, if you look at the reptiles and the amphibian, it is quite different as compared to Yunnan province. If you look at the reptiles in the Hainan province, some of the categories are actually similar to the northern part of Vietnam. For example, the yellow turtle, and for some of the amphibian, and they are with special characteristics. However, if we look at the amphibian in Yunnan province, the species are quite similar to Laos and Myanmar. So could you name one species to support your choice? Well, in Hainan province, I think for some of the yellow turtles, I think that is quite specialized in Hainan province. And we don't see that in Yunnan province. Are they commonly seen in Hainan province? No. Well, if you enter into the rainforest in Hainan province, it's very difficult for you to find some of these turtles. All right. Congratulations, because all of you can't find out the answers. Alright, now I would like to play 2 sound. Just have a guess. Which is the animal?
Maybe
I will leave this question to our audience. So just now I've played like 2 sounds, or actually the sounds of the animals from the rainforest in Hainan province. If you recognize the sound, make sure you leave a comment. Well, actually the first one is quite easy. For the sound of the first one is from the gibbon from Hainan province. Because we are able to hear the sound of the anthropoid. What about the second one?
这个都没听出来吗？是某种蜥蜴什么之类的吧？
蜥蜴啊，差的有点远，差的有点远。
I think it must be the sound from a lizard. I'm not sure.
接近了，王老师不错啊。
I think it's a sound from a mammal.
没错，它这个第二种呢，其实是我们海南另外一种特别具有特色的哺乳动物。
So for the sound of the second one, it's from a mammal. It's a kind of deer in Hainan province. This is also a very precious species in Hainan province. So back in the 20th century, and for this deer, it's at endangered status. But right now, we have more deers found in the rainforest in Hainan province. But still, we would say the gibbons and the Polu deer, these two, they're actually a very precious species in the rainforest of Hainan province.
对，第一关都没有通过。
第一关还是通过了，第一关您还是凭借着专业的这样的一个素养通过了我们的考试。那我知道我们的史军老师是经常去海南啊，是海南的常客了。
I think you could pass our questions very easily. And Mr. Shi, I believe you have traveled to the rainforest of Hainan province for many times, right? Yes. Right now, you could see for the Hainan province, it have a very diverse ecosystem.
会更便宜，那是不是会更便宜一点儿也？
Based on my knowledge, and right now, Hainan province is dedicated to grow the durian. And in the future, we are expecting to see more Chinese produce the durian in the market. Because for durian, it's a very typical fruit inside of the rainforest. So, Mr. Wang, I believe you always stayed in Yunnan province. Have you ever visited Hainan province? Yeah, so actually I stay in the southwest part of China, and that is not my base. But still, for Mr. Wang, and he is an expertise in the amphibian. And today I would like to introduce two of you a friend, maybe an expert. But before I introduce this new friend, I would like to show you more knowledge about the rainforest in the Hainan province.
Hello， 各位央视的观众朋友们。大家下午好，以及主持人好，嘉宾好。
Dear viewers from CGTN and Yang Shiping, good afternoon.
海南热带雨林这边了。大家好，我是。
And right now we are at the tropical rainforest in the Hainan National Park. And standing right next to me, it is actually a rainforest expert, Mr. Shi Jie.
您在这片雨林生活了大概多久呢？
And also, he's a very excellent extreme sportsman. When I first came here, it is about 1990, and I really love this place, and I always come to the rainforest. So I have been here for about 32 years. So what is the longest time you have been staying in the rainforest in Hainan province? The first time when I came here, I was here with my two friends and stayed 18 days in the rainforest. So right now I have so many questions about survival skills. Maybe later I will ask you a lot of questions about how to survive in the field. So right now you are able to see some of the plantations with the features of the rainforest, and also this place is a national rainforest park. So this is a Wuzhishan area of the Hainan Rainforest National Park. For the national park, it has a very good forest coverage with over 95% of primitive forest. And also for this national park, it has the most continuous and intact rainforest area. And also we have the most diverse species inside of the rainforest. Also, it is quite rich of the biodiversity, because in this place, it is of high elevation. We have so many different types of the plantations, and also we have very good weather in this rainforest park. We also able to find some of the specialized species in Hainan province. For example, for this plantation in front of us, at least we have 5 different species here. And also we have many exclusive species in Hainan province. So let's start our journey. So just now we are talking about the plantations, and also we are talking about the white fern in Hainan province. So for the white fern, it is also very exclusive in Hainan province. Even though there are many categories of fern in the world, but we have the white fern that is exclusive in Hainan province. Also, I would like to tell you more about the exclusive animals in Hainan province. So that is the Hainan gibbons. And also the gibbons is known as one of the endangered species in China. And also we have the Tulu deer, and also we have the yunbao, the leopard. And also we have many insects in the rainforest of Hainan province. Because we have very good ecological environment here, that's why we have so many different species existing here. Just take a look at this one. We are seeing the trees, they actually grow on top of a rock. Why is that? Because in this place we have sufficient rainfall, so that's why we are able to grow all of these trees. So this is thanks to the special natural resources in Hainan province. We have sufficient sunlight and rainfall. Because of that, so for all of these trees, they have room to grow and also they have a favorable condition to grow. So I believe there were so many different butterflies existing in this area. Yes, indeed. We have dotted butterfly and also we have the yellow pattern butterfly, etc. And if we go past some of the streams, we have less plantations, and also we are able to find many butterflies. Well, actually, I was quite distracted by the insects. Here, I can see many different kinds of the butterflies. Especially in a spacious place, you are able to see some butterfly. Can you see the net? Actually, that is the net weaved by the spider. I think this is quite large. The length is about like 80 centimeters. So between these two trees, actually you could see the spider web. I think it is at least 2 meters. Maybe that is not clear in front of the camera. So now you could see the web is connecting the rock and the tree. Why this web can be lasted for such a large area? Because I think for some of the thread, they are quite sticky, and that's why we are able to see such a large web between the rocks and the trees. With the large size of the spider web, they are able to capture more insects. Even though you're not able to see it from the camera, make sure you pay a personal visit to this national park, that you may see some of the wonders here. And in this place, we have so many butterflies. So for this one, you could see it is yellow. So maybe we could fix the camera to see if we could capture some of the butterfly. Well, I think this is not the ideal place. Maybe we should visit a very spacious place, and then we may able to capture some of the butterfly. Again, we are entering into another plantation area. So when I come to this place, it also reminds me of the Jurassic Park, because for some of these plants, maybe they're commonly seen in the film Jurassic World. So for some of these plantations, they're quite specialized, and maybe we should take a look at the trunk of the fern. Take a look at this one. I think for this spider is larger than the other one. Also, you're able to see the web is actually built upon the fern. So this is what we call the white fern. And it is very tall, it's just like an umbrella. So for some of these like plants, if it could reach to a really tall, meaning that these are maybe trees. However, this is not a tree, this is a fir. And in the rainforest, we have another plant, which is named polei. And this is also an endangered species as well.
除了能看到这些植物之外，我们还有非常多的兰花。
它有一个很神奇的现象。
Except for some of the plantations, you are able to see some of the flowers.
是，因为它有它的根是肉根。
So and also for these flowers, they actually grow together with the trees.
表面越是粗糙的植物，上面附着的兰花可能就会更多。
Especially for some plants, if they're quite rough on their skin, and then you are able to see some of the flowers. But for this one, you could see it's quite smooth, and you are not able to see some of those flowers. Because for the flowers, they also need to absorb some of the water content.
雾山这边的三角枫啊，这三角枫上面呢，它的表皮相对比较粗糙，所以说它就会有非常多的这个兰花会附着到。
And for example, we have another species called 三角枫, and in this kind of trees, they're quite rough on the surface, and then you're able to see so many flowers on top of it. Look at this one. This web is very large.
因为我们的昆虫分布的很多很广。 所以说你也会看到非常多的这个蜘蛛，不然这
As we have so many insects, that's why we have so many spiders, because they could feed themselves with the insects. So this is the place that we could see so many different insects. And for this one, it has a very beautiful yellow wing. And for some of the butterfly we just saw, and also we are seeing some of the yellow color, I think this is quite eye-catching. I think this is also quite risky because for some of the predators, they may easily identify all of these insects and the butterflies, and they will become the targets. Well, for some of the baby insects, they tend to show the bright color. But for human beings, we think this is sending out an alarm. Because if we look at some of the bright animals, meaning that they're toxic. And in this area, we are expecting to see some of the manatees. And these are also endangered species in China. And I believe the rainforest will be considered as a heaven for all the different species. So we have to protect the primitive rainforest, and then this will also make contribution for the future development for human beings. We just look at some of the plantations, insects, and also we are looking at some of the amphibian. And I think it is not easy to find out, to spot some of the insects. So what about this one? This is what we call the four-legged lizard. I think for this lizard is trying to get some sunlight. I think for lizard, maybe it tend to stay in cool place. No, I think for the four-legged lizard, they tend to stay in a dry surface, or it would like to find out a place to enjoy some sunlight. So right now you could see the lizard is like staying on the trunk. We have to move slower. And also the color is quite silent. It is not easy to identify the lizard. Especially in the mating period, the belly of the lizard will turn red or green. Well, here we go, we find another large spider.
刚刚一路走过来，没有，就是一路走过来，我发现蜘蛛越大的地方，好像它的小虫子啊，网越大，然后而且那些小虫子、小昆虫好像。
I have an impression when we come here, if you look at some of the web, if the web is larger, and then you're able to find out more insects. So for this one, you could see the spider is large in size. I think it is full, and he doesn't need to make a large web to capture all of the insects. So basically, they will try to weave the web in the evening time. Here we have a very interesting Q&A session. So this is one of the advertising we have made. So maybe we could ask the question to our audience.
我这些问题挺难的，实话说，比如说这个。
To be honest, I think this is a very difficult question. For example, how many toes of the leg of a frog? I think this is very difficult to answer. So that's why you have to pay closer attention to these animals. Otherwise, it is difficult to get the answers right. And also, it asks about the differences of the eggs of the snake and the eggs of the frog.
但是，大家也可以就是去总结一下吧，可以说，根据这个图片，根据自己搜集的资料去把它总结出来。
So I think it's an opportunity for you to get to know more about the ecological environment and also the species. We just talked about the frog. In the rainforest, especially in the Wuzhishan area, we have our own species of frog. There are many frog species. So for the larger one, it is about like 20 centimeters. For smaller one, it's like 10 centimeters. So if you go past by the stream or riverside, if you hold your breath, actually you could hear the sound of the frog. So if you're walking inside of the rainforest park, you have to be careful. So because just now we go past by a very dangerous species. This is another species, this is another spider. So when it tries to capture the target, it will actually produce some of the toxic elements.
那么咱们就现在一边走到水源的旁边，然后，看了这么多的动物呢，也想和您在这边。
Now we are trying to go past by the streams. So when we come here, we also like to talk about the wilderness survival. First of all, we need to find out the direction. Before you enter into the primitive rainforest, you need to do some homework. For example, which way you need to head. If you get lost in the rainforest, that is very dangerous. First of all, you need to find out the direction. You could watch the direction of the sun. Because by watching the sun, you could actually identify the east and the west, or you could look at the color of the skin of the tree to identify the direction. And third, you could try to find out the water sources. So when you enter into the forest, you need to find out where is the water, because water is an essential part for the wilderness survival. When you enter into the rainforest, even though you are not able to find out water, you could find bamboo, and you are able to get some water from the bamboo. Just now I just saw a dragonfly. So if you want to get some water from the bamboo, make sure you bring a sharp knife. So first you need to identify the direction. With the direction you're able to find the water, and then you need to bring a very sharp knife. With the knife you're able to dig some of the bamboo shoots. You could eat some of the bamboo shoots. Or you could find out some of the insects, because for some insects they are full of protein. And for the preparation stage, and you need to find a good partner, an experienced partner, or you need to get some medicine just in case. Well, there's tons of stuff you need to get prepared before you start your field survival trip, especially before you enter to a rainforest you have never been to before. Make sure you travel with groups where you find a tour guide, so you could uncover the mysteries. And when we are coming all along, we could see some of the insects, or maybe there are some of the reptiles. There were so many reptiles in the rainforest, but the reptiles will not come to you because they would like to hide themselves below the leaves, because they like the humidity, and these are the perfect habitat for the reptiles. Did you hear some sound? So this is also one type of the frog.
这个青蛙的声音听起来会让我误以为是某种鸟鸣。
是，很多。
Well, actually, it is very difficult to tell the differences of the sound of the frog versus bird. Just now I thought I found a bird, but actually that is the sound from a frog. I believe the frog is quite near. So when we hear the sound of the frog, and then we will try to find it in the stream.
这个是一个比较稀有的物种，真的可以好好看。
这是海南应该是特有的一个物种。
靠近昆虫有什么？
Also, we are able to find a very rare species. How to approach the insects? Make sure you move slowly.
它越感受不到你。这个。
If you get to this insect slower, and then it's not able to see you. So for some people, they think for this kind of insects, it have 2 wings, but actually it has 4 wings, because the other 2 wings are transparent. So for this one, I think it has only 1. No, it has 2 transparent wings. Oh, it's gone. If you move too fast, then it will escape.
这里也有一只，可以给到在阳光下，它的颜色会显得更漂亮。比它的速度一定要慢。
And if you look at this insect under sunlight, it will present more colors. I think they're just trying to take a short break on the leaf.
没错。今天我们带大家看了一些像海南的梭罗。
Because of the time limitation, that is our part in the national park in the Hainan province. So today we're able to see the white fern and also the Hainan insect, and also we're able to see the local lizard and the frog. However, for these species, they are very small parts of the species in the Hainan rainforest. If you If you're really interested in all of these animals and the creatures, make sure you pay a personal visit to the rainforest in Hainan. And for rainforest, it's a very mysterious place. We welcome you here. So bye for now, and back to the studio and the guest. Thank you so much for the excellent introduction. And today we are actually have a chance to pay a visit to the Hainan rainforest. Do you want to pay a visit there? Yes. Because just now we are only seeing one lizard in the rainforest in Hainan. I didn't expect that for that lizard really like sunlight. Actually, for most of the reptiles, they really like sunlight because it is quite moisture in the rainforest. So once there's a sunlight, for most of the reptiles, they would like to enjoy some of the sunlight. And during the live streaming, actually for our two guests, they are talking about the animals, talking about the creatures, the plantations. Also, they are talking about some of the surviving skills. So here I would like to ask a question to you two. So what are the precious plantations in the rainforest of Hainan province? Well, as you said, there were so many precious plantations in Hainan province. So we talk about the flowers. And especially, I will mention we have a special one called dendrobe. And dendrobe is specialized in the Hainan province. For some of these species, they have to grow on the trees or on the branches. However, for some types of the flowers, for example, the rubbers in the greenwood and Amphibian, and some of these maybe they have to grow on the land. But however, in Hainan province, it's quite different. And for the coral and also the dendrobe, and for these two species, they need to get the nutrition from the leaves, and that's why for the dendrobes, they tend to grow on top of the branches of the tree. And also, I would like to talk about another plant. And this is a very famous one that is called the Dalbergia. And for the Dalbergia, it's also wild and also live only in the rainforest area. And in grow at a very slower pace. So to some extent, for this kind of species, it is unsustainable. For some people, they just have this misunderstanding. They think if we have the seed, we are able to grow the plants. However, for the Dalbergia, you have to wait for several years in order to grow this kind of plants. And even it takes about 300 to 500 years to see one mature grow Dalbergia. As it takes a really long time to grow, that's why for our human beings, we need to provide a better ecological environment for it to grow. So now I would like to talk about the reptile. My question is to Mr. Wang Kai. So we just talked about the reptile. You mentioned the turtles, the yellow turtles. Are there any other species? Well, because of the geological condition in the Hainan province, so we understand that for the turtles, it is very easy for them to survive. And also, for some of the species, they're just specialized in the Hainan province. For example, some of the species are named after Hainan. For example, we have the Hainan snake, and also we have the Hainan frog. For these two species, they're just specialized in Hainan. You're not able to find these species in other places. And also we have the four-patterned turtle in Hainan. So for some of these, we are not able to identify this amphibia in other places.
假设我们的珍稀爬行动物是吃了珍稀植物怎么办？会有人为的干预吗？
So I have another question, because right now we have many endangered creatures and also we have endangered plantations. What happens if some of these endangered creatures eat some of the endangered plantations? Shall we have some human interaction? Well, actually, that is a natural procedure because this is how nature works. This is how the ecosystem works. I think this is a very interesting question. So the question is, what happens if the endangered creatures eat endangered plantations? Shall we have some human intervention? So now I would like to introduce another expert, Dr. Xiao Fanrong. So he is a college teacher at the School of Life Science of Hainan Normal University. So can you tell us more about your specialization? I'm from the Hainan Normal University, so I am focusing on the ecological conservation on the amphibian. So that is my subject and specialization. And today Mr. Xiao will take us on a tour on a special place inside of the Hainan Normal University.
好的，那我带大家看一下。这里的话，大家可以看到这个海南，这个热带雨林常见的这个，需要问一下石老师，这个是大王钟是吧？对，王钟。对，是吧
So what is this? I would like to ask the question to Mr. Shi. So we also have a mini museum inside of the Normal University.
这里面就是我们的一个龟鳖博物馆。这个就是。
So this is a turtle
生物多样性里
museum.
面其中一个就是龟鳖博物馆。为什么大家看这个博物馆呢？就是因为刚才说到生物多样性的保护嘛。
This is also quite representative of Hainan province.
全世界的龟鳖的话有357
We talk a lot about the biodiversity. And actually, in the world, we have about over 50 test units. And in Hainan province, we also have about 17 test units. So also, I would like to give you some introduction about the endangered species in the rainforest of Hainan province. So first, we will talk about some of the civilization and the culture. For example, the evolution of the character. This is the evolution of the character turtle.
中国有四灵、龙凤、麒麟还有龟，这4个里面只有龟是真实存在的，是吧？
So actually, the turtle is one of the wonders in China, and actually turtle is real existence. And also we will talk about the diversity of the turtles, as well as the test unit.
就是在大洋洲和南美洲有分布的这些，就是叫侧颈龟，它的头缩不进去。
And in this area, we are talking about the different species existing in the 4 continents.
这个就是简单一个龟的化石。龟的化石的话，原来说是岩鳄龟，那当然。
And also, we are showing some of the fossils of the turtles.
最早的，比如说在关岭发现一个叫半甲齿龟，然后再到这是2008年左右，然后到2015年，然后到2018年又在关岭又重新发现了，所以现在。
So we are talking about what happens in the Jurassic age, and also we are talking about what happens hundreds of years ago. And this also shows the evolution of the dinosaur, and also talks about the evolution of the turtles. And in this place, we are trying to simulate the living environment for the turtles. And in China, actually, we have like 3 types of turtles that have been lived on the land.
那这个的话，之前记录在海南有分布，那实际上这么多年我们在野外调查，海南是没有凹甲陆龟的。
And also in this place, you could see for some of the skills of these turtles, they are in the different angles and also in the different positions. So for some of these are made based on the real samples. So we are able to find some of the wild skills, and we are trying our best to reserve some of these skills. And look at this one. This one is specialized in Hainan province. And now you could see for the skirt is actually in a different shape. And the function of this kind of turtle is trying to protect itself. Because of this structure, it could carry more pressure. And all of these are thanks to the natural evolution. And also we are talking about some of the turtles existing overseas. Because you could see for their neck, they tend to turn into a different position. And also we are able to see some of the freshwater turtles.
刚刚又把中国的全部独立出来，然后和越南的分开了，分2个种。然后海南的话是一个特有亚种，在海南分布的是特有亚种。
So if look closer on this one, this is a small water turtle, and this is quite different as compared to the turtles found in Vietnam. We only found 2 of these in the rainforest.
就是大头平胸龟，这个只在热带雨林里面，比如说吊罗山，我在做了大概4、5年的这个研究种群密度啊，还有。
And this one is also another species found in the rainforest in Hainan province.
重捕之后，有时候就把它移到2公里以外的下游，不在同一条河流里面。第2年再去捕，它又回来了。所以后面做了一个。
This is what we call the coral turtle.
像海龟一样，能定向，能找到自己。
We are trying to capture this kind of species for 2 times, because for this kind of turtle, they are quite loyal to their territory. So a few years ago, I also found this kind of turtle in the rainforest in the Yunnan province. And it is the first time that we found an endangered species in the rainforest.
那这个就是介绍一下，我们说的把中国龟都叫乌龟，对吧？把中国的龟都叫乌龟，实际上乌龟只是35个物种里面的其中一种，叫乌龟。
So even though we have a general name called turtle, however, turtle can be divided into different species.
对它的颜色，你看这个有些就比较。
Why we call it turtle? Because in Chinese, we could see for most of the turtles, they are quite dark in their surface. That is why we call it turtles. In Chinese, literally we call it the dark turtles.
然后还有一个特征就是眼部，这个眼部可能看得到，这个是不是这个镜头不太好？
I'm not sure you could see clearly the eyes of the turtles.
你看得到吧？
稍微看得清楚一点点。
对，那这就是这个分布比较广，现在韩国、日本都有分布，那可能是古代的时候有可能是引过去的。
So for some of the species, they are actually distributed in different places, maybe back in the ancient times. There may be some exchange of the commerce, or some of the turtles, they have been migrating to different parts of the world.
那就主要看一下海南热带雨林里面有的。
曹老师，我们这些标本都是从哪里拿过来制作的呀？这也可以跟我们网友朋友们分享一下。
So where did we get some of these samples?
前的很多养殖是有养殖龟的嘛，像海南和广东这些有养殖龟的，比如刚才说那个金钱龟就是养殖场过来的嘛。
So in Guangdong province and the Hainan province, there are many like breeding centers. They are trying to breed some of the turtles, and after these turtles dead, they would like to send some of the samples to us for research. And also, we are receiving some of the turtle samples from the customs, and then they turn into fixed assets in this area.
绿海龟，啊，这个就是在虽然国内没有这个分布，比如说这个叫蛇颈龟，但是这个野外放生的也比较多。这种蛇颈龟。
And this is what we call the snake neck turtle. We are not able to see in China. And actually, this is quite cute if we look at the appearance and the shape.
这个是黄头庙龟，这个应该是泰国国外的那种大型的河豚。
And this is the yellow-headed turtle. And we are able to find this kind of turtles in Southeast China, in Southeast Asia, and especially in Thailand.
黄额比克应该是海南最有特色的一个闭壳龟了。
越南也有，越南那个就是。
This is also a yellow turtle. We are able to find it in the Hainan province. Also, we are able to find it in Vietnam. If you look at the shell, it is quite different.
刚才说的是曲颈龟头和四肢都能缩进去，对吧？但实际上。
So we are talking about for some of the turtles, they're able to hide their head inside of the shell.
把门带上了，
保护的更加好，是吧？保护的更加好。
And also for some of the coral turtles, you could see after they hide their limbs and heads, they actually could close off the whole shell.
台湾那边把闭壳龟叫做那个俗名叫夹蛇龟，他们当地有传言，就是这个龟会去吃蛇，它咬住蛇之后缩进去，然后用那个腹甲把它夹死。 当然，这只是当地的一个传说嘛，有一个。
And also, they're talking that, especially in Taiwan, they're saying that for corals, they're able to kill the snake because they could use their shell to kill the snake. And also for this one, I think it's also very aggressive. But this one, it moves very slowly.
然后鱼一进来就一口就把它咬掉了。
And this turtle tried to catch some of the fish for its food.
啊，这就是山瑞鳖。这是山瑞鳖，就是除了刚才王凯老师说的那个就是圆以外，啊，这个就是海南比较大的一种，就是
中国第二大。
This is what we call the soft shell turtle.
它的皮肤是本来就是这个颜色吗，肖老师？
它的大概对，这个是颜色稍微深了一点。
它看上去。
So can you tell us more about the color of the skin? I think the real one may have a darker skin. So when we are making it into a sample, maybe we are putting extra elements to protect the soft shell turtle. So these are some of the samples of the turtle.
那就是简单的看一下，就刚才先把龟看一下龟吧，就是然后后面再介绍一些海南特有的蛇和蜥蜴。
So just now I have shown you some of turtles, and now I would like to show you some of the samples of the snakes and the leaves.
让我们肖老师调整一下镜头。两位老师现在目前看着感觉怎么样啊？逛的这个龟鳖馆。
欢迎两位老师来海南，就是。
How do you feel?
希望一直希望有机会能去海南。
If you have time, make sure you pay a visit to the Hainan Normal University and visit the museum. So once again, I would like to show you the yellow turtle. I actually installed the sensors on the turtles. I'm trying to understand the natural behavior of the turtles. Actually, we are able to find these two species in the Biodiversity mountain as well as in Yunnan, in Vietnam. If you look closer on the shape of the shell, actually it is quite different compared to a regular turtle. By putting on the sensor, we are able to understand that for one of the turtle, it wants to enter into some of the caves, but for the other one, it will tend to hide itself into some of the leaves in the rainforest. So this is my studies and research.
当然，我拿这个是比较小了啊。这个正常情况下，如果是同等大小的话，这个平底闭口龟的头比较大，黄鹅的头要小一些。那最后在野外发现它们的食性。
And also for these two turtles, actually the size of their head are different. And also for these two turtles, they basically eat everything. They will eat insects. For example, the insects from the butterfly. And also for these turtles, they would like to eat mushrooms. But also they have like different habits. For one of it, you could see for the head, the shape of the head is larger. So it also demonstrates that their eating habits are a little bit different.
老师闭壳龟的文章之前我还读到过，非常有意思。
肖老师，
这个就是刚才我们说的典型的陆龟，对吧？典型的陆龟都是高拱的，但是这个叫饼干陆龟。我们现在有个留学生，课题组有个留学生在肯尼亚。
So this is the small water turtle.
然后现在就在肯尼亚做这个饼干陆龟。
And for this kind of small water turtle, it is very famous in Kenya. And for this one, you could see the shell is quite flat. So for this kind of turtle, it would like to enter into the cracks of the stone or rocks. And some people may think the shell is quite hard. However, for this one, you could actually push down the shell. So for this kind of turtles, it would like to enter into some of the cracks of the rocks. So if they are hidden themselves in the rocks, we are not able to catch them.
那这个的话就是刚才我们说的这个四眼斑水龟。四眼斑水龟是那个就是石老师来到，就是石海涛教授来到海南研究的第一个物种，所以我们课题组对四眼斑水龟的感情是比较深的。我研究的硕士期间研究的也是这个四眼斑水龟。那这个就是四眼斑水龟。
So this is the one I have been studying during my postgraduate period. So we are naming this turtle as the four-eye turtle. So actually it is not literally like four eyes because it has like two patterns just like eyes. That's why we call it the four-eye turtle.
它的相隔距离比较远，是呈个几字形的。然后广东分布的就是一个呈个V 字形的，就后面这两个。
If you look at the layout of the patterns, you could see it have been demonstrating in the character V. And this one is quite specialized in Hainan province. So just now we are seeing some of the samples, but now we have prepared some of the live turtles. And also I just tell you how to identify the gender. If the eyes are green, meaning that this is a male turtle, and if it is in the eyes are yellow, meaning that it is a female turtle. Or you could actually look at the tail to tell the gender of the turtle. So now we are looking at the reproductive systems of the two turtles so that we can identify the gender of the turtles. And also if you look at these two turtles, you could see for the patterns on their shells are quite different. But if you look at the live turtles, it is very difficult to look at its head.
哇，他正在看向我们的镜头，观众朋友们能看到吗？两只都出来了，哇，这个画面有点魔性。
Can you see it? Now you could see for the two heads of the turtles. Actually, they're saying hi to our audience. So right now they are interacting with our audience. Now for this one, you could see the color of the neck is quite bright. And if their eyes are green, meaning that it is a male turtle.
去年2021年就是国家重点保护名录出来以后。 是2级嘛，但是之前不是2级保护动物。我们研究这个物种大概20年了吧。
So back in 2021, and this kind of turtles are identified of level 2 protection species in China.
异地保护有一关就是要把繁殖突破，所以这个物种我们的繁殖已经突破了。
哇，太活泼了！
So I think this time we have to pay attention to the breathing of the turtles. Well, due to the time limits, that's the part for the Turtle Museum. Hopefully, in the future, we have the chance to visit the Hainan Normal University to get to know more about the turtles. And just now, we are visiting the Hainan Normal University, and Mr. Xiao have gave us a lot of explanation about the varieties of the turtles and the soft-shell turtles. So we could see there are biodiversity in the museum, and also we could see for some of local people, they are quite enthusiastic about the conservation of the turtles. We are quite impressed by his passion. And now I have another question for the reptile. So what is the function for the reptile in the ecosystem? For the reptile, actually, it have played a transitioning function to build the ecosystem. For the reptile, for some of them, they will catch smaller insects, and also we have the large-sized reptiles, and also we have the amphibian. So for these two types of the species, they are trying to maintain the ecology. Thank you. Now I would like to give you another guest. So I would like to invite Gaoligong to join us. And also, he is a Winter Olympics medalist. So today when I look at the live streaming, it reminds me of the time I spent in Hainan province. So with this live streaming, I hope all of you can join me. And also we could embark a journey to the rainforest in the Hainan province. So now I would like to ask a question. So what is the rare species in the Hainan rainforest? So if you get the answers right, and then you are able to receive a present. So, in the last part, actually, Gaoting asked a question. Now, I would like to ask the question again. So, what is the significant species or rare species in the Hainan rainforest? So, what is the key or what is the highlight of the species in the Hainan rainforest? Make sure you leave a comment and interact with us. So for the rainforest conservation, any reminders or suggestions to the general public? We always think like rainforest is a place that is quite remote, and especially for people who are living in the city center, they always think that rainforest may be another part of the world. We don't have any relations with the rainforest, but actually we are closely related to the rainforest. For example, today we talk about the carbon neutrality. For rainforest, it is like a warehouse to preserve carbon. If the rainforest cannot be well preserved, it will lead to severe consequences because it will generate extra carbon dioxide. And the earth will turn into a place that no longer suits the survival of our people. And also, we could get a lot of knowledge from the rainforest. It's more than your imagination. And actually today, we hear a lot of stories, and all of these stories are closely related to the rainforest. For example, in the tropical area, and some people need to eat more spices. And for some spices, they're actually generated from the rainforest, and also we're able to find some of the herbal medicines from the rainforest. And also I would like to mention the disease, for example, the diarrhea. And in the past, before we have the Western medicine, we are able to get some of the natural herbal medicine that can cure our disease. So in the future, if there's no rainforest anymore, then we may lose a huge amount of resources. So this is a loss for all human beings. And also we talk about some of the animals, for example, the toxic spiders and also the toxic snakes. Even though we know they're toxic, they may generate some of the venom. However, for all of these venoms, they could be used for medical services. We have to preserve some of these venoms and all of these resources for future scientific studies and research. So that's why we need to have a sustainable conservation of the rainforest. And also that is the ultimate goal and the purpose for us to preserve the rainforest. Very impressive, especially the two guests also talking about the significance about the rainforest. It is not just about providing the oxygen to human beings. We also need to understand the value of the rainforest. Before we get to know more about the rainforest, first of all, we have to better conserve the rainforest. So right now, I would like to unveil the answer for the question raised by Gaoting. So actually, Gaoting is asking, what is the signature species in the Hainan rainforest? So that is the Hainan gibbons. Especially, we're quite impressed by the sound of the gibbons.
外星人笔记。
Alright, now I would
恭喜您
like
获得我们
to
今天海南场的精美礼品。谢谢您的
get the
参与，也
lucky
谢谢您的
audience.
守候，同时也感谢我们2
Congratulations.
位老师今天跟我
And
们
we will
从云
send
南游
out
到
a
海南，
special
然后
gift
在
for
海南
you.
跟我们分享了这么
Once
多有意
again,
思的观
thank you
点，让
very
我们
much
看到
for
了这个
joining
一线
us
科研人员
for
的这种
our
激情和
tour
热情，
of
希
the
望我们以后也保
rainforest
持着这样的
from
激
Yunnan
情，带更
province
多的人
and
去
to the
探索我
Hainan
们的雨林，
province.
保护我们
Also,
的
we
雨
are
林。谢谢2
quite
位老师，我们
impressed
下次再见。
by the R&D personnel who are working in Yunnan and Hainan. Thank you very much for your participation.
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk.
大象的，刚好快点，快点！
哦，我刚刚看到了。
But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction.
这是什么？
还有锋利的牙齿。
On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests.
我准备下水了。
Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales. Every dawn, the first sunshine turns Gaoligong Mountain into a swelling woodland chorus. Hainan black-crested gibbons begin their morning calls. The howling sounds of male gibbons and the chattering females and their offspring echo in the lush rainforest. Such harmonious vocalizations are used to strengthen the family cohesion and inform other gibbon groups of their rightful territory. The sleepy forest wakes up to the lingering calls of the gibbons. Nestled in China's southern island province of Hainan, the Gaoligong National Nature Reserve is home to one of man's closest relatives, the Hainan black-crested gibbon. The habitat of Hainan gibbons ranges at an elevation of 650 to 1,200 meters in the mountainous rainforests. The male is almost entirely black, with a crest-like tuft on top of the head, while the golden-coated female is crowned with a black patch, hence the black-crested in their name. With a standing height of less than 50 centimeters, they resemble newborn infants with incredibly long arms. They have an arm span of 170 centimeters, which compares to the average height for Asian men. These agile creatures rarely walk on the ground. They're masters of acrobatics. The dense canopy of the forest is like a highway for them to swing through. Grabbing a springy branch, they can easily toss themselves to another tree 5 meters away at a speed of up to 3 meters per second. Flying smoothly through the air, they never miss a single swing. Hainan black-crested gibbons usually practice polygamy. The parents and their minor children form a warm and happy family. The father acts as a protector, while mothers raise their cubs. When the young males grow up, they are kicked out of the family to live on their own. If the boy failed in becoming the alpha male of any other gibbon groups, it may live a life of solitude. As an arboreal ape, the Hainan gibbon spends most of the time on treetops. The primordial tropical rainforest acts as the perfect shelter for the gibbons. A variety of sweet fruits, fragrant blossoms, and juicy foliage provide abundant meals throughout the year. Occasionally, they eat insects and small lizards as a protein and calcium supplement. With no cheek pouches to store food, Hainan gibbons eat slowly and methodically. It picks its favorite ripe fruit, peels it with the teeth, and takes out the kernel with a nimble tongue. Eventually, it savors the flesh elegantly, like a fastidious and nitpicking gourmet. The tropical rainforest in Gaoligong Mountain is the only habitat of Hainan gibbons on the planet. Being a critically endangered species, the Hainan gibbon has a population of merely 29, less than 2% of the giant panda in the wild. Dwelling in a sanctuary, safeguarded by humans, they can survive and thrive.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone around the world. Welcome to CGTN's live stream. I'm Ning. Yes, it's me again. So if you only just joined our live stream, today we are talking about rainforest. And if you have been sticking with us for the past 4 hours, you must have got some pretty good knowledge on the rainforest in Brazil, Peru, Yunnan, and Hainan. When we think about rainforest, we tend to think of it being quite isolated from the urban area. But because of some geographical constraints, some countries are trying to explore their ways to accomplish urban development while preserving their original rainforest resources. So in this live stream, I'm going to show you something different. I'm going to show you how rainforests and cities coexist. But before we start, I'm going to ask you a very, very easy question. Does Singapore, the country Singapore, have their own rainforest? Now, I'm going to ask that in Chinese, obviously. 观众朋友们听好了，我现在要问一个问题，请问新加坡有没有自己的雨林呢？如果你知道答案，或者你可以猜到答案的话，请把你的回答写在我们的评论区，因为一会儿在直播中，我们将对幸运观众进行抽奖。对，这个是一个有奖问答，所以我们要积极主动参与问答。Okay. I'm from and I live in a city where forest coverage is only over 40%, so I'm obviously no good to explain this topic. That's why I've invited someone who is actually from a place where rainforests and cities coexist. Let's hear what she has to say and what her understanding and experiences of the coexistence of cities and rainforests. Let's welcome Xiu Wen. Hi, Xiu Wen. Thank you for taking part. How are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Xiu Wen, and I'm a Singapore fresh graduate from the National University of Singapore. And today I'm so happy to be here to chat with you about our unique forest city.
So you are born in Singapore and you grew up there, right?
That's right.
So what does it feel like? Tell us about what it feels like living in a city, in a country where you have both rainforests and cities all in one place.
I think it certainly feels great. It's like having the best of both worlds for us. So, I mean, since a young age, we are very accustomed to living in forest spaces. Like our children, we play in playgrounds with plants all around us. And even our elderly, they have their daily workouts in the parks. And it's usually just less than a 5-minute walk away from where we live. So it's a very different lifestyle than the other countries that I've traveled to. It's a unique integration between the city and as well as our nature spaces. So it offers the world a different kind of perspective of how we can coexist with our nature spaces.
That sounds so fun. I wish my childhood was like that. So now you're all grown up, and in your free time, do you do any sort of nature-based activities?
I think it's very hard for a Singaporean to go around without doing any activities that's related to the nature. So for me, myself, I actually do enjoy water sports quite a bit. And since Singapore is an island, we do have a lot of beach and a lot of coast areas. So in my free time, I've actually tried kayaking on top of swimming, of course. I've tried kayaking. I've tried snorkeling as well. And there's also a lot of freshwater spaces beside these coastal areas where we can also engage in these kind of water sports.
I know you've described it as so fun, but I think it's very difficult for our audience to, get the beauty and wonder of how amazing Singapore actually looks. So how about we show them through a video you made?
Hi everyone, I'm Shuwen, and some of you might recognize me as the 2019 representative of Singapore at the Hanyu Chinese Bridge competition. Today, I will be your local tour guide, and I'm so excited to take you through this urban jungle where we call home, Singapore. With just 283 square miles, Singapore is one of the smallest nations in the world. But at the same time, we are packed with a population of more than 5 million. That's more than 18,500 people per square mile. If you've watched Crazy Rich Asians, you might think that Singapore is a concrete jungle full of skyscrapers, cityscapes, and fast transportation. And yes, we are also known to have a thriving economy, which is based on innovation and technology. But those who have actually been here would tell you otherwise, that this is an island city full of green spaces and lush plants. You might wonder, so many people but so little space. How does Singapore still maintain so much nature spaces without threatening the need to build economic infrastructure? Well, the answer is meticulous urban planning. In Singapore, we are used to living with gardens and parks available everywhere. Each neighborhood has their own floral and fauna preserved and incorporated into our everyday spaces.
Singapore envisions a lush green metropolis with eye-catching vertical and high-rise vegetation. The vision is intertwined with human well-being and economic prosperity. It is also a practical example of the societal advantages of preserving nature as an integrated element of our urban setting. Besides being visually pleasing, these green spaces also purify the air and cool down the tropical environment. Here's one of the spaces in Singapore that features a curious integration of architecture and nature. Marina One is a billion-dollar project to build a commercial, residential and office building in one of the prime central business districts of Singapore. And the most ambitious part of the project is right here at the Green Heart. Connecting all four towers, this area is thriving with thousands of plants, trees, and even a waterfall. There are also sky bridges and terraces covered with flora, totaling to about 160,000 plants. According to developers, the biodiversity here at Marina One is sufficient enough to fill 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Since the country gained independence in 1965, rapid urbanization and economic development has resulted in the loss of up to 95% of our historical forests. In 1968, our founding father, the late Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, began to plan a city that is embedded within a garden with the goal of improving the quality of life. Since then, parks and nature reserve have taken up roughly 10% of Singapore's area. We begin to realize the dangers of losing our nature spaces forever. Therefore, the government has come up with strategies to protect the country's unique wildlife ecosystem. We started to preserve our floral and fauna in nature reserves such as Bukit Timah and Sungai Buloh.
a little noisier here? That's because I've taken the bus right here to the side of a main road that's right outside the Central Catchment Nature Reserve. This is the largest nature reserve in Singapore, occupying 2,880 hectares. Come explore what we have here. You see monkeys resting along the side of the road and on top of the trees by the road. Forming one large breathing green lung in the middle of the city, the Central Catchment Reserve is home to one of Singapore's most famous international attractions to the world, the Singapore Zoo. Nature Reserve have about 500 animal species, including crab-eating macaques, colugos, common tree shrews, sandar slow lories, as well as the sandar pangolin. This is also home to wild species such as this red sunbird, larger racket-tailed drongo, as well as kingfishers. Severely endangered bat species have also been spotted here. BirdLife International has designated this reserve, along with the neighbouring Bukit Timah Reserve, as the Central Forest Important Bird Area because it supports population of threatened birds, such as the straw-headed bulbul. As you can see now, it just started raining heavily outside, and here we are taking shelter under this tree, which forms a natural umbrella where there's no rain. This is one of the most famous attractions at the Central Catchment Area. The HSBC Treetop Walk that opened in 2004 is a 250 meters long suspension bridge that links MacRitchie's two highest points, Bukit Pierce and Bukit Kalang. It usually gets quite warm after a rainy day, which is what happened just now actually. And this bridge can get kind of shaky because it's a suspension bridge after all. For those with an extreme fear of height, I think this might be a bit challenging. The actual distance between the suspension bridge and the ground can be more than 25 meters at its highest point. So these kind of educational panels are everywhere along the trails. I think it's very important to educate the next generation on the importance of preserving our natural habitat. Oh, so if you guys look over there, you can see the reservoir. You can see that there's a golf course, an endless stretch of forest in the nature. What a climb. I really do need to take a break. It's nice that there are huts like this everywhere that provides a resting station for us trekkers. Here I am on the Jelutong Tower. This is a 7-story observation deck that gives visitors an unobstructed view of the forest. Right there over the horizon, you can actually very clearly see buildings. Just a walking distance away from our forest. Those are actually commercial and residential buildings that we live and play in. This distance from the jungle shows you how integrated our living spaces are with these green areas. Our recreational activities in Singapore is also highly integrated with these forest spaces. Besides taking a hike in these areas, we enjoy a range of activities with minimal disturbance to these parks and its ecosystem. For example, there are mountain biking trails at the Chestnut Nature Park. Visitors to the MacRitchie Reservoir can also enjoy kayaking in the water spaces. That's that! This is all I have as a brief introduction to our jungle city. There's a lot of debates and challenges on developing a sustainable green city. This problem of juggling our environment and the economy will only grow bigger from here. Singapore may not be the perfect solution. Oh, trust me, we ourselves are working on a couple of environmental issues right now. But when it comes to demonstrating an effective, sustainable development for tropical cities, it is one of the best models to consider. Just ask any one of us if we love the greenery around us, and the answer will always be yes. Even better, come visit us and experience this for yourself.
Thank you, Xiuwen. That was a very informative video, and I really enjoyed your tour around the city and the urban forest you have. So, but I was a little bit confused. Is McRitchie Reservoir a part of where you were, or it's a totally different forest?
It's actually a nature reserve that is right in the center of the city. So it's a little far from where I live, but by bus it's actually just a 20-minute bus ride away. So it's actually not that far at the same time.
It still sounds quite close, but have you been there?
Of course, I've been there multiple times. It's actually a very popular destination for Singaporeans to actually spend our weekend time to hike or like to enjoy water sports like kayaking there.
Do you have any other plans to explore or to hike in a forest that's like McRitchie Reservoir?
Definitely. Actually, I've just been to the Bukit Brown Trail. It's a bit older and less developed than the McRitchie Nature Park. So it's more rustic in a way that you can find things like abandoned tombs, cemeteries, as well as abandoned cars there. It's more challenging to hike there because there are no directions or like road signs like the ones that we have at McRitchie. So there's really a variety of natural spaces and parks that we can choose from.
Can you tell me when did you go to McRitchie Reservoir? Or has it always been there? Is it always there? The forest, is it always there?
Yes, it has been there since I think the last century.
Oh.
It was developed into a nature park in the early part of this.
So the reason why I asked that question is because I have personally been to Singapore, but it was probably close to 20 years ago. I feel a little old saying that, but it's true. I went there I can't remember, but it was nearly 20 years ago. So from what I remember, Singapore was very clean. The streets were so tidy, you couldn't really see any rubbish, and the air was always so fresh to me. So I think it must have something to do with the amount of flora and plants you have in the country.
Yes, definitely. So the amount of, as I've mentioned in the video, the amount of plants that are around us, they actually serve as a sort of natural air purifier. So Singapore, like every country along the equator, is very hot and humid throughout the year. So having these plants around, it really keeps our temperatures down and also keeps our air fresh.
So as a young and passionate Singaporean, what do you think people should do to make Singapore greener, or just simply keep the green green?
I think we do have a lot more things to work on in terms of making Singapore a more environmentally friendly place. One best place for us to start would be to start conserving more plastic bags and to use less plastic products.
Right. Thank you so much, Siwen, for taking part today, and we really enjoyed your video. And I hope you keep bringing on the positivity. And having a coexistence to the jungle and the cities definitely sounds quite impressive. And it's not just us, or just us foreigners who find it surprising. Apparently, a lot of Singaporean people, they don't really know, or they weren't familiar with the green spaces in the country. So here's a video of a forest in Singapore called Clementi Forest. And it was shot by a nature enthusiast. The video went viral in 2020 during COVID. And why did it go viral? Let's watch the video first, and then we'll talk about it. This is such an absolutely stunning video. This stunning video was filmed by Bryce Lee, and he is a nature explorer and is keen on protecting the greenery of Singapore. And today we actually have him on the show. Bryce, welcome.
Hey, hi, thanks for inviting me here. Yeah,
thank you for being here. Because your video went viral, so I read something about you, but our audience don't really know about you. So can you tell us about something like your personal nature exploration experiences? Like how many years have you done it, and when did you start doing it?
Okay, my name is Bryce Lee. I'm 53 years old. I started interested in nature since primary school. Actually, I was not paying attention in the class. I always look out to the windows and look at trees.
I think this is what all of us do.
I saw this bluebird was perching on the tree, you know. So I wondered, what is this bird? You know, it's a blue and white body, you know. So not until 1983, you know, when I started to join the Nature Society of Malaya, then I found that there's this white collar kingfisher, you know. So after I joined the Nature Society, I began to join them for outing, for trips in Singapore and Malaysia. That's where I start to realize that, wow, you know, the rainforest is such a beautiful place, you know. And I began to start to venture into the local forest myself also. So ever since then, I have never stopped going into the forest. Yeah.
You must have been to so many forests in your life because you started from a very young age. But can you remember how many forests you have been?
Okay, you talk about Singapore, right? Singapore is a rather small country. We are only about 724 square kilometers, you know. So within the 724 square kilometers, about 156 kilometers square is covered by greenery, include forest, park, you see. But the actual forest, the actual forest nature reserve is only about 3,000 hectares, you see.
Which Singapore rainforest do you find the most fascinating?
It's 80s, you see. So beside, the most fascinating is still the central catchment area. The central catchment, which is our nature reserve, because down there consists of primary forest and secondary forest, freshwater swamp forest also. Yeah. So the entire biodiversity of Singapore is concentrated there within the catchment area, and also Bukit Timah Nature Reserve.
So now many Singaporean people are still quite surprised about the fact that the country has such a coexistence for rainforests and cities. And I'm sure today we've surprised a lot of people with the videos you took. And is there anything else that you think we should know? Any more fun facts about the forests?
Okay. One thing about this Singapore forest, right? It holds one of the critical endangered species of birds called this. The six is in Singapore. We are holding about 12 to 34% of the population. We have 200 over these birds living in Singapore forest. You know, so that is very important. Yeah.
Is there any specific type of flora or plants that you want to show us?
Species of plant and forest is, I think the most important within the central catchment area is our Nee Soon Swamp Forest. Nee Soon Swamp Forest is not open to public because that is the last remaining tropical freshwater swamp forest. It holds a lot of a very high biodiversity of critical endangered species of plants there.
So I think we actually have a video that you shot from a while ago. So how about let's take a look?
Yes.
Wow, that was a massive tree. I think it kind of reminds me of a tree that I saw in Yunnan when I was visiting the rainforest there. Is it called Paraschoria cathayensis?
Are you talking about the first tree or
yeah,
the
the
second
first
one?
tree. The very tall one.
The first tree is a pulai tree. That is a pulai tree. That is shot in Pulau Ubin, Pulau Ubin Island. That's the tallest tree in the Ubin Island. It's a pulai tree, common pulai tree. It's called Estonia, I think. Yeah, right. And it's about 40 meters. Yeah.
40 meters.
It's been there for many years. Yeah, 40.8 meters height. So yeah, that particular one, which is just shown in the video.
I might be wrong, but it looks really similar to the one I saw in Yunnan called Paraschoria cathayensis, which could be 80 meters high. And it literally, the Chinese name is literally looking up to the sky tree. So I think that's like a perfect description of the species. Like you said, you've been to so many rainforests. I wonder, do you do anything special in there? Like, do you immerse yourself and have some kind of inspiration?
Yes. Over the years, right? So over the years, I've been to the forest. So over the years, I have I have integrated all my activities together already. So when I start running, I've been running in the forest, you see. So I run in the forest and I trek. So when I see things, I see birds, I see plants, I see trees, I will stop and I will take video of it, you see. So when I take video of it, I will not just take video, I will wait for the best lighting. So while I'm waiting, I'm actually sitting down and I will totally immerse with the environment, So when I talk about nature immersion, is alone in the forest, sit down there or stand and just keep quiet and hear everything and see everything, So that is nature immersion. So that is completely cut out from the outside world, That is it's kind of get addicted, So that's why I'm still doing this now since secondary school,
Yeah, because I can see that, because you started exploring the nature since you said in primary school, so such a young age, and you are 53 now, and you're still doing it. So it's like a life passion for you. You are truly an enthusiast. I can see that because, are you at home? Because the background looks like an actual rainforest. Is that an actual rainforest, or is it your home decoration?
These are real plants. This is my studio. That's my work studio. I'm working alone here, so I make the environment like I'm in the forest. So I have plants, all these things, or growing around me. So yeah, I love plants. So
I can see.
I also try to, yeah.
I think it's become part of your life now. I don't think you can live without plants, can you?
I can't live without plants, I can't live without going to forest every week, I have to go inside.
You said every weekend or every week?
Every week. I will go to the forest almost every week,
so
because it's part of my life already. So.
How often do you do it? How often do you go out to the nature?
I do every week.
Like
I do every week.
So in your free time, do you like what time? Do you go in the morning, or do you go in the evening, or do you go all sort of time?
I go in the morning. I go in the morning. I don't do it only in my free time. I'll make time for it, So I don't do it just only free. So even though I'm not free, I'll make time for it because it's part of my schedule to be in the forest.
You're literally having the dream job of a lot of people. Like, I would like to have my job in the forest. I would like my job to be filming the forest, or documenting the images, or filming the animals there as well. You're literally living the life everyone wants. So you're very lucky.
Yeah.
So I was talking to Xiuwen, who is from a younger generation. So what is you have been documenting the forest. So what is the message that you are trying to send out to the Singaporean people or to the rest of the world?
Because through the decades, I've seen destruction of our forests,
That's
to
true.
development, to residential areas. Beside the nature reserve, we still have a lot of secondary matured forests which is not protected. And these areas are stated for development in the future. It might not be now, but it might be for the next generation. So that's why I think it's very important for me to really capture, photograph and video of these places, at the same time share to the people in Singapore, so that they are aware of this area. So if they are aware of this area, they will start to love it. See? So when more people love the area, more people love the forest, right? The chances of saving it and protecting it is higher. So this is what I hope to do. Yeah. So Clementi Forest is a fine, good example. Because I have no intention to make it viral, just that I want to bring out the beauty of the place and just post it and share it. But it turned out to be it's a good thing. So it got the attention of Singaporean and I'm not sure whether is it because of the pandemic or is it because of the video. And people start to do a lot of trekking in our local forests.
Your videos are definitely one of the most spectacular videos of nature I've seen. So how about we watch something else from you?
Okay.
Wow, your videos are so amazing. Like, I think every frame of that video could be my laptop screensaver. So I need to download that video and make it my own screensaver. So I want to ask you, you've always spent time in forest. So if I was to go explore in a forest like this, would you give me some suggestions, like what I should bring, what I should be careful of?
There's nothing to be worried if you are trekking in Singapore forest. Okay, just wear something that you're comfortable. Just wear something that you're comfortable. So don't worry about getting dirty on your shoe, or don't worry about getting bites by mosquito, because these are part of experience of trekking in the forest. You see, so you will be bitten by some insect sometime, but not all the time. You see, try to accept everything that you see inside that come to you, and even the insect. You see, and then just kind of so to be connected with the forest itself. So when you are comfortable with everything surround you, then you really enjoy in the time in the forest. Even though when it's raining, don't run away from the rain. Walk in the rain.
I think I will run away from the rain.
There's so-called the negative ion happening when during the heavy storm. So enjoy the rain. Look up and let the rain drop on your face. You see, that kind of feeling is ecstasy. So Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of like blending yourself into this nature reserve, this natural forest, right?
Yes.
You know, I was talking. I was
yeah.
I was telling Shuwen that I have been to Singapore myself, but it was close to 20 years ago. And last time when I went, I didn't. Probably because I was too young, I didn't explore or visit any of these amazing forests. So it's definitely on my bucket list now. Next time when I have an opportunity to go to Singapore, I will definitely visit these forests. You have promoted it very well.
Thank you, thank you. Just call me. I can lead you into the forest.
Yeah, I will follow your steps. So it's absolutely a pleasure to talk to you today, Bryce, and I enjoyed our conversation so much. And I hope I can see you soon in our future live streams with CGTN Nature. And again, thank you very much for today.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
So actually, I don't know how many of you remember the question I asked you in the very beginning of this live stream. And I am going to reveal the answer. I know it's a very simple, easy answer. So it's, of course, Singapore has rainforest. 好，刚才呢，我们 直播最开始问了一个很简单的问题，就是新加坡有没有雨林？那这简直是一道送分题，对不对？所以现在呢，我的导播同事已经在耳返里面告诉我，是哪位幸运观众积极参与我们的互动，并且得到了奖励。那他的 ID 是 呀呼悠呼黑，这位朋友的 ID 是很逗的啊！恭喜这位朋友得到了奖品，虽然我也不知道奖品是什么。So we've had a good look on the rainforest in Singapore. Now I just wonder, what about its neighboring countries? Do they have similar urban planning so the coexistence works just as fine? To answer that, I have invited a friend from Malaysia, Roni Rao. Hi, Roni. How are you? How's it going?
Good. I'm good. Thank you for inviting.
Roni, can you sort of briefly introduce yourself to our audience so we know you better?
Hi, I'm Ronnie Rao. I'm actually an audio-visual consultant, but my love for nature has brought me to a lot of places. I love hiking, outdoors. I do a lot of outdoor activities, but hiking and forest is a big part of my life,
actually. But when? How many years have you been doing this? How many years have you been, hiking or exploring?
I started when I was.
Sorry.
I started when I was a Boy Scout in. I started when I was a Boy Scout in school, so that was in my secondary school. And then, of course, when I started working, there was a gap that I did not do much. But about 12 years ago, I picked it up again, and I started doing it to actually have more stamina. But eventually, I started spreading this good hiking habits to my friends and visitors.
Do you have your own organization or group of hikers that you go regularly?
Yes, I have a small group that I have a few groups actually, because each group have different purpose of the hike and also different form of stamina. So I choose which group I want to go with, depends on how long or where I want to hike. So I'll be a bit selective and to cater to the particular area.
Just like Bryce, you started from when you were at school as well. So what do you think is the difference, or are the differences between hiking or exploring a urban forest and a remotely wild forest?
Okay, there's a major difference actually, because urban forests, in Malaysian case, our land area is about 330,000 square kilometers. So 60% is still forest. But in Klang Valley Central, where the capital city is Kuala Lumpur, there are patches of land or patches of forests here and there. So it's not integrated. So if you're talking about urban forests, it's very easy. Just from my office, 30 minutes, I'm in the forest. So it's very short, 1 hour, 2 hour hike. But when you're talking about rainforests, that takes about 3-4 hours. Of course, the preparation is different.
Right.
It's long preparation. So it's totally different arrangement.
I know you have a video of the rainforest, of the urban rainforest of Malaysia. So shall we go watch that?
Hi, I'm Ronnie, nature lover, hiker, and outdoor person. Today we're going to explore Ahitam Forest in Puchong, Selangor, Malaysia. Most of us will be wondering, if you're going to a forest, rainforest, it'll be far, far away from any sort of development, and you'll be thinking you might take about, say, 3 to 5 hours to just drive to the location. But no, in Malaysia, it's a very unique situation where our forest is within the suburban of the city. You can see here, it's surrounded by housing area, apartments, and at the other side is bordering the forest. So it's a unique experience that you have in Malaysia, that you can experience both town, urban and suburban, and a forest within the city. Now we are entering the main forest. We are greeted by the huge tree, tropical hardwood tree. This is a signboard by the local forestry office indicating what's the do's and don'ts, and you can start seeing huge trees. It's a hollow tree. Okay, I just want to highlight some things here. If you see this, the main trail, we are actually walking on the main trail. You can see the main trail is quite clear, but there's a smaller trail here. If you realize, a smaller path. It's not that clear, but this is a path that commonly used by animals. Okay, so you can see it's quite flattened, and the leaves are pushed and flattened out on the ground. So this is usually used by animals, small mammals, like wild boar, deer. This bird is Malaysian fantail, very active. So this is a lowland, we call it. Lowland forest is a forest that below 900 meters. The biodiversity in the forest is very rich here in terms of animals, movement, plants, trees, activities, water retention, ponds, lakes, streams and everything happen in this area. That's why this area is interesting to hike. When we talk about forests, we always overlook the functions and the effectiveness of bees and their contribution to the forest itself. So this is actually stingless bee. It's actually a beehive. It's a long beehive, you can see. It goes up until the down of the tree. There are two actually. This is one, and there's another one here. So the bees contribute. In fact, they are the most important insects, because pollination. They help in pollination, flowers, and also fruits. Because of their activity to get the nectar They actually help pollination work in the forest or anywhere, even in your garden. So when we have fruit trees, bees are the main contributors for the sustenance of forests, because they help on the fruits and also flowers, which in turn helps other insects survival as well. There's a hole, there's a gap as big as our arm, our palm. So these were snakes, small reptiles like iguana, monitor lizards, chameleon, and maybe snakes, like cobras. Frogs will take shelter, so they could be here. So when you walk in forest, please look out for these kind of things. It might not be that visible, but you have to look out. So this is the uniqueness of the forest in the city. You experience a thick, dense forest with the varieties of flora and fauna, insects and birds, while you also experience the modern city, the wide landscape, the buildings, development, towers, and all those within your reach. So you experience two worlds at one go in Malaysia. We are at the stream, so you're always wondering if is the water clean to drink or is it safe to drink. Don't worry, it's safe. I always drink it here. It's a long stream. So as long as the stream is clear, the water is running, and there's no activities upstream, there means no human activities, no farming, no industrial activities, it's generally safe. A lot of minerals, and this is the mineral water. This is where they get mineral water actually. They harvest from here, these kind of rivers and streams and natural water, and they bottle it. But of course there will be some bacteria, but these bacteria most of the time it's safe. Your stomach, your gut will be able to withstand these bacteria, and it's pretty much safe to drink, so don't worry. So this tree is commonly used by animals for shelter, also humans. You can sleep, it gives you good shelter left and right, so from wind, from rain, and from animals as well. And of course you can cover your leg with leaves if it's cold, so you can do so. So this is a very unique tree. I'm off the ground, so I was telling you this one, this thing is very strong. Even another 2 more person can sit here. You can see the veins are twisted. Take only photos, leave behind only your footprints, so do not damage any forest. I hope you enjoyed the short hike, my video and my photos. Hope it helps you to understand a bit better about the urban forests in Malaysia. Hope we can preserve our nature, because that's the one actually giving life to us by giving us oxygen. We always forget about that because it's free. Okay, happy hiking, keep safe, stay safe, always be careful, take all the precaution needed. So keep it as a small group, go with a guide or go with a person who have been there, who knows the trail well, and safety first. Selamat tinggal. Bye bye.
I like how you said happy hiking, be careful, be safe at the very end. So if there was one thing that we have to be most careful about in a hike in a forest like this, what do you think it would be?
I think about your awareness of your surrounding, because sometimes we immerse ourselves, so we forget where you are. So sometimes you get lost. So ensure when you go hiking, you bring somebody who knows the place, or you go with a guide. So that's the most important thing that I always tell people. So you just don't go because you saw a YouTube video. Just don't go explore without knowing the place. So that's the only thing I like to say.
Yeah, I remember someone we interviewed just before earlier today. He was saying, "Oh, we were asking about what are the 3 things that you would bring on a hike or on exploration to a forest," and he said, "I would bring a guide." So exactly the same as what you said. I have another question. When you were drinking water from that stream, did it taste any difference to the water bottle, the bottled water that we buy from a shop? Because I've never personally tasted water from a stream in the wild.
Yes, definitely. It tastes better, natural. So you have of course, there's a lot of natural resources there compared to a bottled water. So I feel I feel it tastes better, probably because it is natural and nothing is processed, raw as it is. So I feel safe drinking it, no issue.
A lot of people say it tastes sweeter than the water we drink normally. Is it actually sweeter, or is it just people's imagination?
I think it's imagination, but it definitely tastes better. It has some taste because bottled water is a bit flat. It just takes away a taste, but no taste. But natural water tastes slightly better. But I don't think it's sweet. But maybe some people's feeling it's sweet.
Well, now I know it's a fake news. It's a false information that we had. It's just people's imagination. So I wonder, there was some beehives in the video as well. They looked quite different from the beehives that I'm familiar with. Normally, when you think of a picture of a beehive, it's like a chunk of beehive. Full of, holes. But the beehives that you showed was like a tube. Is it normal, or is it something special in the rainforest in Malaysia?
Yes, I think it's in tropical forests. You have these stingless bees. They are not famous probably because they don't have much honey in the beehive compared to the commercial bees, the honey bee. Of course, because the nature of the bees is smaller, and the nectar, the honey is very little, so it's not commonly, not famous, not commonly found as well. And it's at a smaller scale, mostly on the ground level, and less honey. I would say people did not explore because the honey content of the hive is so tiny.
Now back to the stream question, because again, I think you can tell that I'm so curious about drinking from an actual stream instead of a bottle. I want to know, if I am in a forest and it's my first time ever in this forest, and I see a stream there and I'm thirsty, how do I know? How would I find out if the water there is like drinkable, edible, without any pollution, or basically it's not dirty that I can drink?
Okay, first you must know the place. We cannot simply drink anywhere you hike, because sometimes there might be activities such as agricultural activities in certain part of forest. So as long you are in a pure rainforest with no human activities upstream, then it's pretty much safe to drink. So if there is any activities, any sort of activity, even the small farm, or even this organic farm, it's not recommended. So as long that's why you must know the place. As long you have a guide and somebody who knows the place, they know this is safe. So it's actually very difficult to say whether it is safe to drink, because even clear water can be not so healthy, because as I said, the water must be running water. Every time you drink, make sure it's running water. If you have to drink, forced to drink, the water has to be running water, then it's safe. If it's stagnant water, please do not drink because there might be some feces or some bacteria that is already there.
Okay.
Or something like that. So make sure it's running water.
Right. So running or not is the key factor of if this water can be drunk, right? So now I wonder about something. Have you ever, or is it allowed to camp in the urban forest in Malaysia? Do people camp there?
Yes. Yes, we are allowed to. We have to get a permit, and then we can camp.
Have you been camping in the forest before?
Yes, many times. Every year, a few times a year, we camp. I bring my friends to go camping, so no issue. But a permit has to be applied.
What do you like the most about the combination between urban and suburban rainforest in Malaysia?
Because if you have a short time, say a very short weekend, a few hours, you can go suburban forest. You can just have shoes and clothes ready in your car. You just drop by. But if it's rainforest deep inside, you can plan longer. You must have a lot of preparation in terms of food, cooking utensils, your tents and everything. So you can plan for a longer activities there, maybe 10 hours, maybe overnight activities. So we have big mix of both. In Kuala Lumpur, it's a valley, so we are surrounded by a lot of forests and high hills and mountains. So we are very gifted to be Klang Valley, which is Kuala Lumpur. So yeah, it's a mix of both, short or long. That depends on the urban or suburban.
Right, great. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And I had a great time talking to you. I will especially remember the difference, or how I can tell if I can drink the water from a stream when I'm in a forest, if I ever will be in a forest. And again, thank you very much for today. I hope you have a great day. Right, so...
Thank you. Thank you.
The past 5 hours have definitely been a feast for the eyes, from Amazon to Yunnan to Hainan to Singapore to Malaysia. Rainforests are essential to all lives on this planet. They provide food, they provide air, water, medicine, and shelter to a multitude of living beings. And it's also one of our best defenses to fight against climate change. So each one of us, each and every one of us needs to work on helping reduce the deforestation. And it might sound a little unrealistic and unpractical for individuals, but there are actually a lot we can do, like riding a bike instead of taking a taxi, or driving when you get to places, or buy responsibly sourced products. Because after all, like what Sir David Attenborough said, it's surely our responsibility to do everything within our power to create a planet that provides a home, not just for us, but for all life on Earth. And that's a wrap. Thank you so much for spending such a fantastic afternoon with us. And stay tuned with CGTN for more majestic journeys and adventures in nature. I'm Ning. I'll see you next time. 接下来还有云南的直播、美景直播等着你，继续锁定 CGTN， 锁定更多美丽的内容。我是葛宁，我们下次见。
Rare beasts roam this land of untold secrets. Dangers and mysteries lurk. But exploration becomes an insatiable addiction. On June 22nd, CGTN takes you on a tour of the world's most enchanting rainforests.
我准备下水了。
Let's go discover magnificent creatures, acquire survival skills, and unravel mysterious tales.
观众朋友们，大家好，这里是云南德宏。中午12点到4点的时候，我们一起观看了世界各地的奇妙雨林，也和 CGTN 的主持人做了一个简单的连线。
现在，让我们一起细致的、沉静的来感受一下我们云南德宏的神奇雨林。
蛇呀、蜥蜴啊，它都会，我们都拍到过这样的镜头。可能今天呢，我们不知道它喂的是什么啊，咱们一定要有耐心的去看一下。直播啊，可能不像我们，不是刚才也是有在咱们的这个倪老师给大家吹了葫芦丝嘛，就是在看这个雨林的同时呢，又能够欣赏到美丽的这个轻柔的这个葫芦丝的这个声音，我觉得也是非常的开心。那么刚进来的朋友呢，一定得要注意的就是，我们现在就是在我们的热带雨林里面给大家带来的这场雨林盛宴、雨林直播，这应该真的是非常难得的机会啊！如果您在手机前面或者是在观看我们直播的这个朋友呢，如果有什么问题，你们一定可以在屏幕下面或者在给我们后台留言。哎，我们呢，过后我们也会回答你们的一些问题啊，我们都会讲给大家。他还不出来，今天他有点害羞，可能观看我们直播的人太多了，他一直在期待着他出来啊。他现在是在后面躲雨，我能够通过望远镜看得到他。
天晴了，天晴马上就来了。
他这是听在哪边啊？
对，就在那个。
我讲了句方言。
在那个黑的那个树。
我讲了句方言。喝水。他这是毛给我透出来呀？然后咱们这毛不知道。那个是不是他？我看
那不是，在后面，我在后面那一个黑的那一丛树里面，他一直就在那里等待，他叫，听到没有？听到他的声音。
哎，小关老师，
哎，
我这次过来呢，听说是这个石村村民是不是都是通过这个来观鸟的这些游客啊？带动了，给他们的这个生活改善。这个，
其实这个事儿呢，我们其实也可以和大家说一说啊，就是怎么来实现的时候，一句话叫做“绿水青山就是金山银山”嘛。这个咱们银江的这个观鸟产业啊，是体现的最淋漓尽致的。我记得我14年底15年开始来的时候，咱们石梯村给我的第一印象是什么？就是以前的叉叉房茅草屋。而现在石梯又给我们什么印象呢？就是整个的这种旅游村寨的这样的风貌。那么为什么会有这种的一个转变呢？其实最主要的是就因为鸟，我们叫做以鸟为媒，把绿水青山装进钱袋里。那石梯呢，从16年啊17年开始做观鸟呢，到现在呢，整个的一个变化，最主要的一个变化是什么？一，赚到钱了；第二呢是什么？他们的思想观念转变了。就是他们从以前的狩猎人变成了现在的护鸟人，从以前的砍树人变成了现在的护林人。从以前从事农民这个行业，现在它变成鸟岛了，做服务行业了。那所以呢，我们觉得这样的一种转变呢，也是对于我们现在说实话，就是说一个观鸟产业的这样的一种体现吧。就是生活有所改变，因为依托了鸟这个东西，让他们可能走出了新的一条路。这就是我们石梯啊。
等一下我们下去的时候，跟我们一起到石梯村去看一下。那里的民风民俗，到那里去采一下风。
好的，
可能也有一种新的那一种一点灵感和启示吧。
这就是一个大自然的馈赠。
对，因为我们刚才直播嘛，我没有很详细的和大家说，比如说犀鸟它的整个一些特征是什么。那么现在犀鸟也没过来，那么我可以来和大家详细的说一下。我说了，中国呢是有5种犀鸟，一个呢是花冠皱盔犀鸟。花冠皱盔犀鸟呢，刚才这个郑老师说啊，它很明显的能够看得出，就是它特征很明显，雌雄很容易分辨啊。一个呢是黄色的喉囊是雄鸟，蓝色的喉囊是雌鸟，哎，这个就是很容易的分辨。而且呢， 雄鸟有一个像现在我这个淋了雨以后杀马特的这样的一个头型啊，然后呢就是它的一个特征很明显。还有一个呢就是双角犀鸟。那么双角犀鸟呢，顾名思义啊，就是它也是有一个大大的嘴，然后这个有一个喙是从这样整过来的，然后呢它的个头呢要比花冠皱龟要大一些。那么还有一个犀鸟呢，就是冠斑犀鸟。那冠斑犀鸟呢分布就比较小一点啊，咱们的这个叫做冠斑犀鸟，个子小，犀鸟骨里不能少，黑白相间，毛色亮，生儿育女能力强。在这几个犀鸟里面啊，咱们这个是冠斑犀鸟啊，是就是说生的最多的。那我们通过观察，双角犀鸟呢每年就一只。基本上花冠皱龟呢也没有见有2只带着走的，但是冠斑犀鸟的话，到2到3只啊，就是它的生育能力是很强的。而且呢，我们也偶尔会听到很多地方有这个犀鸟的报道，那基本上呢都是这个冠斑犀鸟啊。那还有一种呢是白喉犀鸟，白喉犀鸟呢是咱们中国这几种犀鸟里面个体最小的。那么它现在呢是在我们版纳上永的保护区。那有一个很稳定的一个种群能够看到，而宗镜犀鸟呢，对于我们来说都很神秘啊。现在呢是西藏的墨脱，那边有一个保护区呢是有稳定的繁殖，但是我们在盈江，我们只离我们的县城大概直线距离只有10公里的一个地方，我们也发现了它的踪影，就在去年，就是2020年的时候吧，3月份，我们也是。这个发现了这个宗镜犀鸟，当时也是在这个说的是个观鸟界啊，引起了轰动啊！我真的那时候我们亲身的体验了它出现在我们眼前的那一刻的那种激动，就像我们第一次看花冠皱龟出现在我眼前那种激动一样。哇，那种感觉太可能现在用语言去表达，大家可能也隔着屏幕也感受不了我的那种心情。但是如果你真的当时在现场的话，跟我们去的那些老师都说，哇，你们这些人，哇，那时候真的太兴奋，就是那种感觉，会给我们就是有很大的一些震撼。这就是我们叫做，只要惊喜一出来，对于我们作为野生动物摄影师来说，真的那个时候的心情就是什么可以不管，一切不管了，我们就要记录到那美好的那一瞬间。所以呢，在这个过程当中啊，如果这个直播间里面有看我们直播的有这个野生动物摄影师啊，有野生动物或者观鸟爱好者，你可能也能和我一样就是感受这种这种心情的这种激动啊，这个是可以来和大家来说的。
说不说每年能到这里来拍摄的，来观鸟的这个人多不多？
其实我说了，因为我们通过做观鸟这个产业呢，让整个的这个石梯了，包括雪梨这一线的这些村民都富起来了，说明什么呢？它肯定还是有一定的游客量。那么我们目前呢，大概全中国的观鸟的爱好者或者拍鸟的这个人数呢，大概在40万左右。你要想想，中国犀鸟谷是什么？是全中国唯一3种犀鸟繁殖的地方。要这40万人每人来一次，是不是能给这个整个的这个村子或者是整个的这样的一个就是地区，是不是带来很大的一个收入？而且我们来拍鸟来观鸟，你看郑老师来了10多天了，一来在这吃住行，对吧？都是能够给当地老百姓带来收入。
我就是在当地老百姓家，在那里吃住行，有时候呢，他还带我出去野拍。
所以说，就像特别像我们这种创作的，有些时候，来到大山深处了啊，来感觉，其实有些时候来一趟是找不到的，
其实
体会不到的。
对，是说实话，其实你要说特别夏天啊，咱们来这种热带雨林舒不舒服？其实并不舒服，说实话。但是为什么呢？我们又想来呢？就是说，我们奔着就像今天来和大家一起来分享这个犀鸟的这个育雏过程，那就是说很热。你看现在我也是满头大汗，来淋了雨，头发都湿了。但是我觉得值得把这样美好的画面，这种唯美的画面，奉献给大家。能够通过我们的这个直播平台，大家能够和我们近距离的和这个国家1级重点保护野生动物这个花冠皱龟犀鸟，能有一个这个近距离的一个相遇吧。我觉得真的是很好的一件事情。我也想着呢，就通过这样的直播，让大家呢更好的体验到我们雨林的神奇啊，感受到雨林的美，然后呢，让大家呢觉得 这样的热带雨林，真的是因为我们所有关心这个事情的这些人的共同努力的守候，让这一片雨林成为了现在中国唯一的3种犀鸟繁殖的地方。
哎，那这个犀鸟它成年犀鸟的话，一般它有多大？
犀鸟的话是品种不一样，然后呢，它的个头也不一样。那就比如我说双脚犀鸟比较大，因为它个体之间又存在着差异。那就是有些呢长得更大一些，有些呢长得更小。
见过最大的双脚犀鸟，它的翼展肯定有2米。那是飞起来是。
对，其实
和老鹰、鹳那一些。
对，其实犀鸟呢，一般来说平均下来大概展开翼指的话是在1.6米到1.7米之间啊。然后呢，因为我们从视觉上看它很震撼嘛，为什么我叫做空中巨无霸双脚犀鸟？就因为我们用镜头的语言给大家讲述我们生态的故事。
是的。然
后呢，让大家一起感同身受，觉得我们是在做一件有意义的事情。可能我们的一个片段啊，剪出来的一个瞬间，就像您写出一个优美的曲子一样。
是的。这个过程其实是相似的，
这是一个享受。对，真的啊，这个我们就说那个，
就是我来的时候，我看到有一些它的那些建筑啊、标志啊，这些都是还是以犀鸟的，它这个是已经是本地的，形成本地的这一些符号吗？还是
可能我这个浅谈一下吧，这只是我个人的一些认知。没变了。咱们其实，在整个的这个过程当中，就是说，为什么这样说呢？因为犀鸟呢，对于我们来说，一个是我们这边有个景颇族，它有一些这个图腾的一些崇拜在里面。那具体呢，我们可能有专家会来和我们说，但是我只是说一些风格上，那么我们加入了一些犀鸟的元素。一个呢是衬托出我们中国犀鸟舞在用犀鸟这样一个独特让人能够记住的这样的一个国家一级重点保护的鸟类作为我们的媒介，就作为我们宣传的形象大使。因为这个东西能够让人记住。第二呢是什么？就是说融入了犀鸟的元素以后呢，会觉得更有神秘感。我觉得一个神奇的大鸟啊，我记得原来我们出了一个叫做探秘雨林，寻找这个巨鸟啊，最后我们是找到了这个双脚犀鸟啊，然后呢，通过各种一些方式吧，然后呢做一种宣传出去，然后呢就是说加入了犀鸟的这些元素以后呢，让我们真正的就是融入到里面，无论是我们的生活是吧，这个建筑，然后呢还有一些人们赋予它的一些故事，我觉得都能够很好的把这些东西结合起来，作为保护它守护它的一种宣传的一些方式。我觉得这是非常好的。我也想着呢，哪天这个倪老师能够创造出一曲关于犀鸟的这样的一个悠长的葫芦丝，然后呢，我们是吧？然后每个这个拍鸟的人都学一学啊。
其实可以以这个，我一直也是在听您讲述的过程当中呢，我也一直在构思，就是因为犀鸟它有一个这样一个精神，这样一个责任，对爱的忠贞不移，所以说我觉得很有意义，也可以作为一个点来描述。当然这个呢只是初步的一个想法啊。这个
我看到下面有个评论说他们说这个说犀鸟是不是说公鸟如果出现了意外，母鸟会跟着殉情啊？这个呢咱们从科学的角度上来解释一下其实呢没有那么，就是我们犀鸟的这些故事都是我们人类赋予的。它其实它在一起呢就是为了繁殖下一代。但是它在繁殖下一代的这些动作、这些行为呢，让我们赋予了很多美好的故事。但是呢，没有说犀鸟，说这个公鸟一死，或者是犀鸟没了，它就会跟着就自杀，没有这么回事啊。它还是会寻找新的伴侣，组成新的家庭，来一起来哺育新的下一代。这个呢，是因为动物在一起，它就是为了繁殖，为了传递它的基因，
传承下去
就是传递它的基因，没有像我们赋予的说它有那么多的这种想法在里面啊，这个是基本上是没有的。所以呢，这个呢也可以来和大家来科普一下啊，就不要说我们每个东西又跟着殉情了，不吃不喝啦，这个东西呢都是我们赋予它美好的愿望。
其实我觉得给他们赋予这些美好的传承的愿望，应该 更能够就是说吸引人，更能够就是说和它和人的这种情感联系起来，更能够激发人们对它的喜爱、保护嘛啊。
但是我觉得是这样的啊，郑老师可能我这个呢，我们是做科普的，
我是摄影师，他是专家。
对，我们做这个肯定要有这种，你不能基于一个就是没有一个事实的依据你来写这样的故事，我觉得就不对了啊。就是首先它没有这样的情节，就是你故意赋予它这样的情节，让这个鸟很神秘。那其实是从宣传的角度是很好，但是呢，我觉得这个东西呢，故事我们可以赋予很好的故事，但是实际情况是什么，我还是要说，就是说，没有说出现的就是殉情的东西，咔就跟着动物就来了，没有这么回事。
但是我们发现那个公鸟去世以后，我们发现那个母鸟出窝以后了嘛，那个它一直在深度的忧郁悲伤之中，应该是在1年左右的时间，我观察了一下。你看，首先从哪里可以看出来呢？本来那个双脚犀鸟的眼圈是非常的鲜红的，非常有神，闪着光。但是那一只母鸟呢，我观察了差不多1年的时间吧。
于老师，
鸟来了，鸟来了，
于老师，
哎，于老师，于老师，于老师别。
那个现在呢是花冠皱龟犀鸟呢已经停到了我们的面前，大家真的是现在真的是近距离的在我们前面，然后大家一定要记住我提的几个问题，一个是看一下它到底喂了几颗果子，然后它喂了些什么，对，它来到了我们的前面，看到没有，李老师，是不是很激动？太激动了。然后大家可以看一下它那个黄色的喉囊那里还有一个黑色的一条线，对不对？然后这个也是花冠皱龟犀鸟的一个辨识度。还有一种犀鸟叫做拟花冠皱龟犀鸟，它是没有黑色那一条线的，它要喂。
它喂食的这些东西储存在
它的嗉囊里，它和鸡一样有嗉子。犀鸟谷在给大家直播这个花冠皱龟犀鸟育雏的过程。那么现在呢，花冠皱龟犀鸟已经来到我们的面前，马上呢它就要飞到它的那个窝前，把嗉囊里面储存的这个食物呢就要喂给到我们的这个里面的犀鸟妈妈和犀鸟宝宝。那么我在这里呢提几个问题，就是一个呢数一下它喂了几个果子，它在那叫了，
它在叫，大声的叫。
我天哪！太漂亮了！我们看一下它整个的这个颜色的搭配，红黄，然后呢，其实它的那个虽然说它整个的这个是黑色的，但是我们在太阳光下是非常有金属光泽的这样一个状态。它现在距离我们大概有50多米的一个距离，它那个50多米的距离都可以，但是这个鸟非常的大那所以呢，我们通过我们的镜头，然后让大家来体验这种热带雨林的神奇。感受这种热带雨林旗舰物种的魅力，太漂亮了！它准备飞上去喂食了。它把这个食物已经吐到了它的嘴上，然后旋着食物呢就开始去喂，应该马上就飞上去喂了。我今天太激动了，在这样直播的环境，我们从下着雨到现在的天晴，然后整个的1个多小时的这样的一个直播，然后我们现在又一次的看到了花冠皱龟犀鸟来到了我们的面前。我们这一次直播呢是通过各个平台，然后让大家看一看我们的花冠皱龟犀鸟的繁殖育雏的过程。那么犀鸟的育雏呢，真的是非常的神奇，大家可以看一下咱们镜头里面的这个鸟，太漂亮了，它准备飞了各位看一次。 2次、3次，来听。4次、5次、6次。
大家看他喂些什么东西，看一下。
7次。8次
哦，有8颗。
还有没有？还有没有？还有9次。来掉了一个。10次。11次。
这个喂的好多啊，这一次。
它储存的还是多了。
哎，它不怕树。
还有往外掉的，在那里吐出来。我举望远镜手都酸了，但是
现在喂食的是
雄鸟，
它的你看
是果实。
我掺了，有小虫。哇，吐出来了。11次，今天它总共往外的话接了11次，然后还吐出了很多的这个残渣啊，它在树上的残渣。所以今天我们非常的幸运。那么大家刚进到直播间呢，我们其实是在我们的云南德宏盈江的中国犀鸟谷，在给大家直播我们花冠皱盔犀鸟的育雏的过程。那么现在呢，真的是非常的激动人心了。我们从下雨收到天晴，然后亲眼的2次啊，然后呢，这个犀鸟喂食的这样的一个场面都给大家看到了。然后整个的过程，我们也希望大家能够通过直播的这样的一种方式呢，给大家展示我们热带雨林的神奇。那么我们现在呢是在云南省德宏州盈江县的中国犀鸟谷，带来大家直播的是花冠皱盔犀鸟的育雏。你要是等一下再拍录着呢。
可以啊。
我们现在飞走了。太漂亮了！我去，这种，我们现在呢一直是在看我们的国家1级重点保护野生动物花冠皱盔犀鸟的育雏过程。那刚才你老师也看到，我们数了一下，它往里面呢是喂了11次这个食物，然后呢还在吐了很多的残渣，然后让里面的宝宝和母亲呢饱餐了一顿。所以呢，今天这个直播我们是看了2次育雏。啊，刚开始来的时候，那时候来了1次，然后我们等了那么长时间，又来了1次。所以呢，直播就是这样，我们把这样的好的这样的画面，好的这样的镜头，好的我们看到的这样的一种场景展现给大家，然后通过展现一个花冠皱盔育雏，让大家更多的展现一个花冠皱盔犀鸟育雏，然后展现更多的一些热带雨林的一些风貌给大家能够看到，对不对，倪老师？今天呢，我们真的是收获非常的大，是不是？
是的啊。
然后呢，在这个平台里面呢，也是感谢每一个到我们直播间来的这些朋友们，能够陪同我们度过了这样的一个下午吧。然后，其实我们后面呢还有我们这个景颇的绿叶雁的直播，到时候呢也请大家呢一起跟着来观看。
这么好的那个，应该即兴一首嘛？有没有灵感来？
今天。如果说新作品的话，可能要得慢慢的。今天呢，我想，因为听了这么多的关于犀鸟的一些故事啊，还有 近距离的能够看到犀鸟，我还有他对他的妻子和孩子的这一个，我觉得很符合的一首作品叫《竹楼情歌》。我想用这一首来作为今天为大家带来的最后一曲，小曲子吧。好的，好。
因为刚才我们看了犀鸟嘛，我们在这个直播的过程当中呢，我们的倪老师呢也给我们演奏了好几次的这个葫芦丝。因为接近我们直播的尾声了，那么下一场呢，我们是要去看我们的景颇绿叶宴。在这之前呢，我们还是来听我们的倪老师来给我们演奏一曲这个葫芦丝，来结束我们今天在雨林的这一个上半场的直播。待会呢，我们的直播还继续啊，然后还有这个美丽丰盛的景颇绿叶宴奉献给大家。所以呢，倪老师把咱们最后的收尾的这个葫芦丝的演奏送给大家吧。
好的，那我就为大家带来一段《竹楼情歌》的抒情段落啊。带来一小段，感谢大家呢一直在直播间和我们一起来互动，一起呢和我们探秘雨林来守护这个犀鸟，观看花冠昼归犀鸟的育雏。那么我们也感谢郑老师，感谢这个倪老师，然后能够在我们的这个直播间能够给我们有一些展示。那么下一阶段呢是到我们的景颇绿叶宴的直播，那么也跟随着镜头呢，我们也去欣赏我们德宏的美食景颇绿叶宴。
七彩云南，美在德宏。亲爱的观众朋友们，大家好，这里是实体雨林特别直播活动的现场，我是主持人俊文。
大家好，我是主持人丽薇。朋友们，你们可以想象吗？吃饭不用碗，炒菜不用锅，甚至不用一滴油就能做出一顿美味。那听到这儿的话呢，很多朋友可能会说，当然可以啊，点外卖。
对，点外卖。
但是呢，除了点外卖以外在我们云南德宏，在咱们的景颇家人里面在这样的一个条件下，他 们就能够制作出一顿美味。
是的，我们的景颇人生活在大山当中，可以说是名副其实的大山的子女。他们依托自己得天独厚的自然优势，可以说把自己的生活过得像花儿一般的美丽。当然，景颇对我们的吃的方面也是非常的讲究的。他们会把在大山当中采集到的这些新鲜的时令的蔬菜瓜果带回到家中，然后经过自己独有的烹饪方式，在今天的活动当中将会为大家展示到的是一份特别古朴而神秘的盛宴，叫做绿叶宴。没错。
那景颇绿叶宴的话呢，是代表着勤劳智慧的景颇儿女们崇尚自然、眷恋自然、回归自然的淳朴之心。那今天的话呢，俊文和立威就要带着大家一起跟我们的镜头去感受智慧与美味并存的景颇绿叶宴。
说到这个景颇绿叶宴啊，阿威，你对我们的景颇菜肴当中的哪一道菜情有独钟呢？
我最喜欢的就是景颇冲菜，
我也很喜欢。此时不知道大家有没有关注到哈，我们听到了一个声音，当当当当，
一定是冲筒的声音，
对，一定是冲筒的声音，让我们跟随着这个冲筒的声音一探究竟。
走。在咱们景颇人家里面有一句俗话是这么说的啊，冲筒不响，吃饭不香。
大姐，
您今天冲的是什么菜呢？
冲那个干巴跟蕨菜。
这个冲筒是为了今天的活动特别制作的一个新的冲筒，是不是？
是啊。
大姐，您能为我们此时在观看我们直播的朋友们来介绍一下今天的咱们这一道冲菜，除了有干巴以外，还需要准备些什么材料呢？
我拿过来了。
哇，大家可以看一下这个原生态的食材，来给一个特写镜头，这个非常的生态，看到了没有？非常的生态的一碟菜哈。有干巴，
那放进里面去啊。
好，
这个是撇菜根吗？
大姐您先介绍一下，这是
撇菜根。
撇菜根。
好，大姐您先别放。
对，然后
这是干巴，这是芫
荽，
这是老缅芫，所以我们家是这样说，古话是这样说。
两种不同的芫荽品种。
那还有辛辣子，
小米辣、新辣椒。还有大蒜，
就是放这些葱啊。
我也发现了哈，这道冲菜的话呢，每一个佐料是必不可少的，缺一不可，是不是，大姐？
是。
就这么把这样一盘佐料全部放到冲筒里面，这样倒腾冲着就行了吗？
倒腾冲就是吃饭挺香的。
没错啊，以前立威吃这个景颇冲菜啊，我能一口气炫下3碗饭。所以你必须要带着32句的胃来吃。
32句的胃来吃。那阿威平时有没有在家自己冲菜的习惯？
我可喜欢了，我特别喜欢冲菜，因为我自己非常喜欢吃，所以我也非常喜欢冲。但是我就发现哈，自己冲的冲菜和在咱们景颇人家里面吃的这个冲菜不一样，味道真不一样。
大姐说都一样的，然后
主要是这些佐料完全都在里面了。
好，
那提前了，你冲一下这些。
好，那大姐您能教立威一下吗？
可以，
教我一下。好，那放这个材料有没有什么先后顺序呢？
没有，
就是一起放进去。
一起放进去。现在
好，那我们把这个盘里面的所有的材料全部都放到冲筒里边，按着这个，
你冲一下啊。
好嘞，
我们就看一下我们的这个立威大美女冲筒会是什么样子的。
大姐，这个冲菜的这个力度有什么需要掌握的吗？
那你这样，这样盖着一点，这冲的时候它不会飞出来。是这个样子，这样冲。
就是胡指这样遮着这个头，然后就冲，
用力冲就可以了。
好，
有多大力使多大劲儿。
听到这个冲筒响，左右邻居就知道，咱们今天吃的是冲菜，对不对？
冲菜，瞬间开始流口水。
要得了，要能吃了。
就说明
我们家是就这样。
冲筒响的时候，就说明要开饭了，对不对？
好，我继续冲。大姐，是不是只要把肉还有咱们的这些佐料呢，把它冲匀了就可以了？
要冲多长时间呢？
大概要冲多长时间呢？
一般都是，反正是5-6分钟。
5-6分钟。
好，我再冲一下。好，我再冲一下。
加油，立威，加油！
好。
我来控制住这个桌面。
好，立威先来看一下。辣椒是已经冲匀了，但是大蒜完全没有动过。
这是女汉子，
使出我的洪荒之力！
没有看错，这不是一档美食节目，这是我们自然探索的一档节目啊。
大姐，我可以尝一下了吗？味道怎么样？
已经可以吃了吗？已经可以吃了，是不是？
我先尝一下啊。
估计这味道也不咋地。
好，我有一个办法，可以这样，
就这样吧。
哎，
我觉得可以控制来吗？
对了，
对，就是这样尝的。
就这样尝的。我想让大家看一下立威的节奏，
太美味了。
我看一下立威的节奏。
我感觉肉还有各种佐料已经均匀的充斥在里面了。
你倒是挺会为自己说。看到没有这个辣椒啊，这个大蒜和辣椒。
好，再让大姐教一下我们。
这样，
这样啊，
是这样啊，
是这样的喏。
那
是你拍
哦，还有，
我可以尝一下了吗？
好，
我可以尝一下这个立威今天自制的这个亲自动手的冲菜究竟会是什么味道？
尝一下，我觉得特别好吃。就是佐料和肉的味道已经相融在里面了，
真的比我想象当中要好吃。为什么会那么好吃啊？为什么？
因为有这个
有冲筒，
对，有。
你想说是祖传的冲筒吗？
我知道了，立威知道了。为什么平时立威在家里面冲的这冲菜不好吃，就是因为没有这个冲筒。
哦，
那我们家是说啊，从前的老人告诉过我们，谁家要看媳妇。
勤不勤快？
勤快不勤快就看冲筒
干不干净。
对，
就看冲筒干不干净是吧？
是这样吗，大姐？
你冲菜那有没有力？就看这里。
我刚才肯定没力，那我要重新再表演一下。
来，再表演一次，3、2、1。
大姐，您看我这个，如果说算是在打分的话，您能打几分呢？我觉得这应该算是半成品，因为这个蒜确实还没有。
大家可以看一下，这个是啥？这个是冲菜的结晶。
好，再给立威一次机会好吗？我想做那个勤劳智慧的这个景颇姑娘。
开始展示吧。
好，
下一步别人就过来看你这个你是还是冲菜挺厉害，我家要媳妇就是决定要你了。
哇，是这样呀。好，立威再给立威一次机会哈。
天哪！天哪！这个媳妇儿合格了吧？这个媳妇儿已经，大姐合不合格？这样的媳妇儿有没有力？你说有力了是不是？
可以了，我再品尝一下。
对，立威，你从今以后这档节目播出以后，你就可以找到男朋友了。
好，
特别是景颇山的男朋友啊。
好，嫁到我们大山里面来。
对。果然更入味了是吧？
比第一次更入味了。
果然更入味了。但是我就觉得刚才吃到的这些东西。就是有点素啊，当然我们这个景颇的绿叶宴是荤素搭配的，对不对？
对，我知道了。为啥呢？因为俊文特别喜欢吃荤。对，
我是一个大型食肉动物哈，所以的话，如果一桌饭当中没有肉的话，我是个人绝对是没有太大胃口的。那大姐有没有这个肉哈？我刚才看到你们有准备了一个，
我们有个竹筒肉。
竹筒肉哈，竹筒烧肉还是焖肉？哇，大家可以看一下，
这是我们烧的。
烧的，你看这个竹筒都已经被烧成这个样子了，已经是面目全非了。你还能看得出来它是一个竹筒吗？
大哥，这是谁烧制的？我们请大姐，就是太激动了，因为刚才吃了这个自己冲制的冲菜。
对。
大姐，这是谁来烧的？
这是我们家的以前的一个老社长过来烧的。我们家谁都会烧的。
谁都会烧，但是这个老社长烧的可能味道会更香一些，
更香一点。他们是年纪比我们大一点，他们什么都还是比我们懂得多。还是这样，
你看看，
可能更香。
朋友们，这个光是这个竹筒烧肉哈，如果大家光只是看这个面目全非的竹筒，一定不会想象得到里边居然藏着精华，里边满满的都是肉，是不是？请问一下是什么肉？牛肉哈，那除了牛肉之外，有没有一些什么其他的佐料在里面呢？
有，这里面还有辛辣子，还有新疆放
就是小米辣，还有大蒜，还有生姜，还有什么呢？
还有盐碎，
还有原罪，
放这些就够了。
然后盐那些都要放的吧？
盐那些要放。
放一点点就可以了。
佐一点盐进去。
好，那我现在
我们没办法吃，现在
可以吃吗？
怎
么吃？打开这个就能吃了吗？这里这个竹子的这个顶部是塞着这个芭蕉叶的啊。
这样打开，来。
它是连芭蕉叶一块塞进去的。我以为只是把肉塞进去，用芭蕉叶把它塞上，其实不是啊，是连芭蕉叶一块连肉把它塞进去的。我们俩是不是一直理解错误啊？
是。
好，那如果要吃的话，是不是要把它拿出来呢？
这样空一点出来。
这样吗？让大家看一下啊。哎呦，慢点。 哇！
哦，
来，这个应该是要给一个特写的啊！哇，热乎乎的，你有没有闻到香气？
是。就是大姐，这就是把牛肉还有刚才您为我们介绍到的这些佐料，然后呢一起烹制吗？
山上的那个酸叶，
酸叶是吗？
还要放酸叶
哦，放了酸叶以后有调味的作用是吗？
是这个意思。
好的，那我们迫不及待的尝一尝好不好？
好，好。
替正在观看直播的朋友们提前先品尝一下。吃了这个太有食欲了，但是我相信大家一定很关注我们今天的主角，那就是我们刚才所提到的绿叶燕，而这个冲菜和竹筒焖肉只是其中的一个小角色，冰山一角哈。那接下来的时间就请大家跟随着君文和立威的镜头，一起去为大家揭秘这桌神秘而古朴的绿叶燕。大姐，一起跟我们过来。
哇，满满当当一桌。
您先走。这就是绿叶燕，这就是绿叶燕，哇，真的很长很宽，然后满眼
就是绿色。所以的话呢，大家观众朋友们此时应该也能够知道为什么我们把这桌菜肴呢取名叫做绿叶燕
的原因了，对不对？因为它真的是满眼都是绿色哈，这满满当当的一桌绿色的宴席。这一桌能够共同容纳多少个人一起用餐呢？同时，
这里是应该是20多个人。
20多个人啊，哇，真的很丰盛哈。但是我就想问一下这个大姐，虽然我已经很想吃，特别有吃的那种冲动和愿望，不知道立威会不会和我一样，
蠢蠢欲动了？
蠢蠢欲动，但是不知道从何下手。也不知道从何下口，因为我发现这个绿叶燕上哈，它完全就没有碗，发现没有？
对，
没有碗和没有筷子。当然，仅有的能够看出来的这个杯子还是用竹筒制作而成的。所以大姐，我们在吃景颇绿叶燕的时候，有没有什么特别的讲究的地方能和大家说一说吗？
哎呀，我们家就是也不是挺讲究，这个是我们从前就是。以前嘛，老人的古代那时候就是我们民族是有点困难也会存在的，
生活可能就是有点还是有点
可能也有点
困难的时候。
有时候嘛想起来还是他们说的也有道理
啊。
嘛以前他们是从头到尾都是这样，没有碗也是这样过日子的，
对，
还是这个意思。
是，
所以我们要一直延续老一辈的这个艰苦朴素的这样的精神，一直这样的吃饭的绿叶燕的方式延续到了今天，是吗？
所以我们原始的这个绿叶燕的话呢，就是盘腿而坐，然后的话呢，蕉叶为席，
对，
然后呢，竹筒为杯，然后
叶子为盘，
对，然后五指为筷，
对，五指为筷子，对不对？对。
那我想请问一下龙哥，那咱们的这桌绿叶燕准备了多长时间呢？
对，一定应该会很长时间，对不对？
对，这是从昨天准备了。
昨
天先把我们这个现在放的这个叶子和这个竹杯，所有的这些材料是从昨天开始准备的，今天才能吃得到。
好的，在这里和正在观看我们直播的朋友们介绍一下哈，此时此刻坐在我们旁边的就是我们今天的这一家农庄，是我们的这个小龙生态农庄的老板哈，此时此刻也是坐在我们的旁边和大家来介绍今天的这一桌丰盛的绿叶盛宴。刚才所提到的这么多丰盛的绿叶宴需要准备很长的时间，对吗？
是。
那大概是多少个人一起准备的？
这是4个人
，4个人就能做这么大的一桌。
俊文，你知道为什么吗？因为他们的这些原材料呢，都是取自大山里面就地取材，
都是原生态的，
对，都是原汁原味的。
对，我就听我的景颇族的朋友跟我说是，去山上如果是没有任何的食材的话，随便掐点野菜啊，
对，
掐点元穗啊、香柳啊之类的，放到那个冲桶里面，当冲这么几下就可以吃，就已经可以制作成一套非常美味的景颇菜肴了。
对，而且我还听说过哈，在这个以前的话呢，景颇寨里面有一句民谣是这么说的，说在景颇山里面绿的是菜，冻的是肉，是吗，大姐？
是不是？
这是你们传唱的民谣吗？
是不是？绿的是菜，冻的是肉。 对，那今天我们这一桌宴席当中都有一些哪些会动的，哪些绿的，和大家介绍一下。首先，我就对这一包特别感兴趣哈。哎，这个我们说到这一包，我们可以打开了吗？请问一下，
可以。
来跟着镜头一起打开一下。哇，那么多小袋儿，它叫什么？
这个是饭是吗，大姐？
对。
这小的这3个是菜。
等一下，我们先留个悬念哈。这个我们是不是包烧？包烧是哪个？
这是不是烧的？这是鱼，这里是烧的。
哦，这个是烧的，是不是？
这个跟这个是烧。
哎，其实对于包烧啊，我觉得吃起来就挺有意思的了。因为现在的年轻人嘛，不都是喜欢那种开盲盒，对，开盲盒。
对。
所以的话，其实我们景颇族的祖先哈，在很久以前，早就把这个开盲盒的游戏啊，已经是玩得个炉火纯青了。
没错。
他们会把这个烧制好的肉和菜统一的放在这个芭蕉叶当中包裹好。如果你不打开这个芭蕉叶，看到里边是什么的话，你永远都不可能猜到你下一秒钟吃到的是菜还是肉。
没错，这景颇的包烧的话呢，可以说是将自然的美味包在这一片新鲜的这个绿叶上啊。哎，咱们拿起来闻一下，
哇，
瞬间空气当中就充满了这清香的这个叶子的味道，
就是很好吃的味道就对了。
对。哎，静文，接下来咱们来开盲盒吧，真的迫不及待了。我们来看一下，咱俩开到的到底是什么？
好的，我想开这个。
好，
我看着这个比较大个一点哈。咱们看一下谁会运气好一点。
好，我们来看一下谁的运气会比较好。
谁会开到素的啊？
好，3、2、1，开始。看来我的运气挺不错。
你开到了啥？
我开到的应该是
包烧
肉菜。龙哥，您看这个是什么？包烧什么呢？
这是包烧鱼。
包烧鱼。
包烧鱼是我最喜欢吃的鱼。
你这个完全看不出来是鱼，好不好？来看一下我的是什么？当。
你的也是包烧鱼，是。
但是大家可以看一下我的这个包烧鱼的话，它完全能够看得出来至少是有鱼的形状在这儿至少看得出来它是个鱼。但是立威的这个就看不太出来它是一个什么东西，是不是？
哎，除了能看出鱼以外呢，我确实看不到里面还佐有哪些佐料。我们来问一下大姐吧。大姐，
这些不是
大姐，那我们开的这个盲盒叫做包烧鱼，对吧？那包烧鱼里面除了有鱼，还要加哪一些佐料呢？
对，这个鱼是什么鱼
啊？这里面是我们还是放那个
这个鱼，我们看一下是什么鱼。
这里是放那个小蜜辣，
就是生辣子、生辣椒。
对。
还有呢？
那还有大蒜，放一点姜是必须放的。
为什么呢？
姜是去腥的，对不对？我们都知道。对。
那还有香辣溜，我们
说的香柳，对，香柳，对，香柳。
放那些就葱放进去，完全要冲
就是
拌它。
哎，那个起到了那个冲桶的作用，所以我们就说景颇人家里面为什么家家户户都要有一它。冲桶。
怎么又回到了冲桶上哈？就是把这些材料元素这些放到这个鱼身上搅揉它，把它揉到了这个鱼肉的这个身体里，
就与鱼肉混合在一起，
对，鱼肉当中，然后再把鱼肉用芭蕉叶包裹起来，需要放点什么盐之类的，是吧？
又把芭蕉叶包好，又要蒸它。
这个是蒸它的，对吧？
这是蒸它的，有时候还可以在火里面还要
烤它，
还可以放在竹筒里。
所以这个包烧啊，不仅有包烧蒸鱼，还有包烧烤鱼，还有竹筒烤鱼，是不是？就是这个意思。要竹筒烤鱼的话，就可以把这个鱼放到竹筒里边去烤。
在竹筒里面放。
好，那我们要不现场尝一下，好不好？
好，据我来尝一下。
我来尝一下。来。哇，这个肉真的是非常的紧实。
所以的话，此时在观看我们直播节目的朋友们，大家不用
我用手可以吗？
可以。
为什么我们在做美食节目吗？为什么我们没有筷子呢？
那从前就老人
对用。景颇人家就是五指为筷，
我已经完全掩饰不住内心的那种好吃激动的心情了，真的太好吃！现在又是下午的吃饭时间，真的吃了这个就是让人瞬间可以食欲大开的那种感觉，真的很香。里边的一些原生态的佐料是不是？就是盐味也正好，然后一点腥味都没有。就是阿威，你不信你可以尝一下。
其实除了这个包烧鱼，还有包 包烧牛肉以外，立威最感兴趣的还是
最感兴趣的是啥？
对，立威最感兴趣的还是我面前的这个，看着有点像稀饭。
哎，应该是
大哥，这是稀饭吗？
是，这是我们景颇鸡肉稀饭。
哦，这是咱们景颇
它有一个名字叫鸡肉稀饭啊。
对，那大哥，您能跟我们此时在观看我们节目的所有的朋友们来介绍一下这个鸡肉稀饭与平时我们点的外卖吃到这些稀饭有什么特别之处吗？有什么不一样的地方？
这个稀饭
对，
稀饭是我们。稀饭是不是用筷子，只用这种叶子？
哦，
是用叶子吃的啊。
叶子到了，是这样吗？
啊，叶子到了，叶子到了。来，
对不起。
来，我们也亲自实验一下啊。
这样。
是用这边是吧？
哦，来，我知道，来再给我一个。
而且还不能捏得太远，如果太远的话，它可能就会垂下去哈。一定要捏在这个很近的位置，把这个芭蕉叶当成一个勺。
是这样捏，这样。
哦，这样。
这个的话呢，就是这片叶子啊，绿叶就是立威的筷子了啊。立威替大家来品尝一下这个鸡肉稀饭，好鲜啊！
我觉得是把这个米饭的味道发挥到了极致。平时我们在喝粥的时候，可能会觉得，哎，里面会添加很多的这个肉的味道哈。但是这个吃着是粥的味道，它完全简直就是把这个米饭的这种很古朴的原生态的这个米饭的香气发挥的淋漓尽致，就感觉它不是在吃鸡肉稀饭，而是在吃一盘很香的这个粥。
对，这鸡肉稀饭的精髓呢，立威是这么认为哈，它把这个米饭的醇香和我们鸡汤的这个鲜甜融合在了一起。所以的话呢，我们吃这份鸡肉稀饭的时候，真是非常的鲜甜味美。
因为刚才俊文也了解和我们的龙哥了解过一下，这个鸡肉稀饭的精髓在哪里呢？就是它要选择的是我们的景颇山散养放养的跑地鸡，我们就说很接地气儿的这个跑地鸡，很强壮的那种土鸡哈，一定是要用这种土鸡熬制而成的鸡肉稀饭，才是景颇山鸡肉稀饭的味道。所以我们在外边吃的这个鸡肉稀饭的味道一定不是这个样子的。
是的，
对不对？
是在俊文解说的这段过程当中。
你又吃了好几口，
立威已经快把这份鸡肉稀饭给吃完了，对，真的非常的鲜甜，非常的好吃。所以的话呢，我们也非常的欢迎啊，此时在观看我们节目的所有的全国的观众朋友们，如果说你们有机会来到我们云南德宏，来到咱们的石梯村来观鸟的话呢，也可以来到咱们的小龙生态农庄哈，来品尝我们的这桌绿叶宴。对，
我对这个特别感兴趣哈，龙哥能和大家介绍一下这个鸡蛋是鸡蛋吧？
是。
它鸡蛋是为什么是那么碎的一个鸡蛋哈？平时我们吃的鸡蛋可能就是整个的鸡蛋，然后今天的这个鸡蛋的话，它可能已经是面目全非的鸡蛋了。为什么是这样子的呢？
这是我们用。
这个是碎的鸡蛋，
这是冲的吗？
这是不是冲的？是拌的。
凉拌鸡蛋。
平时我们吃的鸡蛋就是水煮鸡蛋、荷包鸡蛋。
对，其实蛋的吃的方式有千万种哈，但是这种凉拌的鸡蛋哈，不知道正在观看我们直播的观众朋友们，有没有品尝过拌鸡蛋的这样的一种味道？
因为比较好奇，这个拌鸡蛋里面需要放点什么佐料？
我来研究一下好不好？应该就是只放了一点这个元碎就可以了吗？
这个是元碎。
这是没有放辣，
没有放辣椒，
这是大蒜，
还有
大蒜还要放。
大蒜元碎就 OK 了。哎，好的，那这个只用这么原生态的食材和佐料来拌的这个鸡蛋会是什么味道？我也替正在观看我们直播的各位观众朋友们提前品尝一下喽。来，
好，立威也品尝一下。
果然此味只因天上有，从来没有吃过这么好吃的鸡蛋。哎呀，真的！
我发现了，咱们的这个景颇绿叶宴里面啊，这个小米辣是必不可少的，还有元碎。
我们景颇人一般是喜欢
在辣子里，那个鸡蛋里面就是不要放辣子。
鸡蛋是不要放辣椒。
会夺味是吗？
它就是不是夺味，它一放嘛，它的味道就。
不一样了，就是没有景颇的那个传统的。
鸡蛋是不是放辣子吃的？
就是
我们还可以冲它鸡蛋。
还可以冲它，还可以拌它。
放姜可以冲。
那个
大蒜放姜。
好，那其他的这些里面都包裹这些，我们时间有限哈，里边还包裹些什么呢？在这里和大家来共同揭晓答案，好不好？好，来看一下这个里边放的是什么？
又打开一个盲盒，
盲盒，
好奇啊！
哎，这个是鸡肉，这个是鸡肉，哎，这个是鸡肉，凉拌鸡。来，接下来的这一份我们是人手都有这样的一份，对不对？好，来看一下接下来的是啥？这是一个素的，这是一个素的，哎，不素，
雪菜跟
拌葱牛肉干巴，哎，对，这也不是一道素菜。
又看到了小米辣的身影。
对，又看到了熟悉的小米辣的身影。来，继续来开盲盒，猜盲盒，大家猜里边装的是什么东西呢？哎，这个就是刚才我们所吃到的那道菜了嘛，对不对？就是拌鸡蛋，一定是拌鸡蛋，一定是不要放辣椒的，才有那个味儿啊。
好，其实我想问一下哈，龙哥，咱们这个是我们刚才用的那个竹筒焖出来的牛肉焖牛肉吗？
是的，这是我们那个刚才你们
我们抛开的那个
抛开的那个
焖这样的一道牛肉需要多长时间呢？
一个小时左右。
一个小时左右。
开始做到能吃就差不多。
可以说这也真的是一道功夫菜哈。如果没有这样的一个功力深厚的这个来制作的工艺的话，一定是不能够品尝到这么美味的竹筒焖肉的味道的。
看到这一桌满满当当、非常丰盛的绿宴，立伟想到一句话，那就是咱们的景颇绿宴正是体现了品自然之神韵，享天地之精华。
是的。那在今天的特别直播活动当中，我们也就邀请了全国各地的观众朋友们。如果大家有时间有机会的话，欢迎大家来到我们美丽的彩云之南，来到美丽的德宏傣族、景颇族自治州，来到我们美丽的大营江的石梯村，来感受我们景颇人家的热情好客，来品尝我们独有的古朴神秘的绿叶盛宴。
是的，最后的话呢，我们要举起我们手中的。
酒杯，
这就是我们的酒杯。好，
对我们景颇族的特制的水酒。
那大姐、龙哥，我们用一句景颇祝福语来送给我们，就是在观看我们直播的所有的朋友们，好吗？
好，那我们要怎么说呢？
来，我们站起来吧。景颇的祝福语
怎么说呢？
怎么说呢，龙哥？
汪汪赞赞，
汪汪赞赞。
好，我们一起3、2、1，好不好？来，准备，3、2、1，汪汪赞赞，干杯！祝我们的生活越来越美好。
好的，谢谢龙哥的盛情款待，谢谢您。
龙哥，那接下来的时间就有请龙哥带着我们主持人跟随着镜头一起去逛一下我们美丽的石梯村，好不好？
可以的。
有请。
好，出发。
累了。车呢？车呢？龙哥，我想请问一下哈，咱们这个来到，
走上去吗？我们是。
干涉不做人朋友按水流。男儿共享无虑，中国唱歌啦，这用尽他们如莫做电话带着啦。我啦从那上，这用我如莫做，中国歌听不敢讲，结果结我落弱，一股难烈经历，大英山老弱。到中国外长，同频出木类，乐有传统风类，莫用烈呀。我啦从那上，专用我图莫做，可不可呀个类，我啦从那上。心老落弱，这最干涉不做人，朋友按水流。男儿共享无虑，中国唱歌啦，最用尽他们如莫做电话带有啦。我啦从那上，最用我如莫做，中国歌听不敢讲，结果结我落弱，一股难烈经历，当阴山老弱。到中国外长，同频出木类，乐有传统风类，莫用烈呀。我啦从那上，专用我图莫做，可不可呀个类，我啦从那上。我啦从那上，专用我图莫做，可不可呀个类，我啦从那上。可不可呀个类。我啦从那上，我啦从那上。
哇哦，谢谢，谢谢，
谢谢我们的景颇青年优秀歌手靳同干。
哎，
同干先别走，
请留步，请留步。
留步，来到我们舞台中央。
刚才的这首景颇歌曲真的是非常非常的好听，律动十足哈！我看你这唱的也挺嗨，跳的也挺嗨哈。
同干跟我们的观众朋友们打个招呼。
为奴奥所为王占亚国路，
哇，
大家好，两位主持人好，
哎，你好，你好，哎，同看刚才唱的这首歌曲的名字叫什么呢？
刚刚为大家唱的这首景颇歌名叫《节日里遇见的都莫佐》，
节日里遇见的
都莫佐，都莫佐是什么意思呢？
都莫佐是美丽的姑娘的意思，
所以的话呢，说就是刚才我们一起跳舞的所有的美丽的景颇姑娘是吗？
是的，没错。
对，在我们今天的这个10T雨林特别直播活动当中，我们在座的所有的姑娘们都是我们景颇的美女啊。还有刚才就是我一直听您在唱的时候，唱到一个词叫做 aura， 是不是 ？aura 是什么意思？
是的 ，aura 呢是我们景颇族木脑综合里面我们大家一起来唱的一个称词，也就是说是大家一起来共同跳舞的意思。
对，一起来跳舞的意思。大家刚才跳的时候，我们通过我们的镜头，大家也感受到了我们景颇人民的这种跳舞的热情哈。
是的，没错。
相信很多朋友都有听说过木脑纵歌，但是的话呢，木脑纵歌的由来是什么？可能朋友们不太清楚。
对，特别是此时此刻正在观看直播的很多外地的朋友们，知道木脑纵歌到底是什么意思吗？让我们的同干和大家解释一下吧。
好，可以的。那我简单的来说，景颇族的木脑纵歌呢，有着一个很远古的一个传说，最早呢是我们的雀鸟们到我们太阳宫里面学到了这个景颇族木脑纵歌，然后呢，它来到我们大地上，被我们景颇族祖先们看到了，感觉到呢非常的美丽和壮观，所以呢他们就开始进行模仿和学习，就学会了木脑纵歌，所以我们景颇族的木脑纵歌就这样传下来了。
模仿鸟类跳舞而得到的这个木脑纵歌是吧？
是的，没错。
哇，所以这个木脑纵歌的传说就是这样得来的。还有就是我们景颇族过木脑纵歌通常都是在什么时候开始过的？
我们景颇族木脑纵歌是在我们每年的正月15来跳的，也是我们景颇族同胞最盛大的一个节日。
每年的正月15啊，就春节过后，我们的这个景颇同胞们就开始狂欢喽。
那么在今天这样一个特别的活动当中，立威呢也想这个让同干来教立威说一句咱们的景颇祝福语，可以吗？同干？
好的，可以的。那我为大家2位主持人教上2句景默话。
好嘞。
很简短的啊。第一句是汪汪沾沾，
汪汪沾沾
是什么意思呢？
健健康康。
哦，汪汪沾沾。
第二句是康康佳佳，
康康佳佳，
吉祥如意。
好，我们现场的朋友们一起来说好不好？3、2、1，
汪汪沾沾，康康佳佳。
谢谢同干，
谢谢同干。
好，七彩云南，美在德宏。亲爱的观众朋友们，大家好，这里是正在为大家直播的实体雨林特别直播活动，我是主持人俊文。
大家好，我是主持人丽薇啊。
我们都知道啊，石梯村是一个景颇族和傈僳族聚居的自然村落。刚才我们已经感受到的是景颇族的歌声，那接下来的时间，我们要和大家一同来感受到的是敢于上刀山下火海的勇敢的民族傈僳族的热情。
好的，接下来的时间，让我们用热烈的掌声，有请出施密瓦迪组合为我们带来好听的歌曲，掌声有请。
有请。
谢谢咱们的施密瓦迪组合，我们跟着他们的这个好听的歌曲呢，感受了一番咱们傈 诉足扩世界的这种欢乐的氛围。谢谢，谢谢施密瓦迪组合。
朋友们，不知道大家有没有关注最近被朋友圈刷屏的一个组合，那就是大家知道吗？这个组合，这个乐团的名字叫什么？
蒙巴纳西乐团，我是他们的歌迷。
你是歌迷，
对，
我也是。就是他们的这种非常特点的每个人的声音共同组成的这一个乐团，可以说是已经是在不仅仅是我们本地，
对，
还有
男女老少，
对，还有享誉我们这个大江南北，现在甚至传到了国外哈。
对，
非常热气很高的一个组合，叫做
蒙巴纳西乐团
啊，对，乐团今天在这样的一个自然环境非常好的、天气非常好的此山此景此人。我们邀请到的是我们的蒙巴纳西乐团来为我们演唱这首歌曲，也是大家非常耳熟能详、脍炙
人口的这一首叫做《月光下的凤尾竹》，掌有请，
有请。
大家好，我们是蒙巴纳西乐团，很荣幸来到石梯为全国的观众朋友们献唱。接下来一首《月光下的凤尾竹》献给大家，谢谢。
月光下面的凤尾竹哟，轻柔美丽像绿色的雾哟，
竹楼里的好姑娘，光彩多么像夜明珠听。多少深情的呼噜声，对你倾诉着心中的爱慕。惊孔雀般的好姑娘，为什么不打开你的窗户？小伙子也藤莫缠槟榔树，姑娘啊，她的心意仅属一人，惊孔雀伴着金马路。孔雀跟着金马路，一起走向结婚登记处。
非常感谢了， 非常感谢我们这次能够来到石梯，为我们石梯的百姓以及全国在看直播的观众朋友们进行演出。那阿江呢也是景颇族，那今天也很荣幸能够来到石梯这样一个经过脱贫攻坚之后日新月异，大家非常幸福感非常强的景颇族村寨。那么接下来也想把一首景颇歌献给大家，谢谢。
我见我做明晚天我就若莫那地为空嘛只去把天顶晚多若晚的若我莫再走步晚的若我莫再走步上太阳升，攀枝花开落，百鸟丛林歌唱景颇山。我深深的掉进湾，青春的山泉迎宾可游。欢乐的景颇山，忙碌声响落。欢乐的景颇山上有中国歌声哦。半波ใจรอ我见我做明晚天我就รอมอใน地为空嘛只去把天顶晚多รอวัน的รอ我莫再走步วัน的รอ我莫再走步也非常感谢，那么唱了一首景颇歌之后呢，接下来我也想有请我们非常好的一个朋友，我们的杨香信老师为大家送上一首非常好听的傣族歌曲。这首歌曲的名字呢叫《有一个美丽的地方》，也是一首唱遍大江南北、脍炙人口、大家耳熟能详的歌曲。也希望全国的观众朋友们能够喜欢咱们德宏，谢谢。
有
好，谢谢我们几位舞蹈演员，
谢谢
我们带来了这么好听的歌曲。
对，谢谢我们傣族著名的青年歌手，相信为大家带来脍炙人口的歌曲有一个美丽。哎，舞蹈演员，
请留
步一下好不好？
因为刚才的话呢，我们是跟着大家一起来纵歌啊，木脑纵歌。
那接下来我们想和大家进行一个互动的小环节啊。就是想有请我们的这位舞蹈演员，哇，个好高，来有请我们的舞蹈演员和我们现场的观众朋友进行一个小互动，现场教大家跳一段舞蹈怎么样？
可以啊，就是刚刚我们跳的呢，就是传统的傣族舞，但是今天我们到这个我们的犀鸟的地方石梯村，今天呢，我想教大家一段孔雀舞。
好，
都是鸟啊。
有没有哪位乡亲能够上来和我们的舞蹈老师一起来学我们的孔雀舞？好，这位自告奋勇。
那位大叔。
好，哎，还有我们的小朋友，来，小朋友也来到我们的舞台上。我们的村民真的是非常的热情好客啊！来，小朋友来到我们的舞台中央。
哎，
好，来这边。
今天要教大家学跳的是一段孔雀舞啊。
对，
孔雀舞讲究的是什么呢？
讲究的就是通俗易懂的话，就是一个形态。然后今天呢，在此我们来到这个美丽的石梯村，我呢也教给大家一小段孔雀戏水的一个小舞蹈，可以吗？
孔雀戏水。好，老师在前面，然后我们的两位在后边。好，小朋友。好，我们看一下这个孔雀戏水啊，究竟是一个什么样的形态，好不好？来，大家拭目以待。
顾名思义呢，我们孔雀呢肯定是首先以孔雀的这个手型为主。
哎，来，大哥比一下这个孔雀手，看一下。
对。
哦。
对，非常。
哇，不错。
那我们现在就开始了。
小朋友来，我们一起。
2、
4、5、6，捧一捧水，洒在身上，大，走一下肩。非常非常。老师再教一遍。
老师再教一遍好不好
？1、2、3、4、5、6，捧水，大，7、8。
这个有一个抖肩的动作，对不对？
对，这里就是孔雀把水洒在身上以后，
把身上羽毛上的水。哇，这个大哥会抖肩呢。说好不好？
考核一下我们的
对，来考核一下好不好？
老师，
来，
话筒给您。
来，大哥，和我们现场的父老乡亲们来汇报一下你的这个成果，好不好？
看一下我们3只美丽的孔雀啊！
对，来准备，3、2、1，走！1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，
非常棒啊！
我们乡民们笑开了花儿啊！大家说这个大哥和小朋友们跳的好不好啊？好！声音不够洪亮，好不好？好！哇！很厉害，谢谢你们。好，同样感谢我们的舞蹈演员，谢谢
乡民们的热情，谢谢你们。
好，谢谢小朋友，很可爱，非常可爱。有一个美丽的地方，德宏，这里是居住在我们彩云之南孔雀的故乡。这里青山绿水，花开四季，这里土地肥沃，瓜果飘香。曾经形容它插一根筷子也能够长出一盆金竹来。
没错，德宏的话呢是5种世居少数民族聚居的地方。我们这里有蓝天白云，有青山绿水，还有鸟语花香。那接下来的时间，就让我们跟随着我们德宏青年优秀歌手志强的歌声，一起走进我们美丽德宏。有请志强。
有请志强。
走进你，因为你神奇，水花剔透，歌声柔，竹林密绿秀秀。我要走进你，因为你唯一， 摘亮过一口井，秋千一荡出国境。一片绿叶一片青，相抱一泡爱在心。走进你来告诉你，我已爱上你。走进你来祝福你，生活甜如蜜。走进你来拥抱你，把心交给你。风雨共济会美景，最美时的红。走进你，因为你神奇。樱桃炫目花闪抖，群山秘境悠悠。我要走进你，因为你唯一。读书成林如仙境，万人之舞是奇迹。村寨院落歌舞起，淳朴乡情心欢喜。走进你来告诉你，我已爱上你。走进你来祝福你，生活甜如蜜。走进你来拥抱你，把心交给你。风雨共济会美景，最美时的红。走进你来告诉你，我已爱上你。走进你来祝福你，生活甜如蜜。走进你来拥抱你，把心交给你。风雨共济会美景，最美时的红。
接下来有请德宏著名青年歌手蒙巴纳西乐团成员何明君为大家带来歌曲《跟着阿妹的山歌走》。
水水温柔。金佛银潭翡翠沟，半是阳春半是秋。阿妹唱出家乡美，梦在歌里有。啊是谁？啊是谁？啊谁谁罗里谁谁？啊谁谁谁罗里谁？啊谁谁罗里谁谁？啊谁谁谁谁罗里谁？可好教会人类走山歌走，走进一家的爱里头。歌儿情人品香茶，歌上桌喝好酒。都不停两弯弯月，大歌飘来响满落。阿妹唱出好日子，天在歌里流。啊是谁？人好心会更美，走哎阿哥爱狗。
谢谢明君带来好听的歌曲，亲爱的朋友们，让我们跟随着太阳的脚步，让我们跟随着木脑纵歌的节奏，一起跳起欢快的木脑纵歌。
好，有请我们的所有的父老乡亲们参与到我们的这个欢快的队伍当中来，一起有请
加入到我们的木脑纵歌的。
好，我们的乡亲们跟随着我们的。
Thank you.